Welcome to ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade ADM328 training. In the ever-evolving realm of SAP, staying current is vital. Our expert-led course equips you with the skills needed for a seamless transition to SAP S4HANA. As businesses embrace digital transformation, a successful conversion and upgrade are paramount. At ZaranTech, we pride ourselves on delivering comprehensive training to navigate the complexities of ADM328. Gain in-depth knowledge, hands-on experience, and practical insights to ensure a smooth transition for your organization. Elevate your expertise with ZaranTech and become a proficient SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade professional. Stay ahead in the SAP game and empower your organization for the future. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1, History of SAP 2, SAP S4HANA, Architecture and Components 3, SAP S4HANA Evolution, 4, Concept of the Upgrade and SAP S4HANA Conversion, 5, System Conversion Overview, 6, Required Patches to the Source System, 7, SI Checks, 8, Custom Code Analysis, 9, Cross-Application Preparations, 10, SAP Solution Manager and Maintenance Planner. Let's dive into the video now.
So, hi everyone, welcome to the SAP ADM SAP S4HANA conversion and SAP system upgrade. So, this course, as you know, it's 10 days continuously and daily 9 to 1 o'clock, which we're going to discuss about the complete conversion process. So these are the session PPTs. I think you would have already received a few of them by now, at least for first couple of days, module 1, module 2. So I've segregated the entire course content into around 14 modules. So we see the 10 module content over here, but you will, the remaining 4 modules will be updated soon and will be shared to you, or at least one day before the the session. So you will receive the updated PPTs. Okay. And again, that is not the final version of the PPT, because during the course, based on your Q&A and what I discussed, so I will add a lot of notes to these PPTs, and at the end of the course, you will receive all the updated PPTs and the labs to you. Okay, that will be your final material. Okay, so that's about the course. So, and then we have the lab activities. So here we see the first 3 days labs has been updated, and remaining total we have 9 exercises I have prepared, and which are very lengthy and extensive. So in this course, it's a total 40 hours of course. What we're going to do is 20 hours of theory, and then we spend a lot of time on the exercises, because as a part of this conversion, it is very important that you feel comfortable with the simplification item check or readiness checks or running some tool and a lot of things. Okay, so please pay attention on the exercises when we execute during this session, and the documents also. There's a lot of time spent on preparing this content, around 200 to 300 hours I spent, and you will feel it when I start going through this course, the level of content and the quality of the content. Okay, and moreover, wherever possible, I have removed the basic things. I don't want to waste your time on what is application server and how many work process and these things, start stops and such things, such basic things. I expect that you have a little bit familiarized about it. So I'm going to talk on the very critical or the tricky aspects when we are doing the conversion. That's how I designed this course. Okay. So, and then apart from that, assessments, there are lot many questions. So we have day 1, day 2, and module wise these questions are prepared. And at the end of the 10 days course, I will come up with another 10 to 15 questions, to see your level of understanding, and I will try to make it as as complicated as possible or tricky as possible, those questions, so that you will understand what level of questions you may get in the certification, or if you are preparing for this competitors. Okay, so that part I will give you at the end of the course. Okay, so this is the overview of the course, what we're going to do in this 10 days. And then as it's 4 hours, as I said, 2 to 3 hours we spend for theory, and then we try to do the exercises. and utilize the, when after the training also daily, these 10 days, you try to focus completely on this particular course. Okay, just don't give up. There's a lot of books to read, a lot of content or notes to read. I will reference in these things, but just these 10 days, try to avoid any unnecessary other things. But suppose if it is work, that's fine, you should do. But if there is anything else, just try to focus on these 10 days. Then I will assure you that you feel much more comfortable in doing conversion than today. Okay. So now, with this introduction, about me, I think some of you would have already known. We had some introduction sessions with me earlier. Just a quick 1 minute one. I'm Nishant. People call me a professor. It's a professional name. People will like it. So, I love to use that. So, and then I have around 10 plus years of experience in SAP implementations and the disaster recovery, and I do go to the client sites and implement these, the conversions. A lot of things I have done in this last 10 years. And along with that, I have certifications in, HANA and NetWeaver and OSDB migration, and then these conversions. Okay. So that's about me. Quickly, welcome to the SAP ADM328 SAP S4HANA conversion training. So the first module is S4HANA conversion fundamentals and tools. It's the disclaimer. This presentation includes images and all from the open source, and we have put a lot of effort to prepare this content, and you can appreciate the quality of the content once you go through all these sessions. So please do not try to share or give it to anybody else outside of these people, whoever has enrolled for this course, because it's very important and it's a property of ZaranTech. Okay, too much time, but it's important that you have this understanding of how SAP has evolved today. We just spent 5 minutes so that a full clear picture of the product line, what SAP has done. So 1972, 5 ex-IBMers, Dietmar Haupt is the one who is still alive. They have developed a financial product for IBM. Okay, but somehow that project didn't go through, and IBM had to shut down that project. So these 5 German guys, so they said, okay, fine, if you don't want this project, please, give it to us, and we do patent by ourselves, and we'll start it. Then IBM agreed, and they came out of IBM, and they started a company called SAP. Okay, so it is like system analysis in data processing in the initial days they used to call. So now it is systems, applications, and products. That is the current name. What is the full form of SAP? Systems, applications, and products, current now. Well, they started in 1972. So initially they had few customers. In 1973, the first version, SAP R1. So do you know what is this R and what is this 1? So does anyone know what is R and what is this 1 stands for? See, we might have heard 10 years back, whoever worked in SAP, SAP R1, SAP R2, SAP R3. Okay. So what were those terminologies? Well, if you don't know, simple. So try to understand. So R stands for real time, and then 1 stands for the single tier architecture or the 1 tier architecture. You might have heard the words, a 1 tier architecture, 2 tier architecture, and 3 tier architecture. Okay, that is where I'm going now. So they came up with a simple product, SAP R1. So where SAP presentation layer, which is SAP GUI, where the end users access, and application layer, CI or PAS and DB, all of them are together in 1 layer. Okay. So this went very well. Initially they started with financials only, not logistics or anything else. Only financials to take care of the ledgers and stuff. So they did well. So they took around 1979, 6 years. So they thought that, okay, slowly they're expanding their business. So what they thought is, let's separate this application layer, presentation layer, SAP GUI separate, end users, how they log into the system, and then application layer and DB, you put it in 1 layer. So it's a 2 tier architecture. Okay. So 2 tier architecture, 1979, that they used to call it as SAP R2. I don't think anybody using SAP R2 now. So they're all phased out. In 1992, SAP came up with SAP R3. Okay. So this is one of the most real-time and 3 tier architecture. Even now, still today, we are having this architecture, but the product names and things are different. Even if you see your, applications and everything, any product, any SAP product, all of them are in this architecture, which is presentation layer is separate because each one of you from your laptops, right, you can access the SAP system. That's the presentation layer. And then the application layer, which means application servers or logic is separate. You have an application server and where applications, I mean, primary applications and secondary applications, those things will be running. And then the database layer, they have separated. So the logic has been segregated. I mean, I don't mean to say that primary applications, sorry, CI and DB on the same host. They can be on the same host, but the logic has been segregated. So application logic and the DB logic has been segregated, but both of them can be on the same host. Okay. So this architecture, they came up in 1992, and that's the era of digitalization. I mean, that is when we call it as the revolution of digitalization has started. But in 2005 and 2006, it has picked up to drastically. But that was the starting point. So right time, right company, like Paytm during the demonetization, how it was ready and it has picked the pace, right? Similar way. So most of the companies are struggling with their enterprise management in terms of the financial, logistics, material management, or oil and gas. So many of them are struggling how to integrate these functional areas and how to make it automate or how to make it digitalize. Such a big organization, they are struggling. They are using Excels or simple softwares and all, but still they could not able to do that level. But SAP has come up with this kind of simple solution, not a simple, very good solution that has been very well perceived by the market. And initially they started with financials, then logistics, then material management. Slowly they have gone. So this R3 architecture was successful at that time. So once R3 is successful, they took around 2004, 12 years. SAP was doing very well in 1992 to 2004 with the SAP R3. In 2004, they have came up with SAP ERP, okay, on NetWeaver platform. So SAP Business One is for it's a ERP with a small scale industries that we don't focus too much. I mean, but shops, small shops or one shopping mall can use such small software. It's for small scale industries. But SAP ERP for the enterprise resource planning, okay. So for the big industries, okay, and on NetWeaver platform. So we can say 2004 is the big breakthrough for SAP because all of a sudden they have opened at a massive scale. You see, SAP ERP is much more capable of what SAP R3, R2 and R1 were able to do. So what were the massive thing what they brought in 2004? ABAP plus Java. Okay, Java, the advantage of Java on NetWeaver. NetWeaver is a platform. You might have heard these platforms, right? NetWeaver platform, HANA platform, or SAP Cloud platform. See, HANA platform means HANA is not just a database and it can do many more things. Data intelligence connectivity and integrations to the third-party applications, a lot of things. Platform is which can enable multiple things or multiple products or multiple things to run. Okay, so just understand the term platform. So NetWeaver is a platform. They came up with a concept of platform and they have introduced Java. So we know that many applications outside world, they run on Java. So the integration has happened to this NetWeaver, which means SAP has opened its portfolio for multiple applications where they can integrate and then do their, use SAP as a backend system and do the functions. So that is when 2004 NetWeaver, it's a huge success, SAP, and they came up with only one product, which is ERP, okay, Enterprise Resource Planning. And in 2004, 2005, 1 year after that, SAP has started, we don't want to give any product line, I mean ERP and other versions. What they did is, we want to stick to this ERP. 6.0 was the version released and they want to stick to it. They don't want to go ERP 7.0, ERP 8.0. I mean, you don't see it also now. So what they did is, they decided is, okay, let's stabilize this version. Let's not go with any other versions. So if there are any enhancements, we release as an EHPs, enhancement releases. So EHP 1, EHP 2, the current version is EHP 8. In the slide, you can see EHP 7. The current version is EHP 8, what we have in the market. ERP 6.0, EHP 8 is the latest version. Okay. Now, good. SAP was doing very well. 2006, again, they came up with SAP Business All-in-One on top of mid-size industries. That's all right. But again, the breakthrough 2005, after 2005, 2009, after 4 years. So SAP came up with this SAP Business Suite. Okay. SAP Business Suite, instead of ERP, they call it as a Business Suite on NetWeaver platform. Okay. When I say business suite, it is combination of ERP, SRM, CRM, PLM, SCM. So which means they have packaged all these things in one particular product, and they put it as an SAP Business Suite 7. Okay. So that they have introduced 2009. Very good. Until this point, 2009 also it went very well for market has pursued it very nicely. But here these ERP or SRM or SCM systems, all of them are any DB. So as I said, SAP came up with this business suite with the concept of any database. Okay, because SAP always operate this perspective, win-win situation. I mean, they open for all partners have a scope to make a business or run it. So they have come up with all DBs. DB2 they have opened, Oracle they have opened, and Sybase was not into, in 2009, Sybase was not into SAP, but yes, so Microsoft SQL DB, Windows servers, that is also open. So SAP has opened completely for all databases. It's a customer's choice, whichever database they want, they can do it. SAP has opened for all of them. So then 2011, the problem has started. Okay, 2009 fine, 2009, 10, in 2 years. So there is a problem with one particular, because any DB, any database, so they have a problem with one particular database vendor, which is Oracle. Okay. So what it is important to understand, guys, please, don't think the other way. It is very important to understand why this kind of innovation has happened and what SAP is today. So 2009, SAP has, Oracle has realized it. Okay. So SAP is running on my database. So Oracle thought that I can take over the entire SAP ERP thing, because it's just an application or it's just a software on top of my database, right? So database is the strong suit for anybody. For example, banking you take. Database is the most thing. So if they are using the old version of the database, if you go and tell them that I want to upgrade, they will say that no. As long as this database is running, I will do it, because they're very hesitant, because it's a very crucial financial data for every company. So the database is the most important. So Oracle thought, I can take over SAP and I can be a complete thing. I mean, I can have the SAP and DB on. So Oracle thought to, perceiving in the direction of taking over SAP. Okay. So that has caused a conflict between SAP and Oracle. In 2010, I can say 2009 and 2010, Oracle has started, but SAP was, hesitant, but SAP in a big problem now. What is the big problem? SAP is, as a software, it is very good, but they don't have a database. So they have to rely on DB2, which is IBM. They have to rely on Sybase. At that time, Sybase was different. They have to rely on this Oracle, Microsoft SQL. So Microsoft. So all of them are big player, and in the market, right? Everybody, when you are a company, so Microsoft SQL Server, Microsoft is also trying like Oracle, right? Oracle and Microsoft were very strong at that time. So like these vultures, everybody thought of taking over SAP because this product is doing. So everybody in that focus. But SAP, what they did is, no. First thing, if I have to survive, I have to have my own database. Okay. I have my own database. That's the most important thing, because the data on top, what SAP is dealing with is a very critical data, and they want to have a trustworthy database for themselves. No matter whichever vendor you go, there is a problem. Okay. There is a problem, whomever vendor you go. So that vendor may think of, taking over the complete portfolio and stuff. There is a problem. So what SAP thought is, okay, I have to come up with my own database. And in 2011, so SAP has come up with HANA. And the sole objective is to put a check to the Oracle. And, they don't want Oracle to drive and, compete with SAP just like this and, take over this. Oracle also has a competitive PeopleSoft software, ERP product. So to put that and to solve that business problem, SAP has introduced HANA. So we will talk about what is this HANA and stuff at later point in time briefly. But this is the whole motive behind coming up with a own database. And it's also not the problem. So, and then there is one more problem. As you know, Java is owned by which company currently? Anybody aware? Java. Who owns Java now? Oracle. Yes. So Oracle, what they thought is in 2009, whenever they are trying to take over, yes, SAP has solved the problem of database coming up with the HANA. So again, one more problem. SAP had put its entire business and they have opened a NetWeaver platform. So it integrates very well with Java, right? To open the entire ecosystem, to integrate, they have come up with Java. So now what Oracle did, they have acquired Java. You got it? So they have acquired Java and they start charging too much of license fees to SAP. Okay. So instead of directly competing with ERP, because PeopleSoft was not doing well, and what Oracle did is they started acquiring all these integrated or Java and other things and started putting lot of license charges to SAP. Yes. So how SAP has addressed that problem? I mean Java, anybody? What is the replacement of Java in SAP now? So why Java is used in SAP products mostly? To develop that service marketplace, web applications, if I have to put it, web applications or user interface, earlier SAP marketplace, if you would have seen, or the SAP documentation, help.sap.com, if you would have seen, it would be completely different because that was developed on Java. Now you see every SAP thing is on Fiori. It's an UI5 related, user interface. UI5 is a technology. It's a HTML based technology. So, it is just to checkmate the Java. They don't want to use the Java, and the whole thing has been moved to the SAP Fiori. We'll check it in the SAP S4HANA. Okay. So now 2011, to address the issue of database, they came up with the HANA, and anybody knows what is the full form of HANA? So yeah, you call it as a high performance analytics. Okay, high performance. So the term itself, it says it's an in-memory database, which means the RAM is very high for this HANA. And RAM, when I say in-memory, just think that it's a RAM basically. So HANA needs very high RAM, and the performance is much more better than the traditional databases. Okay, very good. So they came up with database, and in 2015, okay, the first version of SAP S4HANA came. Okay, so until now, what we have, SAP Business Suite we have with ERP, SRM, CRM, we have to call that way only. So there is no R3, there is no R2, or there is no ERP. So we have to call SAP Business Suite. They are all packaged basically, PLM, SCM and all. This suite is running fine. So in 2015, SAP has come up with SAP S4HANA. So that is the starting of S4HANA. So now what we are going to discuss, our course ADM328 is how to convert this business suite to this S4HANA. That is why I'm giving you this history, how to move it from there to here. That is our ADM328 course, how to convert this ERP to S4HANA. Okay, so SAP S4HANA, we will talk about the architecture and advantages and all. Anyone knows the full form of S4HANA? What is the stand for S, and what does it stand for 4? Anyone? Okay. So, okay, good. So see, there is a word, right? SAP Business Suite 7, right? So here also SAP S4HANA means simplified suite for HANA. So it's a simplified suite for HANA. That's what is 4 stands for 4th generation. Okay. Don't, there's nothing. So it's just a 4th generation. So simplified suite for HANA is the full form of this one. And yes, how advantageous it is and how powerful it is, or why it cannot be just an upgrade of ERP. For example, SAP Business Suite we have, right? You may think that ERP 6.0 was the version and EHP 8 was the latest. Then why SAP did not proceeded with EHP 9 or EHP 10 or ERP 7.0? Why it didn't do? Why it had to go on a complete new code line? Okay, that we will discuss when we are talking about the SAP S4HANA. Okay, so why couldn't they just use the same business suite or the same ERP instead of going with a complete revamped or restructured full-fledged product? Okay, that we will discuss. So this is the brief history of what is SAP. How SAP has come up with. They have a lot of products, cloud, S4HANA Cloud, SC. Now you can see Ariba, SuccessFactors and all. Don't worry about it. All of them, if you take any big vendor like Microsoft, they have a hell lot of products, and in this process they would have acquired all of them because none of them are SAP products. Okay, you take Ariba, you take SuccessFactors. So Qualtrics, last year they purchased experience management. So whatever these things. So these are all like they purchased them, they acquired them, I would say. So, but this is the core architecture. This is the core product. What SAP has done means these are the ones. Okay, and then later Sybase they have acquired. Okay, I forgot to mention here. So in 2011, so you would say that, okay, sorry, good that we remember now. So in 2011, they came up with a HANA. But if you go with this HANA database at that time, 2011, so that's the only time, that's the time where the infrastructure also struggling. I mean, that time the infrastructure is not as cheap as today. And if you see the infrastructure innovations now, it is at next level. I will show you when we are demonstrating the system, how powerful this, I don't know, you guys working on cloud infrastructures or on-premise infrastructure? Okay, on-premise and cloud as well. Then you would know the difference between on-premise and cloud. So cloud infrastructure, there's a complete revolution. You know, AWS has started that revolution in 2012. They are the first ones to come up with, there are earlier also cloud infrastructure providers, but AWS was one which has focused on the enterprise level. I mean, enterprise resources like big, massive scale infrastructures to host AWS. And then slowly this Microsoft and then Google came in last 3-4 years, they are picking up. I mean, not picking up. Microsoft Azure was doing very good last year. So the advantage with Microsoft is, you know, we all are using Windows laptops, right? We all are using Windows laptop. Already Microsoft has a customer base. So Microsoft can give huge discounts and then, you know, ask them to use Azure and all. But whatever, let them, their business strategy, let's keep it. So there's a huge revolution. Now the infrastructure costs are much cheaper compared to the earlier days. And also the level of automations, the level of innovation has happened in the infrastructure level is, you know, you can't believe. It's unbelievable. You can see in half an hour or 1 hour, you can build an SAP system. Yeah, I will build and I will show you. Okay. Within 1 hour, your entire systems will be ready. So such level and automations, that kind of infrastructure innovations happened in the cloud infrastructure providers with the AWS and this one. I mean, I don't mean that AWS only. Infrastructure innovations means these are applicable for all these three, any cloud provider. So the concepts of AWS, the concepts of GCP, I mean infrastructure concepts of Microsoft, all of them are same. Okay. So don't think that all three is three. Anybody worked on all three infrastructures? AWS, GCP and Azure, guys? So whatever it is, so all three infrastructure has the same concepts. So you should not call it as an AWS innovation or GCP innovation. For example, Unix is the mother of all these Linux based or Unix flavored systems, right? Linux, SUSE, Solaris, and you know, IBM Unix is there, HP Unix is there. There are a lot of Linux flavors. So no matter Red Hat Linux is there. So all of them are mother is the Unix. Like that, infrastructure also there is a cloud open source platform. On top of it, these guys have developed these things. Okay. When I try to say infrastructure innovations, it does not mean that AWS or Google or anything. So it's an open source and the innovations happened over there were, you know, unbelievable. And what we are today in infrastructure wise, it's outstanding in terms of the automations or whatever. So, but in 2011, when SAP came up with the HANA, as I said, it's an in-memory. In-memory means you have a 250 GB database or a 1 TB database. You need to have RAM of 1 TB minimum. Okay. So then you go crazy and the customers will go mad. Oh God, I have to invest 1 TB of RAM is very expensive. So what SAP did in 2011, they acquired Sybase. Okay. Because it's also a row store based kind of database. Sybase is because they have to give an option. Either you go with the HANA or if you don't want to spend too much of money at that particular time, you go with my another database which is Sybase. So that is when SAP has acquired the Sybase database. So to provide an alternative instead of this Oracle or you know, Microsoft SQL Server DB or IBM DB2, so they have come up with Sybase and they have given the customers two options. So currently today, what all databases SAP operates currently today? Anyone knows? So except Oracle, SAP is still open for all databases. Okay. So and then SAP also has its own database. Can anyone name one more database? Oracle is one database. That's fine. It's not SAP's. So that they want to phase out completely. Now they are not even supporting it. And then we have IBM DB2. Still there are some customers and still SAP is supporting it because IBM doesn't want to get into any of this ERP software. MaxDB is there. MaxDB also SAP's own software. And then Sybase is SAP's own database. So currently SAP and Microsoft SQL Server DB, it is there, but again, SAP is still supporting even because Microsoft is still has that tie-up. So three databases SAP has their own. One is MaxDB and other one is Sybase. The other one is SAP HANA. So the customer has a choice of, if you want to go with the traditional database like Oracle, you go with Sybase or MaxDB. Or if you want to go with or you go with any vendor, IBM DB2 or Microsoft SQL Server DB. But with the if you want to go with the HANA, go with the HANA database. So SAP has given 3 options for the customers. So now most of the focus is on HANA. So rest all like our so SAP S4HANA architecture and components. Good. So now you have understood the evolution of SAP from SAP R1 to SAP S4HANA, how they have evolved. So good. So it is important. Let's try to compare. What is SAP Business Suite, the left side diagram, follow my mouse, and SAP S4HANA, what it contains, how it is different. So SAP Business Suite, as I said, it's a package of SAP CRM, SAP SRM, ERP, SCM, and PLM. Okay. So and if you look into the SAP ERP, so we know that SAP PI and SAP ECC, ERP central component. I mean, actually, if you say SAP ECC is the upgradable component. When we upgrade SAP ECC. We don't upgrade SAP ERP. Okay. So it's component. I mean, technicality wise, I'm talking. Okay. So ERP has this, SAP BW, SAP ECC. These are the components they have it. Now, SAP S4HANA. So here, as I said, what is the full form? Simplified suite. This is also a suite. It is not like a business suite. It is also a suite. So it also comes with, a SAP S4HANA server. Like you have, you see here there is a mapping, right? SAP ECC is the ERP central component. So SAP S4HANA is not a component, guys. It's not an upgradable version. I mean, SAP, it's, we will get confused or we use this terminology. When you say SAP S4HANA upgrade, you actually upgrade the SAP S4HANA server. I mean, within that. Okay. So not the SAP S4HANA. It's a product name, like SAP Business Suite, right? It's a product name, SAP S4HANA product name. So when we say SAP S4HANA server is getting upgraded, and when I say ERP upgrade, what does that mean? ERP upgrade doesn't, see left side diagram. ERP upgrade doesn't mean that I will go and upgrade this ERP. What actually get upgraded? ECC. SAP ECC ERP central component is the one which gets upgraded. Okay. So this is the actual component which gets upgraded technically. So why I am stressing is I want to create a clear cut definition, because we are doing a conversion, right? Conversion using a sum tool. Okay. So which means we should understand what exactly is getting upgraded. Okay. And you should know the differentiation between the product name and the actual technical component name. That is why I'm trying to stress this out. So when you say ERP upgrade, actually ERP central component is the one which gets upgraded. When you say SAP S4HANA upgrade 1511 or 1610 or whatever the version you want, the actual component what it gets upgraded is SAP S4HANA server. Okay. And what are the other components you have in SAP S4HANA? SAP Fiori, we will talk about it. And then SAP BW for HANA. Okay. So these are the components which are part of this simplified suite for HANA. Okay. Okay. Now you understand the difference. So the suite, this is the product name SAP S4HANA. Within that you have SAP S4HANA server, and within and SAP Fiori and SAP BW for HANA. Okay. So when we say upgradable version, these are the upgradable components in between, what not the entire product line, but we keep calling, synonymously we call them, but you know the difference. Okay. Good. The most important thing, sorry, before we go, it's important to understand the capabilities of SAP S4HANA, or how good it is, or the advantages, or a high level stack architecture. That's very important for us to understand. Then, because even though, see, when we do these pre-checks and then during the conversion and the post steps also, we do embedded analytics, and you should know why you are doing, and the Fiori configurations and all, we should know, I mean, why they are there, and how, then only when you understand this architecture, then only you will appreciate those things what you are doing. Okay. So when you say the high level architecture, so we have, I'm talking about SAP S4HANA on-premise edition. So there is S4HANA cloud edition also. Don't get confused. Always focus on this SAP S4HANA on-premise edition. Okay. So we have a UI layer, I mean user interface layer. So which is SAP Fiori. Okay, the top yellow color. Okay, SAP Fiori apps, Design Studio Analysis app or Research, whatever it is. So the Fiori is nothing but the UI. For example, what is the UI for our SAP systems ERP? SAP GUI, right? SAP GUI or Web UI. Sometimes it's all SAP GUI related only, Web UI, Web GUI we call. So now, as I said, SAP do not want to invest in the Java, so they have developed their complete Fiori. We will see also, we will launch the Fiori Launchpad and then we will see the tiles and stuff. It is nothing but for now, just know that it's an user interface platform. Okay, how you interact with the system. Or let's talk about the UI layer first, the responsive design. So this yellow layer, so yellow line you see here, right side, I'm putting my mouse. So SAP Fiori as user experience paradigm across applications. So they want to make all the applications use the SAP Fiori, and that is a simple or one UI. I mean, wherever you look into, you have to feel that it's an SAP Fiori. Okay. See, earlier the problem was what SAP was having is what because I'm stressing out this across applications. Why they have to come up with SAP Fiori as a user experience? Yes, they want to get rid of Java. Earlier, the biggest pain point for SAP is customers complaining is if I log into the SAP GUI, I can see a different screen. If I log into a web GUI, I see a different screen. If I log into the service marketplace, I feel different. You getting the point, right? SAP, or if you go to the SAP community, I see the blog in a different format. So the customers are facing SAP, what is this? I mean, I'm going to your portals or I'm going to your sites, or if they open SAP Note, let's take an SAP Note, they see a different UI. You're getting the point, right? So each of those things were developed in the different UI platform. For example, SAP Notes, what you open, right? Service marketplace, he did it in Java. And within that Java also, one fellow uses one kind of template and another guy uses another kind of template, these developers. And then SAP Notes are the download softwares, download basket, you download, right? Maintenance planner. Maintenance planner also used to have a different kind of UI. I think those who of you, I don't know if anyone of you more than 10 years, who have worked 5-6 years back, you know this pain. Anybody worked on such kind of different UIs, guys? So now you're trying to connect it, right? What I'm trying to say. If you go to each of these SAP applications, different applications or the different sites, you would have frustrated, right? Different user interfaces, right? So you would have seen that, okay, this user interface is this and this is this. So that is what SAP, what they did is with Fiori, they have told their entire departments, whoever is using whatever it is, every application has to follow this guidelines, SAP Fiori as a user experience across applications, which means whichever SAP site you go, or you use maintenance planner, or you use a service marketplace, tiles. Now you see the tiles and all in service marketplace also. Wherever you go, they want to make it as the end user should feel same. They don't want to keep searching for these buttons, left side one button, right side one button in each side. Okay, so they want to standardize the design, and that is what they did with SAP Fiori. So 5 years back, SAP Fiori was horrible. I mean, it is very slow and it was not at all appreciated by any customer. Okay, but now today it is in a much better shape and it is very good. I mean, I would say at least some of the areas it is doing very good. Okay, still there is a scope for improvement, Fiori UI, but it is better than what it was earlier. And it is web-based, all devices. See, and the SAP's biggest problem was earlier. See, now we are everybody, most of the things like banking, everything we are doing over a mobile. So SAP's problem was 5-6 years back, it's not mobile supported. Yes, they came up with Java, even though Java supports the mobile applications and all, still it didn't go well. I mean, with the mobile applications. So, but with this UI5, what they did, it's an HTML open source. So, see again, SAP in 2009, they realized that when Oracle started competing with SAP, or Oracle started purchasing these things, right, Java and all, SAP realized that I don't want to go with any of these licensed code line or anything. So why SAP picked Fiori? I mean, can anybody tell why SAP picked SAP Fiori as a platform to develop their UIs, not any other software? Because SAP has decided I don't want to go with any other things, or I will only go with open sources. So SAP Fiori is based on the HTML5, which is an open source, like Linux or Unix is an open source. Nobody can purchase it. You can say that Solaris and Red Hat and all, they can package it and sell it as a support. Support they can sell it, but nobody can license the Unix. So similar way, HTML5 they have picked in open source web platform and they have developed on it. So it's a web-based, all devices, which means mobile support and tablets and everything can support, and it's a role-based. So whatever the roles assigned to you, only you can see those functional aspects or those things. So decisive, predictive, and simulate. We will talk about these things. What does it mean by predictive? Because ML related things we can incorporate in those particular tiles or the theory, so which can give you the beautiful graphs. Okay, so that we will talk in the post once we do the conversion in the exercises. I will explain about these things, how theory can show you those things, and even when we are doing readiness check and all, we can see these graphs and stuff. Okay. That's the theory. That's the background of theory. Hope now you understood. Now, the most important thing, application layer. The left side, I'm talking about this application layer. The middle blue color, SAP S4HANA ABAP. Okay. So, what they did here. So, how it is different from your SAP Business Suite or the earlier ERP. What they have done here is principle of one. Okay. What does this mean by the principle of one? Why they have to come up with this concept, principle of one? So simplification of applications and the data model. Okay. One recommended solution. Principle of one recommend. I'll tell you what it is. No aggregations and no indices. Higher flexibility and throughput. Data footprint reduction. So again here, what these guys, I mean, you may not understand it, but developers can understand this principle of one. Okay. So in ERP, in SAP Business Suite, for example, you take ERP, SCM, and what we call PLM. So if it is there, see what all there in this one, SRM, CRM. So when they are developing it, these guys have started doing the duplication. So they are independently developing each other. So SAP, because it's a business suite, when you give it to the customer, you give it as a package. So what the developers have done is, there is a repetition of the coding. In SAP ERP, they code and a similar function module they develop in SCM also. Similar function module they will develop PLM also. Okay. So which means obviously there are some similar functionalities which you may have to call. So each of these CRM developers have created a similar in a different code. Functionality is same, coding is different. Same is the case with SRM. Same is, so these SAP developers, they are not aligned internally, because how SAP works is department wise. So compartmental wise, CRM means CRM compartment. There are some 20,000 developers working on ERP, 30,000 developers working on it, like that. So they have their own code lines and they have developed it. See, functionality is working fine, but there is a lot of duplication of the code. Okay, they are doing the same function. So that has caused the business suite to be slow, right? When you have too many lines of coding, then there is a problem. So what they came up with, principle of one. Okay, so they have aligned their entire developers, or they have told them across the platforms, like Fury they have done, right, open source, and I want all of you to use these standards. So like that, they have I mean, all platforms like Service Marketplace, whichever department or whoever is doing UI, SAP has to stick to those UI guidelines, any developer. Like that, they have come up with that one. So with that, what they did is data footprint reduction. They have aligned all the architects of all the products, and they've told that let's standardize our development codes. So let's standardize, this is our, this is what we're going to do. Let's not do, if it is the functionality, and we have to stick to this code line. So we should not deviate from this one. So with that, what happened? That duplication of this coding, for the same functionality in different products has been reduced significantly. The data footprint or the code footprint has reduced to 50%. I've seen once the counting has happened in one of the system. So in ERP, how many lines of code is there? Some billion lines of code is there. In this one, only a 500 million lines of code is there in S4HANA. So which means same functionality you are achieving, but you have reduced the data footprint or the code line. Okay, then obviously, if any common logic, right? If your logic is simple and if your code is simple, and then it will quickly fetch and it will give you the results. It's faster. So this is what happened in SAP S4HANA. So what you have to remind here is they have reduced the coding. They have revamped their entire. That is why SAP had to. So I ask you one question. Why SAP did not upgrade just SAP Business Suite to S4HANA? I mean, ERP 6.0 to ERP 7.0 or 8.0, why it had to come up with an entire code line? The reason is, I mean, they cannot use that one. I mean, because these thing of code correction happens when completely you have to redo the entire coding. You know, when you have to reduce this $500 million, you cannot simply upgrade. Upgrade means you just correct the existing one. Here it is like deletion and rewriting the code. So that is why S4HANA is a complete new product code line, if you have to say. Okay. It was built on top of HANA, I mean, to leverage the benefits of in-memory capabilities. Okay. That is why they have developed this complete new product. So we know this HANA. So HANA as a platform. Okay. Please remind this, guys. Platform is a very tricky word. HANA platform, NetWeaver platform. When I say the platform means it has HANA, we know it as a database because it's the most commonly used or the SAP is represented. But HANA can do much more things. HANA as a platform. So you can integrate your mobile applications. Okay, you can do data analytics. You can do data intelligence. So a lot more things you can do with the HANA platform. Okay, but in this case, we are going to talk only HANA as a database in SAP S4HANA. Okay, so it's an in-memory compression. As I said, in-memory means RAM. So code push down. So the reduction of this code is possible only with the HANA database because they've created some views, and as and when needed, or it is always loaded into those views and you can fetch them quickly. So increase the speed of the data, obviously. So I mean, because it is all, the whole data is available over RAM, obviously the moment you do an SQL query, it will, within seconds, it will give you. And earlier in traditional database, the jobs which were taking 24 hours, 30 hours, they were running on the fly within 30 seconds, 40 seconds, because your entire database in memory. So obviously if your laptop's RAM is more, your speed is more, simple. So like that. And see, having RAM itself doesn't make your laptop faster, but your operating system, right, or application also designed in such a way to utilize that RAM. So this is what they have done. So they came up with an HANA database which has excellent RAM, and they had to do the complete restructuring of this coding and rebuild the entire ERP thing. That is why it's a new product line. Okay, so this is the simple or the high level stack architecture. Three things: UI, SAP Fiori, SAP S4HANA, and then HANA as a database. Okay, so when I say SAP S4HANA, so transaction logic has been changed. I mean, it's an in-memory logic and you have to fix. And then analytic engine, as I said, the graphs from the data, what is available in this system, which was not possible with the business suite. So in business suite or the ERP, what you have to do, you have BW reporting. You had to run a job and you have year-end reporting or quarterly reports you pull, right? So you wait for that 2 days to run that job and fetch the data, and you put it to a third-party application like Tableau or Microsoft Power BI analytics tools I'm talking. So you put it over there and then you generate the graphs. But here, analytic engine, so SAP has put the complete analytic logic also here. It will generate the graphs. It will give you on the fly what is your current business and what is the revenue, what are the loss, what is the profit, and everything it will show you right away. We will see this graph. And enterprise search, it's again searching with this column store in HANA, the search becomes much more faster. So this is the high level architecture of this SAP S4HANA. Any questions, guys, here before I move to further? So, I mean, are you following? Is it interesting, or let me know if I go fast or something. Okay. So you're getting the context, right? How I am going. So I will slowly jump into the directly conversion after this, but it is important that you get these basics strong. Okay. Good. No. So we are not going. Serious view is a development topic. I mean, it has nothing to do with our basis.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Yeah. So if you are interested, I can get you documentation tomorrow. Okay. So we will, I mean, we will spend a little bit of time over there. Serious view. See, I'll explain you how it happens. Let's take this gray background as a HANA database, right? So HANA database. So, and database contains what? Tables, obviously. I mean, if we talk about this, tables at the bottom, you have the tables, and then these tables present where? On the disks. Okay. Where does this physical data writes to the disk, right? I mean, data volume. in the HANA server. Okay. So now let's take in this CDS view place. Let's assume that you have the memory. Okay. You have an SAP S4HANA. Let's say you have Fiori. So when you try to run a query from SAP Fiori, because it's an UI, it goes to the SAP S4HANA. Let's say you want to pull some data, okay, from a particular table. It goes to the SAP HANA. It will think that, okay, it's in a OLTP or OLAP. OLTP means, have you heard of this OLTP? Transactional.
Yep.
Okay. Transactional query. And OLAP, good that you asked the question, so I can explain in more detail this diagram. Okay. See, OLTP, what kind of operation is it? Is it reading or writing? Mostly. It can do both, but OLTP, transactional. So ERP is a OLTP or OLAP? OLTP. So does that mean, or BW, OLAP? BW is an OLAP system. Perfect. Your answer is correct. Now, OLTP, what kind of operation it is? It is more of a read or write. See, that is why transactional logic directly goes to this arrow to the table level. Can you see this? Okay. It directly, see, all the transactional data means it's more of a write. So whenever you have a use, so okay. Have you heard of this row store and column store databases? So Oracle is row store or column store? Yes. DB2, all the traditional databases. Okay. All the traditional what you had until 2011, DB2, Oracle, MaxDB, and all of them are row store. Okay. Yes, later they came up. I mean, Oracle at least came up in 2013 or 14 with the column store, but fine, let's keep that away. But all the traditional databases, what they were having, most of them were the row store databases. Okay. For OLTP systems, row store is better or column store is better? So, okay, let me explain you. So for all, please follow me guys, pay attention. It is very important topic. As basis guys, you should have this clarity. Okay. See, all the transaction based ERP is a transactional system because every time the end user goes and keep updating the tables. So whenever you have a use write operation, okay, transactional OLTP, transactional or the write operation, always row store is the best. Okay. Row store is the best because it has to go and write. I mean, writing in a row is right? You know, one line by line, you can keep writing. Just imagine how you do on a paper. So you like writing in a row, right? I mean, letter to letter, next to letter, word to word, next. That is the row. That is the way of writing it in a row. Row store is the better. So simple way I'm saying, like you write on a paper. So writing operation or the transactional, so row store is the best. Okay. Because you can write quickly next to each other. That is how the in the database disk writing, that is how it happens. Block by block, it writes. Okay. Now the OLAP. So OLAP is a lot of reading. Okay. So reading means BW. Earlier, those databases were very slow. I don't know if you have remembered, BW report, quarterly report run for 2 days. And you have to keep monitoring that job. Any one of you monitored those jobs, BW jobs? Yeah, 2 days, 3 days, you keep monitoring and oh God, it's a WTCC closer or quarterly report you have to generate. So they take a lot of time. Okay, because in a row store database, it has to go and search word by word. I mean, in a sequential way, word next to each other, and it will do a lot of querying and so the thumb rule is whenever there is a lot of reading, the row store is not good. So whenever there is a reading or analytic, column store is the best. Okay. So column store is the best. What are the column store databases available at that time? Sybase. Sybase was one of the column stores, initial column store database. Who was doing the columns. Reading was it is a transactional and both OLAP, OLTP, both it will do better. But that was the one who has used for at least certain tables. Sybase was the one who used that particular column store. So what SAP did is they acquired a Sybase. They have put those column store features in this particular HANA. If I have to put, they did not invent this column store thing. So, but what they did, they packaged it in HANA database. It can do both row store and column store together. So whenever there is a OLTP transaction, it directly goes to the tables and it will write. And whenever there is a read operation, then this views comes into picture. So why I am giving this view background is to explain the CDS view, what it will exactly do. Okay, now you understand, right? So OLAP, this analytic engine, it uses the CDS use to give the faster response. How it gives, I'll tell you now. No way. Okay, sorry, I didn't deviate from this. Now, okay, Sybase, and they have combined those OLTP and yeah. HANA is a row store or column store? Now the next question. Let me come back again. You can see in the diagram, guys. So it's a row store or column store. So what is the second? This one, OLAP and OLTP. Yes. So it uses both. It is both. It is both OLTP and OLAP. That's the key point here. That is why HANA is much more faster compared to yeah. So whenever there is an OLTP or the transactional related thing comes, right, it directly goes and writes in rows here. Direct logic. It directly goes to the table and update. Whenever there is a query, for example, analysis app, Design Studio analysis app, or BW or whatever it is, it will use this analytic engine or enterprise search to give the data. The views here, these CDS views are created in the column store. And no, the tables are created in the column stores. On top of it, that those tables are loaded as views. Okay. Got it? So CDS means full form something is there, man. I don't remember. If I tell you the CDS full form, it will be very easy. No, okay. Let me tell you what they did. So you have these tables all at the OS level, right? So suitable table. What they did is they knew, because SAP is their product, right? SAP's product. They knew that which tables are used for BW. Where they read a lot, right? When you run a report, you know which table it is going to fetch the data. What they did, all those tables, they put it in column store. Column store is easy to read. Why? Because in an Excel, you just have to, you give the field. For example, let me open this one. Let me explain. So, okay. So see my Excel. Suppose in row store means you have to read row 1. This line, this line, this line. So let me say 1, 2, 3, like this, and then 5, 6, like this. Okay. You remember? Okay. Now let me put here 9, 10. Okay. Suppose if I have to search for 10, okay, this 10. If I have to search for 10, what in a row store thing, how it search? It will go to the one, this, this thing, and then it will come here. So the query will take time until it reaches 10. So if it is available here, that is fine. Okay. So immediately it will give you. So this is the problem. So searching becomes, if it is a column store, the moment you say that the query B column, right? So some billions of entries, and if it is row means it's not possible to maintain exact thing. So column store means it will simply go to that and it has to search only 2 entries. You got the point, right? Or you have only 6 columns, or they will reduce it to 3 columns. So they will put all the data in 3 columns. So which means it just has to search in 1 column. Okay. So read operation, write operation, transaction. Writing always it writes in this one. So like this, one by one. So in the block. So which means for the transaction or writing operation, row store is better. For searching operation or the reading operation, the column store is better. That is the reason. Now, what these views are created. So what they did is these BW tables, all of them, they put as views. Okay. What do you mean by views? They put them as, they created the indexes. This indexing. Indexing means, for example, if I have to search this 10, they will create a view stating that B column, row, what is this one? B3, that's it. So they maintain it as a B column and third row, B3. So they knew the tables, so they have created a view or indexing on the RAM. Okay. Whenever there is a query comes, BW query, BW query comes to search particular table or pull a data for last 1 year, it will come and look for this view. Okay. So then it knows the exact location and tuck it will fetch and it will give you. Okay. And all those tables are loaded into this RAM. You understand, right? That is what this CDS views is. Did I answer your question? You understood, right? Now how it works? I don't know
Yeah.
who asked
Yeah.
it.
Yes, I do.
So these are the serious views because SAP knows what tables the BW or the reading operations most frequently used tables. They will load them into the RAM and they will create these indexes or structures or in the as name view. Okay. So CDS full form I will search for it, man. I don't remember this exact word. Core data services. That is what that view. I mean, core data services is nothing but those tables, whatever they frequently use. Those things they will put it as views over there.
Okay.
Good. Now you got the clarity, right? What is this UI layer? Good you asked this question so that I am able to explain this OLAP and OLTP as well. Okay, perfect. Well, now we are talking about this next generation business suite, S4HANA, and anyway, most of the things I've already explained in the previous slide. So, I mean, just remember this few things. So in the slide you see SAP Fiori user experience, explained you. So Internet of Things or the applications and the people, many of them can use this UI. So SAP S4HANA applications and extensions and the, again, the connections of these devices, analytics tools and stuff. So SAP HANA as a platform. See here, it's not database. HANA as a platform. It can do multiple big data also. It can do social network connectivity. So lots and lots of things. Okay. And what is the another important feature for a platform? It should be able to integrate. So when NetWeaver platform came, SAP NetWeaver, right, with ERP on SAP Business Suite on NetWeaver platform, Java was the one which helped to integrate. So now here, here they will use this OData services or Fiori. When we talk about Fiori, I will tell you what are those integration platforms SAP use. So SAP HANA platform has features or it can enable integrating with the hybrid scenarios. For example, cloud solutions, Ariba, Concur, Field. So these are all acquired, guys. None of them are SAP solutions at the bottom, but it is SAP now. I mean, they have acquired from outside. That is why I'm not focusing too much on them because that's the core. Whatever I have shown you the history, right? That is the core of SAP's invention. So Ariba, Concur, and they are all acquired later. These are the cloud solutions and they can integrate with this particular SAP S4HANA. Okay. So, and one more important thing, as I said, SAP S4HANA is a new product line. Okay. So it's the classical business suite and SAP ERP is a separate product line. As I told you, so they cannot simply upgrade the ERP from 6.0 to 7.0 because they have to use this both because early ERP was a row store. And how do you make it as a column store with this HANA database? So they had to do a complete coding separately. So as I said, create the CDS views for faster response for the OLAP queries or the BW queries. So like that, they had to do complete revamping the entire coding. So it's a complete product line. So that is why there is no option just ERP 6.0 to ERP 7.0. They could not able to do it, and they had to come up with reinvent the wheel. I would say, they had to do the complete reinvention of this product. Okay, so main innovation pillars of S4HANA. Again, I will be talking these three things, but anyway, just have it. New user experience, we discussed. Simplified data model. I mean, if somebody asked in a certification or somewhere, just remember this. So simplification, data model and application innovation, as I told you. So the redundancy of application level, principle of one, I have explained you, right? Principle of one. So each department or each SRM, CRM, everybody was doing the same functionality, different coding. So they eliminate the redundancy on application level. So that the reduced data footprint. Okay. So that is what simplified data model means. And then SAP HANA, as I said, OLAP, OLTP merge. So HANA can do both. So data compression, I mean, unused data or not most, there is a cold data and warm data. Have you heard of these words? Warm data means most frequently used data. Cold data means not so frequently. So cold data, they will compress it and they keep it, and whenever they need it, they will uncompress and use it like that. So various engines for planning and predictive and text mining. So I mean, as I said, this HANA is much more capable than what it is. So text mining means searching of the text. For example, in Google, you go and put your company FTD Infocom, right? It will search across the so much of data. That is the text mining. Okay, text search. So and then predictive. Predictive means my revenue sales are, that is all comes into data science. I mean, just giving you overview. So that predictive features or the machine learning capabilities they have included in this HANA. Okay, speed, simplification, and innovation. So they're much more features they have included in this particular thing. Okay. So any questions, guys? Hope the architecture is clear, right? SAP S4HANA before we proceed further. Any questions here before I move to the next slide? Yeah. So for example, SAP Business.
Let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a component of the SAP S4HANA architecture? Option A, SAP Fiori. Option B, SAP HANA Database. Option C, ABAP Application Server. Option D, SAP Cloud Platform. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Welcome to ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Conversion and System Upgrade ADM328 training. In today's rapidly evolving business landscape, migrating to SAP S4HANA is more critical than ever. Our comprehensive course equips you with the knowledge and tools necessary to execute a successful conversion and system upgrade. Over the years, ZaranTech has been at the forefront of SAP training, empowering professionals like you to navigate complex transitions with confidence. With our expert-led ADM328 training, you'll gain a deep understanding of the conversion process, best practices, and troubleshooting techniques. Join hundreds of satisfied learners who have elevated their SAP expertise through ZaranTech's training programs. Whether you're a seasoned SAP professional or new to the field, our course provides valuable insights and practical skills to drive your organization's digital transformation. If you want to learn more about managing and motivating your workforce with success factors, Employee Central, and PMGM, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to expand their expertise in these cutting-edge SAP solutions. To explore the details of ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade ADM328 training, visit the link below. Enroll now and take the first step towards becoming a certified SAP expert. Your journey to success starts here.
Redundancy of this code or execution of this multiple, for the same function, different logic. So that they have completely deleted it. So as I said, right, when I did, there was one exercise I've done when I was working for SAP. So 500 million entries were reduced. I will show you one slide in module 2. I have put one slide. Okay, I will show you exactly what they did. I have it. Yeah, data simplification. I have 2 slides over there. Okay, I will explain you what all functionalities they have reduced, and if clearly I will show you in a slide what was in ERP and what is in the S4HANA. Okay, we will talk in module 2, that part.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Good. So in SAP S4HANA, you just need understand little bit over here. So first, SAP Business Suite, this we all knew. Just to get you the overview of where we are now. So SAP Business Suite, SAP ERP6 and EHP 0 to EHP 8. Follow my mouse, guys. Okay, EHP 0 to EHP 8. So EHP 8 is the current version and there is no other version. So what is the current ERP version? If somebody asks you, ERP 6.0, EHP 8 is the latest version. That's it. Okay. And then SAP NetWeaver, as you know, SAP Basis Component version 7.0 to 750. And we all knew that AnyDB. That is the SAP Business Suite architecture. AnyDB. AnyDB means, so DB2, Sybase, Oracle, whatever it is. Now, second thing, they came up with another product line, SAP Business Suite powered by SAP HANA, which means same ERP runs on the HANA database, not AnyDB. Okay, so this one, SAP ERP 6.0, EHP 7 and EHP 8, only these 2 versions are compatible with the HANA. Please focus. See, AnyDB, EHP 0, EHP 1, EHP 2, EHP 3, all these works, and EHP. But powered by HANA Business Suite only works with EHP 7 and EHP 8. Those are the latest versions. Last 2 versions, N-2 versions. Okay, that's the difference. And NetWeaver version also 740 and 750. That's it. Not more. 770, 730, all not. So HANA 1.0. Okay. Suppose when somebody asks you SAP Business Suite powered by HANA, so what is the versions possible? Only EHP 7 and EHP 8. That's it. And what is the, sorry, what are the NetWeaver versions? 740. NetWeaver means SAP basis component. Okay, don't get too much confused. The SAP underscore basis component. 740 and 750 HANA 1.2. Now SAP S4HANA Finance. So you don't focus on this slide at all. Just for your information, 1503 and 1605. There are two middle versions they have released. So just for finance area with the simplified finance. So and then the first major breakthrough or the first version of SAP S4HANA came in the 1511. Okay, so does anybody tell me what is this 1511, 1610, 1709, 1809? How do they name it? Can you tell me? When I say, so why in 2015 they deliver, 11th month, which is November, they delivered. Why in 2016 they delivered in October? Why in 17 they delivered in September? You see, right? 09 is September. And now onwards, 1709 and 1809. What is the 1909? Later, 1909, 2000. After that, they have stick to this 9, I think. Yes, 9. And then SAP S4HANA 2020, right? 2020. Yes, 2020 and then 2021. So what is the latest version? SAP S4HANA 2021, right? But no, the 21 is not a month. You getting my point, guys? So I'll tell you what happened. So 1511, 1610, 1709, I was there. So I was the one of those guys who built this 1511 system, S4HANA system for the developers. See, in SAP, you need somebody to build the system, right? Where do you develop the code? Okay. First, you have to have a system. So this SAP S4HANA 1511 I built, and it was a nightmare, I would say. So the reason is you don't get anywhere in Google or anywhere issues. Even in SAP also, these basis issues, no one knows. There's nothing. It was the first time we were doing from the core. It took around 6 months for the first system build, including around, we were 20 basis guys and 5 architects, and I think 150 developers involved in first building of this 1511. Building system only, not the code development. Code development was done by the many people, but I was one of those basis guys involved in this 1511. Okay. So in 2015, yes, 15 stands for 2015 and 11 is for the November. Good. The system was ready by November and we released it to the market. Okay. It is like as if you have developed a motorbike design and you have produced it and you give it to the 11th month. But only 1 month you have, December. And then the next month, January, it will become a old version, right? You're getting the point. Where is the time for the customers to adapt it? I mean, if you release your system itself in November, 1 month goes for the customer deals and all, then you don't have time. I mean, for the, we are not giving, and moreover, it's not only the problem. So you have developed your SAP S4HANA. What about your partners? There are a lot of people who integrate with SAP, right? Third-party applications like Transport Express. I don't know if you heard of it. Lots of EY, tax-related applications, lot of them. So you are just giving them 1 month for them to test their integration or application. Those guys gone crazy. Okay, because 2020, suppose 15 means by 16th first month, these guys also have to come with the latest version, right? Or at least by end of this 2015, they should announce their version also. Transport Express 2.0, 3.0 applications. So this was the problem. It was too late. So November is the too late. Then what they did? So as per the partners, noise, they have reduced to 1 more month, which means October 2016. Yeah, we learned something and we did quickly this time, and then they said, oh my God, 2 months, that is also not sufficient. Move little bit. So then 1709, which means September. By September, the new version will be ready. Okay. So like that, 1809, 2009 come. So then they were fed up of this thing. Okay, let's not give this month at all. So then we will name it as 2020 version or 2021 version. So now I think they are coming by June. Okay, last 3 years I have not focused, but by June your systems are ready and they will give it to the partners in June. So they have enough time to test their applications, and by 9th month September they release the new version. Okay, that is the background of these versions. Okay, and SAP NetWeaver. So 750, 751, 752, it goes, keep on going like this. Latest versions we have better, I think 760 or 770, we'll see in the system. So from 750 onwards, HANA 2.0. I mean from 1709 onwards, 1709, 1809, 1909, the current version is we are using HANA 2.0 SP5. is the latest HANA version. So what we are going to do is the 2020 version of the S4HANA for our exercises. So which is on the HANA 2.0, we will verify over there. Okay. So this is how SAP S4HANA evolved from the SAP Business Suite, and these are the critical components. Okay. So now, again, I am stressing evaluation of SAP S4HANA architecture. So don't don't worry. So ERP, we discussed it, and then 1511, as I said, you ignore this 1503, and these were trial and errors things. Nobody has used them, and it is offered. 1511 and 1610 is the first S4HANA version, SAP. So initially they have integrated with cloud solutions. Okay, this is what I want to show this slide. Why I introduced this slide is Hybris, Ariba, Concur, they have acquired these things in 2015 itself. They have integrated, and then 1709, 1809, they have they have introduced SAP Cloud Platform. You would have heard it. So SAP Data Hub, Ariba, these are all again. So means the intention of telling is they have SAP Leonardo, they have started introducing lots and lots of new features as and when this SAP S4HANA product with all the latest versions. So you see in 1511 you have HANA layer. You see innovations at each layer you can see in this slide. So HANA layer CDS views you have, because I told you CDS view is the key point for the OL API to function, OL API or the BW thing to function. So in 2017-09, they have introduced predictive analytics integrator. So which is to do the future. I mean, this is my current and what will be in the next 1 month or something. That features they have ML capability. And then they have introduced here the Leonardo, which is machine learning. And then they have introduced the IBP field, IBP here. So they are new things. So with each version they have introduced new. That's what I'm trying to say. And cloud platform also came up with 1709. And if we go with 1909, this is the one of the most stable or strongest innovations, and 2020, 2021 also successes and little bit improvements. But this is the breakthrough, I would say. I mean, 1909 version. So where they have brought IBP, SAC. Have you heard of SAC? SAP Analytics Cloud. They also came up with their own cloud solution for analytics like Power BI or Tableau. I don't know if you have heard of them. So, or in Python also they do a lot of analytic tools are there. This is analytic tool they came. So it can integrate all of these things, and then it's a package basically. And also experience management. SAP has acquired Qualtrics. Okay, I think I don't know if you guys heard, one of the highest paid as a money transaction, that was 8 billion. They purchased acquired a company with 8 billion. Okay, it came in news also. I mean, as a cash, generally companies don't acquire companies by cash. Okay, but SAP paid 8 billion as a cash. That's in Europe, you can Google it. So I don't know how much money they had it. So they put all their or the tax saving or something they acquired. They paid 8 billion as a cash. I mean, it's the one of the high, even Tesla and these guys also never paid that much cash. But it's a small company, but they paid as a cash and purchased this, acquired that experience management Qualtrics, and then they integrated it. So this is the overview of the innovation features they have included by the version. Okay. So good. Again, I will revamp this SAP S4HANA architecture, and then we will proceed slowly into the conversion, our topics. And one thing you would have noticed, right? SAP has not deviated from this R3 architecture. I mean, 3-tier architecture, right? Even in SAP S4HANA, you see an UI layer. Yeah, it's a different. Instead of SAP GUI and others, they are using Fiori. Yeah, SAP GUI is still there, but user interface has been changed. And then you have application and database layer. Still, it's an R3 architecture. Okay, if somebody asks you, what is the architecture in SAP S4HANA? Also, it's an R3 architecture. That's the one thing. And one more thing. So you don't have to take any notes. I'm just opening in the speaker notes. Whatever I speak, right? So even more than what I spoke, I have noted these points, you know, the background and all from the standard books or the open source I have taken, and I put it over there. Okay. So just for your reference in future, see, you see this. So you don't have to take notes for anything. I mean, see, the first pillar, user experience, whatever I am speaking, right? So everything, this is helpful for your certification also. I mean, it's not that just I'm randomly speaking. I took it from the standard books and I have kept this content over here. Okay. So the theory or the definitions are helpful when you go for the certifications. Okay. So see the innovations, what happened, and what are the new features they've included. So these parts I have covered over there. Okay. You don't have to take notes. That's what I'm trying to say. So just a time, what you do is, to make it more try to make it as interactive as possible so that we all are awake and, it should not be a monologue where I'm speaking and you're just listening, because after 1 or 2 hours, you lose that attention span. Okay. That I don't want to have it. Let's make this 4 hours as interactive as possible. And it's learning for each of us, from your experience and with your questions and stuff. Okay. So, and see, this conversion, then after this, it is just like we keep running the tools. Okay, it is more of a practice. Run the tool or run the report and download the report, put it, upload it over there. That kind of this thing, as you know, these tools thing, right? So there is nothing to discuss too much about concepts or things. So why do you want to know how somehow it will upgrade? Nobody wants to know, and it is not possible for us to know also, because it's a development, how they developed and all. We don't need to get into that. So that is what. Going forward, we will be having very few theory. It's all about the practicals and how we build and how we face the situation. That's how it is. Okay. So the module 1 and module 2 are the very strong fundamental foundations. And then module 9, where I talk about theory. Okay. Theory, and then theory, we have SPDD and SPIU. There I will cover some concepts. So apart from that, rest all are like clean practice and the exercises. Okay, good. So SAP S4HANA architecture we discussed. There is nothing. Sometimes I keep updating them with your Q&A and like for example CDS views you have asked, right? I will get that content and I will update it in that particular slide, and I will So you may get the draft versions now. I mean, you would have get it the draft versions. But I always keep tweaking even when I'm presenting also, because it all varies, right? I mean, when you're talking as per your questions, Q&A and all, you will receive it by UOD today. Okay. After this session, every day, I will share you that particular day's clean PPTs like this. You see it, right? In my content. So these are all I've edited and I've kept them. Okay. You will receive it after this session. Okay. So before coming to the next session, you can quickly review it and you can come to that. Good.
Thanks, Nishant.
Very good. So now, yeah, SAP S4HANA, same architecture which I've explained. So UI, and then the blue lines is the application layer, and then the bottom layer, HANA, they have removed it. So HANA, yeah, here you can see HANA 2.1. Okay. So what here we are trying to say is you may need to have an web dispatcher. So, and then you may also have to, this is a NetWeaver AS, Java, Adobe Document Service. And this is the only use case where SAP has to stick to still Java. I mean, there's no replacement at the moment. So Adobe Document Services, PDF generations and stuff. So this is the only service they are still relying on Java. I don't know why. Or maybe it is costly to develop instead of purchasing the license, it could have been costly to purchase redo the whole coding and stuff. Yeah, that's why they're sticking to the license in Java. So, and anybody knows what Web Dispatcher do? Have you come across Web Dispatcher? Just to give you, SAP Web Dispatcher do two functions. One is the load balancing of the web traffic. Okay. When I say web traffic, what kind of traffic? HTTP, HTTPS. I mean, these are the main two web traffic, right? Most of the traffic, what we see in this one, HTTPS only. Now it's HTTPS secure. HTTP is being faded out because it's not so secure. So HTTPS, wherever possible, always try to use the HTTPS. Okay, that is one thing. Okay, load balancing of the web traffic. So message server is SAP GUI traffic. It handles the SAP end user logs into the SAP GUI. The traffic is taken care by the message server. Okay, and the second part is Web Dispatcher. Many people ignore it. Web Dispatcher for the web traffic, right? This HTTP and HTTPS. This is the one of the most trickiest. You have to be very, very careful. Security. So this HTTP and HTTPS traffic, you have to be very careful and provide a security mechanism. That is possible with the Web Dispatcher. Okay. I don't know if you have worked on it. So Web Dispatcher, there is a feature from which IPs I can allow the traffic or the HTTPS traffic. For example, if you are getting from the same corporate network, you say that this corporate network only I want to allow the traffic. So that is possible with the Web Dispatcher. Okay. There is a ACL or a file in the particular Web Dispatcher. There you have to update, allow so-and-so traffic, and you don't allow that. So security is another important aspect of the Web Dispatcher, which we frequently ignore it. Okay, so two things web dispatcher do: one load balancing and another one is the security. Okay, so as NetWeaver Java, this Adobe Document Services, have you worked on this ADS? Yeah, it's a simple sum. People will ask, configure ADS. So it generate the PDFs, output control of the technical support. And if you want to see one more thing, guys, I mean, I may not able to get into the too much technical details, but for every topic, I try to keep a note. I mean, I know I have collected the note. You see this SAP note 2655761. So for every topic, there is a note. I mean, in future, if you are working on this conversion project, you just go through these PPTs and the labs which I have given. That's it. 80% of your documentation in a complete structured way, you will get it. Okay. Adobe Document Services. If you want to refer something, you refer this note. That is the always best thing. Even though I would have explained you some concepts, that will vary. So notes is the best way to get the latest and up-to-date information. Please keep in this mind always. So, and the web dispatcher, when I say latest version of the web dispatcher, you refer this 908097, which I have put it here. Always, wherever I'm talking now, that PD might be applicable at the moment, but in future it may change. Okay. So always when you are referring it in future, remember, go to the latest versions, whatever I've given in the notes or the slides. Okay. That's why I would have simply removed all these things and covered this and completed the slide, but it is very important that you have this information. Okay, good. So now let's proceed the HANA. I mean, I just want to give you some simple overview of this, how the advantages of HANA. So yeah, SAP ASC, you see these yellow ones are the nodes. ASC, SAP MaxDB, Oracle DB, IBM DB2, these are the MSGs I think we discussed. These are the traditional databases which were there in the market. Okay. So it's all row ones I've explained you. So row stores. So here row storage based databases. So ECC, SAP ECC is designed, or ERP. So ECC here they are terming it as a component. In ERP, as I said, SAP ERP central component or ECC is the main component which we will get update. SAP S4HANA, as I said, it's a product name. SAP S4HANA server, you see, SRV is maintained. So server we are talking. Okay. SAP ECC is designed for row-based data, needs aggregate of tables and does not use any DB procedures. Okay. But here HANA DB column stores are stored, and there are some DB procedures like CDS views and some table relevant procedures have been defined so that it can leverage the take advantage of the column store database. Okay, so this is what it mentions, takes advantage from the column based data, much faster reading. I explained you OLAP how it is faster, does not need an aggregate of tables, because in columns table they have created the views in such a way that the aggregation happens with the DB procedures. Okay, but anyway, that is part of those things are the HANA modeling. I don't know if you heard of this training, HANA modeling. I mean, I am not an expert in that particular modeling and how to do this table structuring and all, but it just know that they have defined these procedures and all so that it doesn't have to do like in ECC. Okay, HANA is a much faster way because of these two aspects. Okay. Now, the important thing, SAP basis releases of SAP ECC and SAP S4HANA server. So as I said, when I say NetWeaver version or SAP basis, it is important. So up to 740 SAP ECC, I mean traditional ERP systems will have up to 740, and SAP S4HANA server, the minimum requirement is 750. SAP basis version is 750, or the NetWeaver version we can call, in the general terminology, 750 is minimal and 750 to this one. So with this old SAP basis versions, you will not be able to do the conversion, or I mean, you will not be S4HANA, you will not do. So what you have to do is you need to get it to minimum 750 version or upgrade it, and then you start doing the conversion. Okay, so good. So then, because I'm trying to compare ECC versus S4HANA so that you get some good. Again, ERP 6.0 EHP8. If you look into this, how the components looks. So EAHR 608. So the most important ones are the middle dark blue. SAP ABA 750. SAP basis 750. This is the latest version of the SAP ERP. Right? That is EHP8 is the latest, and that's it. From 2012 onwards, they have never. They came up with S4HANA and they didn't do anything. They didn't release anything else new. So this is the latest 750 and 750, and it is always good to have this latest version, and it is easy to convert to SAP S4HANA. So as I said, SAP basis 750, or when we say SAP NetWeaver 7.5 means it has 750 version of basis and above. Okay, and then so SAP underscore EBA, if you log into the SAP S4HANA 2020 version, and you can see 75F. Okay, F stands for, anybody knows what is this F?
Finance.
Nothing here, foundation. So it's an ABAP foundation. So SAP underscore ABA, it's an 75 foundation, ABAP foundation 2020 they call it. When we say ABAP foundation 2020, so here it's a NetWeaver 7.5, just renamed it to ABAP foundation 2020, and then SAP basis 755 and ABAP, this is what you see in the particular thing. Okay, so this is the difference of the components, I mean core components. So ABA version in ECC latest version is this, and S4HANA version is this. Okay, same. That's what I want to make it clear over here. Good. So concept of upgrade and conversion. See, you might have you know, for conversion so okay. Now let's talk about the tools. So for doing, have you ever worked on the upgrades in your thing, in your landscape? Upgrades or the patching tool you use? Some tool. Okay. So suppose, have you installed any additional application servers? So, and have you done the migration? Come with DMO. Okay. On normal migration, suppose if you want to move from DB2 to Oracle or Oracle 2 to SAP S, what do you do? See, that is what I want to create the difference. For any patches or upgrades, we use some tool. That's clear. And for general migration, you know, earlier, for example, Oracle to Sybase or Microsoft Windows to DB2 or a Microsoft SQL Server to DB2, what you use? We use SWPM, export and import, right? Database export and database import method. So wherever we use database and export and import method, we use SWPM. But conversion is different, right? And we are using some tool. Okay. So this is the different part. I will talk about it, how this is different. So, but in general, database export and import will be done by the SWPM, and then upgrades are done by the sum tool. But in this case, it's a little different. I will explain it to you. Okay, now, but let's talk about this one. So you see this table, SAP ECC 740 and SAP MaxDB or Sybase DB or whatever it is. So we are going to the same DB. Okay, but target is 740 plus more SPs. So it is a clear case of support pack update. So what do we use? Here the tool used is sum tool. Clear? Anyone has any questions? It's a maintenance. So we call this as a just an SP update, which is we call it as an patching. Apply support package patching we do with sum tool. Did you get it? Just that. And then SAP ECC 740 and it is on the MaxDB. And here SCC 750 we are going. Please follow me, guys. I know you know it, but I want to make it clear difference. What is maintenance? What is upgrade? What is DMO? With in a keen details. So 740 to 750 you are going. In the above case, 742 plus patches only. That is a maintenance activity. So 740 to 750, what is this? It is an upgrade. You are going from 740 version to the 750 version on the same database. So you see, when there is the same database and it is just an upgrade, and yeah, you need upgrade DVDs or upgrade files, which you have to download from the service marketplace. Again, the packages also you download it, but you need DVDs, I mean extra mounts or the extra softwares here. Now, the third option, ECC 740 MaxDB. It is the MaxDB, Sybase or any other DB, you imagine. So here, same version, 740 to 740 and SAP HANA DB. So here the HANA is changed, I mean the database is changed. So it's a export and import method we have to use, and DMO only, database migration option only. Okay, this is what you have to, database migration option. So here you have to use the this DMO option of some, or you can also use this particular what we call traditional SWPM export and import also. Okay, that also works. Anything is fine, but it's a clear migration option. You got it right? So in this case, upgrade with DMO, SAP ECC 740 and database has changed, and then version also changed. In this case, you have to use which tool? Sum with DMO option. So the fourth one. See, the third one you can do with SWPM or some with DMO. The fourth one you will do only with some with DMO option together. Or you do the upgrade first 750, we will talk later. SAP MaxDB upgrade and then you go with a different tool, two tools. But if you use one tool and if you want to get it done, you use some with a DMO option. Okay. Now this one, ECC 740, SAP HANA DB, 755 and HANA DB, same server. Okay. So here it is a conversion. So here you are going from ECC to S4HANA and on the same DB. So here what you do, you use some tool without DMO option. Simple. Okay. Some with without a DMO option, there is an option to tick or untick. So it's there is no migration here. See, the target database is also HANA. The only thing is ECC has to be changed to this one. So source DB is a HANA DB, so without DMO. So SAP S4HANA conversion with DMO. So this one. So ECC 740 MaxDB. So this is the scenario we are going to work. Okay, the last one. So if you understand this, then rest all are like options, whether you use. So in our case, in our exercise, ECC we are having, and then we will talk about the landscape version. I have to check it there, and we are on the SAP Sybase database, and we will move to the SAP S4HANA 2020 on the HANA database. This is the one which we do. So the tool which we use is the some tool latest version with DMO option. Okay. So any questions on this thing, upgrade, concepts of these upgrades and conversion? So if no questions, then yeah. So this is what the way to SAP S4HANA, one step versus two step approach. Okay. Let's say you have ERP 6.0, EHP 0 to 8, anyone, EHP 01 or 02 or 03, whatever it is. It is on any DB, Sybase, MaxDB or whatever it is. And you want to go to the SAP S4HANA in this right side. Okay. So the one which we discussed earlier, one approach, conversion in one step, which is some with DMO option. You can take it directly to the SAP S4HANA, number one. Or you can go first to the SAP HANA database. Only the database migration, export and import method. Either you use SWPM or either you use the SIM DMO with only DMO option, no upgrade. I mean, you don't want to upgrade, only DMO, that option will be there. I will show you when we run the tool. Only migration. So do the migration. As I said, ERP on HANA, only EHP 7 and 8 are available. Okay, rest of the components doesn't support. So you take it to this level. So this is the conversion in two steps. First, you move to HANA, you wait for some time or 6 months, you validate it, and then you move it to the SAP S4HANA. Then you do the conversion to be option. So, but if you have decided to go to SAP S4HANA, then it is useless to go to HANA and then this one. It's a waste of time, I would say. So it is always the first step is the recommended. Anyway, you are taking risk. So you see, here you need one time to export, import and another downtime. And imagine the amount of resources you invest, right? Basis, developers, functional, everybody. And even in this case also you need, because when you move to HANA, the structures, function modules, they change. I mean, this is too much of pain. You have to go through the same pain again and again. So by hook, just try to do in one shot and go to SAP S4HANA. That's the best approach until unless you have some business clearly say your functional case a very strong reason why you have to be, because there are some custom codes, where you cannot move to the SAP S4HANA and you need them for 1 year for legal compliance perspective or certain things. Only in those cases you can go to the SAP HANA and wait for that getting approvals for those legalities and tax related, tax related thing. You can't simply change the structure of your invoice and stuff. You cannot change as it is. So such kind of critical cases only you move to S4HANA. I mean, you don't move to S4HANA, but 99% SAP strongly recommends to take it directly. Sorry, to the S4HANA. I'm just giving you background. I mean, these options are possible. So upgrade of ECC, an example I'm just trying to show. So here we have SAP ECC 6.SP5 and ECC 6.8. So EHP 5 to EHP 8 we are upgrading. You can see EAHR and EF in service, and they have gone to 8 at the end, means EHP 8 they have gone. So main components to check this is SAP APPL and SAP HR component. You can see clearly. So tick mark means it's just a simple upgrade. Okay. So no conversion, nothing is involved, just to give you background. And then SAP S4HANA conversion of ECC example. Sorry, So SAP ECC 6.ehp5, and if you convert it to directly 2020, yes, there are changes. So the components, SAP HR will be in 6808, and S4 core, you see some new components. S4 core 105, SAP ABA 75F, ABAP foundation layer it will come, and SAP base is also 755 layer it goes. Okay, so this is how this is an example how the component looks when you do a conversion. Okay. Okay. Then the most important thing is complexity drivers. Okay. So what can make your upgrade project just to get a understanding what can lead to this, why this conversion is so complex, why every customer thinks that it looks crazy for them. I mean, converting ERP to S4HANA is not easy. What I am explaining, it's very tough, and even the training also is one of the toughest trainings, I would say. I mean, yes, clearing the certification is easy. There is just one book and 220 pages and all screenshots only. Read it and practice some online questions and then go and do it. Certification is also easy, but practically this is one of the toughest of the in terms of the training or in terms of the execution also in the project. Okay, very, very tough. So what are the complexity drivers? Okay, so number of customer and modified objects, because S4HANA is, as I said, it's a complete new code line. It is not just patching, or it's just not an upgrade of the existing ERP system. You're taking the system from one code line to a different code line. Okay, so which means, as I said, the objects has been reduced, the logic has been changed. So then how do you deal? So there will be a huge functional and ABAP challenges you're going to have. And the very bad thing is, in any customer or outside people, they do not have such a level of ABAP skill. No matter you may have an excellent ABAP, ABAP is developed by SAP. You need a very strong SAP developers to handle such things. But yes, in conversion projects, there's no doubt that you have to involve the SAP developers along with your developers. Okay, so there it is the most challenging. So as a basis guy, you will be comfortable in executing this. I'm 100% confident about it. As a basis guy, if you follow the exercises, it is more than sufficient for you during a conversion. Okay, you will be able to tackle it. But developers and functional guys are going to have a nightmare. Okay, that is the most thing. And basis issue can be resolved. I mean, you bring it up or by apply workaround. But if a code itself is gone and functionality has gone spoiled, and you are getting ST22 dumps, what else you do? Nothing. So that is why number of customer and modified objects. And moreover, these customers, you take BP as an example, British Petroleum or Nestle, these guys do a lot of coding over the 20 years. They would have generated like G objects. And when I say coding, I mean, easy to understand Z objects. A lot of modified objects, they would have changed like anything hell. So if we go to the S4HANA, are they going to work? Who will evaluate that? Are they going to work, or what will be? So this is one of the toughest complexity driver. That's why from top to bottom they have listed down. You see the triangle, reverse triangle in yellow shape. This is the top complexity driver. Okay. First, let's discuss about the left hand side, and then we'll come to the right hand side. This is also top to bottom, and then number and type of external interfaces. Okay. Yeah. This is the basis challenge. Okay. Basis challenge. But however, how do you know? I mean, your system, suppose you have an ERP system, how do you know who all connecting to your system? Can anybody explain? Suppose in your ERP system, what all interfaces your system is communicating? How do you know that? RFCs, yes, that's correct. So first you need to see the RFCs. I mean, how many RFC connections in the system and which all systems it is connecting to, or is the PI. And the even more painful thing is that, see, you don't have a visibility over PI, right? See, from your ERP system, you can see, okay, my ERP is talking to the PI system, but PI is talking to the third-party application. PI is a mediator, right? From the third-party interfaces or the SAP interfaces to your ERP system. So process integration, SAP PI. So PI, then again, there you have to assess, okay, how many communications are going there, which interfaces it is going, which region it is going, that you have to assess. So that is why it is the second most critical. Or manage file transfer, MFT, or if there are any applications connecting to .NET connector or ODBC, JDBC, right? So you have to see some directly connect to the database and try to fetch the data over there. So these are all interfaces you have to take it into consideration, because once you migrate, so we don't know what is the logic behind those interfaces, how they are fetching, whether they are reading or writing. So definitely that logic will change when you move to the when you convert it. Yeah, interface connectivity might work. I mean, because yeah, obviously IP also changes. I mean, server details and all will change. That is okay. I mean, you will, as a part of this, all RFC connections, you will ensure that they are working. You run some RFC test report, and then you see that if the connections checks are okay or not. That is fine. But whether they're getting the right data or the format has been not changed or not, that is the thing. So interfaces, number and type of external interfaces is the most important second complexity driver. Okay. Source release. So what is your, as I said, if you are in the ERP 6.0 EHP1, it is having that's why I put a slide on the basis version, component version. You need to have minimum basis version SAP 750. So first you take it to the EHP 5 or EHP 6, upgrade it, and then you do a conversion. Okay. Don't do directly from the EHP 1 or EHP 2 to SAP S4HANA conversion. It will make your life miserable. Okay. So that is the one thing. But generally, most of the customers will be minimum EHP 6 or EHP 7, because SAP always tells them to go with the latest ERP EHP versions. Okay. Definitely many of the customers would have done it. So I don't see a customer who is using very low version of this ERP, except, can you give me some example who are very reluctant to upgrade, or who are very reluctant to go to the latest versions? Which type of customers? Banks, insurance, healthcare, they move. They have no problem. They are always ready to take the latest version. Banking, very tough to convince. Okay, banking is, and the moment you say that you are touching something, then they will say, no, I don't care. Whatever I am happy. Let it run for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years also, I'm okay with that. Banking is very, very tough to convince. Okay, because there, the data is the most critical part. I mean, your data and my data. So in this process, if something changes or something on, then they will be very badly impacted, that bank, in their reputation impact and many things, So that's why during the conversion also, they will insure their bank, some of them, in crores, because in this conversion, if something happens, so then that kind of things also, their banking is very tough. So source release. So generally, most of the customers will be on the latest version. So that's why it's a middle layer. Unicode conversion necessary. That's why it's least. Nobody, I don't think anyone is. So we will skip this topic also from our conversion thing. In my last 6-7 years, I have not seen anybody doing this Unicode conversion. In 2010 itself, all the customers would have been moved. So this and OSDB migration requirements. This anyway, it's like regular export and import activities we would have done many times. So that is why it is the minimum complexity driver. Now another important thing, right side, you come to the right side. Number of business functions involved, used. So the left side, number of customer and modified objects is a development challenge. Okay. The right side, business functions, is functional challenge. Okay. So what are these business functions, and what is anybody knows what are these business functions? Anyone have a background of it? I have prepared a module. Okay, don't worry about it. I will talk about in detail. So, but just to understand, do you know what these business functions? Have you tried activating them? SFW5. Have you used this transaction code SFW5? Generally, we don't do it in a regular basis. Yeah, good. Yeah, I don't think you guys would have used it, because it's a very, only when the first time when you are building the system, or when your customer is doing adapting ERP, that is the time they would have adapted it. But very less, very less frequently we activate them. But when you are doing the conversion, this will play a very crucial role, these business functions. Okay. So business functions, nothing but, see, ERP you are using for your healthcare. Okay. That has a different set of functional modules or functional. Suppose in ERP you need it for banking also. ERP you use healthcare, financial also. ERP you can use for oil and gas also, right? You would have heard ERP you can use for the automobile industry. Everywhere ERP is used. Okay. So what I'm talking about these business functions is, for example, TCS is into the automobile. Let's talk about Tata Cars and all. They are using ERP. Why would they need the code line or the functions of then healthcare, right? ERP is a package. So they don't want this healthcare, they don't want financial, they don't want banking. Okay. So they will activate only the relevant business functions for them, automobile business functions. So healthcare guys will activate only their healthcare related, okay, which means those tables, those structures only available. That is what the business function means, okay. So when you try to convert to S4HANA, these will get messed up, okay, the structures and these functions. That is why this is one of the toughest or the complex driver for your project. You need to have a functional and again developers over here, and the business also have to take key stakeholders, whoever you are, business users, right? Business responsibilities have to take some decisions over there. We will talk when the topic comes. That is the brief overview of this one, okay. And then changes to the business functions during the project. I mean, whether you want to adapt the same what you had and you want to go with the new one. This is the decision has to be made. And then code freeze strategy. So I mean, this project goes for 6 months. I mean, how do you want to deal with your regular transports or the bug fixes? Okay, where do you want to freeze it? At what phase? Okay, that is an important thing. That also you need to consider. Testing requirements. How do you test it? So there's no way that you will test it as a production, right? You would have done in sandbox and development and test, but it doesn't help. You have to test actual production. I mean, how it behaves, right? But yeah, that is fine. I mean, we always have an option. You take a backup of the production and you build it to the sandbox system and then do it. Okay. So that is option that, but that's why it's a least complexity driver, but it is also a complexity driver. Required downtime. So I mean, some may give you the downtime, but for some systems it is very important based on their architecture, high availability and disaster recovery architectures. So how long they can give you to the downtime, and that is also a critical thing to consider before you are planning this upgrade. So these are the considerations and complexity drivers you need to consider when you plan an SAP S4HANA conversion project. Okay. So any questions guys over here? So if no question, then I will proceed further. So yeah, the next question, when is the SAP business suite or ERP, maintenance will end? So as of now, it will end in 2027, and extended maintenance means grace period. They will give you 3 years, 2030. So by 2030, they are aiming to get rid of the existing ERP, and they want to have everyone on SAP S4HANA. So where we are now, 2021, 2021 is over, 2022. So another 5 years ERP. So I am damn sure that they are going to extend this to 2040. Okay, don't go with this slide. I mean, 2027 they will extend to 2040. So 2040 or 2050, SAP will never going to end this ERP, because I am 100% sure that there will be customers who still want to use ERP only. Okay, as I said, banking. So SAP has to, because why do you want to lose? They don't lose customers, right? Because they keep paying money. I mean, license fees every year. So SAP will extend it. It is just to gives an indication to the customers, I mean, to push as many customers as possible to SAP S4HANA. That is why they put these deadlines. But SAP will definitely extend this. Okay, don't go get into too much into this one. Okay, good. So SAP Innovation and Transformation newsletter registered now. So you can go to this particular page. I mean, I have given that link, and today morning when I executed, it says it doesn't exist. So if it's just that you can subscribe to it. I mean, they keep update. I mean, you don't want to do that also. Just don't do it, because you keep getting emails. These are the new innovations. It's a newsletter basically. Okay, if you're still interested, we can search and we can keep the link. And there is a page where you can, where they can talk about all these innovations and stuff. Okay, good. Thank you. For the module 1, we are done. And before I proceed to module 2, any questions, guys? Now we are actually getting into the actual conversion overview. I mean, what we do and what conversion we do. Okay. So before I proceed to this conversion overview, let's try to set up these systems first. Okay, because it takes 60 minutes to set up. So we will just trigger and then we will come back to this theory part. Okay. So let me log in again. Continue. So we're going to set up the systems. So and then let me open the lab activity 1, introduction to the course and our cloud appliance library. I mean, you don't have to do this exercise, but just I mean, clean steps have been given over there. Okay. See, let me. So this course requires SAP Cloud Appliance Library. We're going to use that for our training, which is nothing but I will demonstrate you how powerful is the automations with this infrastructure innovations, how probable. So we're going to have 4 systems, 4 CAL solutions, SAP ERP source system, and then ERP source system after preparation steps. Okay. So the first system which we use to do some exercises, because for cost saving, I have segregated into 4 systems because we will run only one system at a time. Okay. Or else you have to run the whole system entire duration and it will unnecessarily cost us. So and then source system after doing some preparation steps, and to run this we will use to run the software update manager. And then SAP S4HANA target system, once it is converted, so we will use the system for the executing query steps and embedded analytics and all. And some additional configuration after doing this ESH and other configurations we will use. So for exercises, we use 4 different systems. I mean, each phase you can say, okay, we have taken a backup of the system at each stage. See, for example, taken the source system, okay. After executing certain basics things, I have taken a backup, and we have created one system because it is not ideal in this given time in the 40 hours to troubleshoot those issues. So we have made, I have tested this solution, okay. We made all the steps properly, and this solution we use for the sum tool. And then after that conversion also, there are certain basic issues addressed, parameters and stuff. And then we will proceed with the other exercises. Okay, these are the 4 solutions we will use. So let's take this ERP source system. Let's see if the solutions are available. Okay, what is this? So this is not launching. That's not good. File, new private window. So cal.sap.com. Have you heard of this one? SAP Cloud Appliance Library. So, I mean, it's quickly deploy and usually in the cloud. See, for demo purposes and training purposes, you can deploy these systems in AWS or somewhere quickly. So you can use it for your demonstrations. Okay, let me log in. Each one has their SID and IP address different. Okay. So every time when we are doing the exercise, right? So I will maintain it very clearly. See, for example, this exercises we are doing, right? So, and every exercise, it will tell you which system you have to log in. Okay. So which CAL solution you have to log in, and that we will do system by system. Okay. These are built as a complete, see, this is the source system. Okay. The first one. So getting started, you guys also can register with your email IDs, and then you can set this up. Well, let's do this one. I will get back to you. Who is it? Who asked this question? So first thing is log on to the SAP Cal. I mean, you guys also can create your own account just to explore what it is, and click on log on. So enter your details, and if you not, then register yourself. Everybody can register. Okay. So and then click on this search field and search for these four systems. Okay. SAP ERP source system. So first I'm searching this. Let's see if these 4 solutions are available or not. So one, SAP source system is available. I just opened it, and then let's see. So here you see these 63 solutions, right? These are all you can use for your various solutions are there. You can deploy and you can use for different functionalities, but you have to pay for AWS. Okay. I will explain you when I am deploying these things, but it's a catalog of SAP systems which are available from this library to build quickly. Just know that. So SAP source system is verified. First one, second one. So this is a system before running the software update manager with that particular status. Yeah, 2. This is also available. It can be built on Azure, Google Cloud Platform, and AWS. Okay. Let's verify the third system. So you do this, guys. I mean, this exercise, you follow it once you go home. Okay. So this one after conversion. Yeah, this is the third, and then fourth system. It is like each phase totally we divided into 4 phases, and we have taken readily usable systems in the 4 phases. So then one, yeah, the fourth also available. So that is the first exercise to validate these 4 are available or not. Okay, we have validated. Okay, this is how you do it. Now you will see corresponding solution. That's it. You have seen it. Now let's try to set up the systems. So create your own CAL instance. Okay. So yeah, directly go to this, go to the SAP source system. The first one, let's search for the SAP ERP source system. So for the first few exercises, we need this system. So search for it. Solutions. Okay, so this is the solution. How do you create it? So I mean, in these screens also it is explained. Create instance. So I mean, let me do directly. I mean, you can follow the document later. So I will click on this create instance. Okay. So at the bottom, you select the advanced mode so that you will have a much more. Choose account. So first the accounts. Okay. Let me go to the accounts first. So here you have to define which account you have to go. So FTD is your account. Baburaj has given me your IAM user. I configured it here. This is my AWS account. Where you want to see accounts. Do you want to continue? Yes. First you have to create the accounts. I mean, in this case, AWS. So you have to give the access key and secret key and do a test connection. So yeah, the connection with is available. That's it. So it will directly deploy in that particular AWS account. You can log into your AWS account and see if the system is getting ready or not. This is very, very powerful. I mean, this all came up with this infrastructure's innovations. Now let's see. Let's do a create instance. So you can see the getting started. So all of you, please log into this Cal and you can download this getting started guide or architecture design to understand what is this system. Okay, I will talk about it later. Let's create it because it takes time. So ERP system, and then what we have, account, select the, one second. Yeah, it is asking that trial period is only 1 month. So let's activate it, accept it. So, and then let me put that one. So the name itself is the first solution, SAP. So ERP underscore source. Okay, let me put, sorry, ERP underscore SRC source. Okay, and the password, let me do the advanced mode so that we'll get into the clean. Okay, yeah. So advanced mode means it will ask you step by step. So ERP underscore source system and the first solution description. Let me save the password also. So I'm going to use this password, guys. All of you, master password. I will tell you later. T3CH. Okay, this is the password I'm going to use as a master password because see the master password means for logging into the OS or the DDIC, all standard users use this one. So I want to allocate the static IP because if I don't assign the static IP, every time the server gets rebooted, the IP will change. Okay, so I want to avoid that. So it is going to your US1 region, SAP Cal default network, and subnet is this one. So step 3. So it will ask you the Linux server is this, and Windows remote desktop it will build 16 GB, and OS volumes default sizes 267 GB, 30 GB. So I don't want to change anything. And if you want to restrict the IPs, we can restrict, but for now I am not doing anything restriction. So step 4. So let's put the same password. T3CH password. So once you enter this correctly only, it will prompt you the step 5. So time zone is fine. And it will ask you schedule. You have always an option to schedule. Okay, from when to when you can start and stop. See how beautiful it is. Suspend on exact date you can do. Manually activate and suspend. Manually activate and suspend I'm doing. So let's review it. So it is setting up the system. Okay, now let's do the create. So here this is a private key. In order to log into your OS level, you need this key. Secure key. So I'm just storing it here so that it will be available. So I don't need to download later also I can do it. Close. So now, yes, this is so key you can download from here. You see, if you want to the private key, that is why I clicked store, which means whenever you go to this instance, whenever you need it, you can download it. So you don't have to maintain in your local machine so that it gets corrupted and stuff. So it is getting prepared. Okay, good. So let's see it gets prepared or not. Let's set up the next one also. I mean, so that all 4 systems in next 1 hour, they will be ready and we will suspend them and we use as and when the system is needed. Okay. But setting up we'll do. Any questions on setting up this, guys? This instance, I mean, I'm just setting up in one account. Okay. So these instances are not visible for you, but what I will do is I will provide you the user ID and passwords. I will give you the application server. You all have SAP GUI on your laptop, right? Yeah. So I will give you the application server IP and the user ID password. That's it. You log in and you work on the system. That's it. Okay. So you don't need to see these things, but I'm just showing you how from Cal it can be set it up. Okay. We'll see. See, if you have an RDP, you can use it. See, there is one RDP comes along with it. Okay. The virtual machines, you see it, right? So it comes this Linux machine and then a Windows remote desktop.
RDP, yeah.
Yeah. RDP comes, but the problem is, I mean, you know RDP, right? It has the limitation on number of users. Yeah. So only one user can log in. That is the problem. I see. It is very simple. I mean, from AWS also, you can build one RDP and give it to you guys now. You got it? What I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yep. So, or you don't have SAP GUI at all in your machines. So this is getting activated. Let it get activated. So let's deploy the second system also quickly. So where is this? So that all these systems are ready and in a suspended mode. And we also do a quick connection and try this tomorrow. So this one, no, not here. Solutions, look for this solution. So I'm trying to do this one. So create instance. See, as long as you have an AWS account or Azure or Google, you can use.
Okay.
Anybody. But the trial period is 1 month only. Okay, you can use for free access.
Understood.
After that, each system will cost you around 1 lakh. I mean, they are giving it for trial period. That's okay. We can use because no. This is per hour 1.9 US dollars. AWS will charge you. Okay. The price I am talking about is only license to use this appliance, to use this solution. See, you are running this instance on AWS, right?
Right.
So this is the cost forecast. Per hour, AWS will charge you this much. Okay. What I'm talking about is licensing of using this system. So that will cost you 1 lakh extra. Apart from this. This one ERP after prep. So let me put 2 underscore ERP underscore after underscore prep. Let's give this name and then password. Yeah, let's go to the advanced mode. That's the best. So we know whether we are inputting correctly or not. Yes. Description. Let me put the password so that I don't forget. 3CH and then yeah, public static IP. Hey, hold on. FTD only I'm deploying. Okay, good. So here also we get one remote desktop, but yeah, it is good that good to have one remote desktop from your side. Like I don't know how Baburas did earlier. All of you can log in and work on it. That's best actually. So here we see 00 means from any IP the connection is available. I mean these systems are not restricted. Okay. I think from your RDP or customer's RDP also it is possible because no client or customer will restrict on the outbound. You get it right? See, the traffic to these systems is allowed from anywhere. Ideally, we should not do it. So inbound is allowed for this system from anywhere. And from your side, outbound should be always enabled. So it should generally everybody do that. Outbound always allowed. So that's why you try to connect once the system is ready, we will try from one. We'll see whether it connects or not. DLR SAP3CH. Yeah, so that's the good part. When you go in advanced mode, whenever you give the correct and then only it will tell you that next step. So this one, hey, suspend, why this option is not giving me? Anyway, I can change it later also. Let's do this. This one, I think whatever I did, let me cancel it again because this password is confusing to me because it's very important that we give the right, or else we have to redeploy it. So do an advanced mode, choose FTD, sorry, no, not this one, FTD AWS, step 2, name is 2 underscore ERP underscore after underscore prep. So I will always try to tell you that second, when you are saving in your GUI is also select like this, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. So second, so description, ELR. Okay, so public IP will assign. So that's good. So this is fine. So then step 4, password is given. Okay. Yeah, now I see this manually suspend on this one. So just do this. So let's quickly review it. So and then, so good. So this is the password we set and it's going. So let's create it. That's okay. It's saying that this M5 large is not, even it's not fully certified basically. That's okay. Let's do this just for our training purposes. So as I said, let's store this file, close. That's it. So you can see that how many instances are being filled. See, it is activating and it is being prepared. And let's prepare the third solution. Third is after conversion, just for our post exercises. Solutions. So we'll do it quickly. Create instance. Better is always advanced mode. FTD AWS. Yeah, it is asking for licensing. That's okay. So name is the third target system after technical conversion. So 3_S4H. Sorry, let's do this 3_S4H_ score before config. Let's do this one. Third, I will always refer it as the third one. I mean, we did a conversion, but we did not did any post steps after the conversion. Okay, that's the solution. This one. Again, password wrong. What happened? Why it is not going to the next? We use this one only. Or let me copy paste it. So public IP, good, 4. So then step 4, let me copy paste it. Yeah, that's the best. So that's okay. Let's review it and let's do. After creating also that manual suspend and activate, we can always change. That's not a problem. Let it create first. Good. So this one store the file, close. Yeah, it says takes 60 minutes. Now let's deploy the fourth instance. So what was the, see, whatever I'm doing, it is being explained in the this document, this exercise. Okay, so you don't have to do it, but just have a look into it.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does the SAP S4HANA conversion approach leverage to transform an existing ECC system to SAP S4HANA? A. Near zero downtime. B. New implementation. C. Landscape transformation. D. Database migration. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So the fourth solution should be, it should have a fourth, including configurations. So additional configuration. So for few exercises we use with this one, create instance, advanced mode, choose FTD AWS. Yes, let's accept it. So name is fourth solution. So it's an S4HANA. So it's a target system including additional configuration. So underscore add underscore config. Okay, fourth. I always refer to this as fourth. Why this did not take the advanced mode? Yeah, public static IP, or else it keeps asking every time it get rebooted, the IP will change. So let's do this. Yeah, password this time we give right. Yeah, this also suspend on exact date. 1957 means evening. Anyway, we will change it after this deploys. So do a create, store, close. 60 minutes it takes. So now under this account we can see the systems which are getting deployed. See, it is activating. Yeah, so it has some error. So the third one has not been created. Then the fourth one also gets failed. Can tell me why it is giving? Anyone knows? See, the elastic public static IP addresses what we have asked, right? I think you have a limitation. Okay. So only what we call 5 IPs or 6 IPs would have been there. Anyway, that is fine. I mean, even if what we will do is, anyway, for first two exercises, you got it right. So elastic IPs are not available in your AWS account. So two options we have here. So Baburaj can ask to increase the limit of those elastic IPs from AWS from 5 to 10 or 10 to 15. So he can check it in. I will talk to him later. Or if you guys have an AWS account, and you can request if you have authorization, limit increment. That's it. We are not asking anything. So that can be done. Or what we can do is, we will do one by one. I mean, once we are done with this first system, right, we will dismantle it so that the IPs gets released and those will be allocated to this one. See, this also failed. Okay. So there are no elastic IPs available for the 3 and 4 systems to be to allocate the static IPs. Anyway, so we'll get this done anyway for first 3-4 days of our activity. So 1 and 2 systems are sufficient. Okay. So tomorrow we'll see this one. This third and fourth, I will set it up and talking to Baburaj. Okay. So yes, in 1 hour these systems will be ready. We will see accessing and stuff. I'll let it run in the background. So can we take a quick 5 minutes break? Okay, before I start with the module 2. So that, okay, so far we have gone through the module 1 overview and history and stuff. Now we have set up the systems. Exercise 1, you can review it later. They are being prepared. Now we will talk about the overview of the conversion, system landscape conversion and module 2. Okay. The systems are getting set up. So let them get ready. So you see there, then we have to, how many of us users are there? Total 12, is it? Okay. So we will create 12 users once the systems are ready. And then we will see one system if they are able to log in or not. That we'll see once. Okay, 13. Okay, fine. I'll create 15. That's all right. We'll do, or we will do together tomorrow. Yeah. Once one user is logged in, just a SU01 creation. So within 5-10 minutes, we can create the users tomorrow. Okay, good. So let's start with actual conversion. So it's a module 2. And then it's a simple disclaimer, don't share these documents or don't use it for different purposes. So agenda, we're going to discuss about SAP S4HANA conversion process and then a conversion landscape setup. So we did little bit early. We just triggered it so that it will be ready by before the end of our session, and then we can suspend them again. Okay, good. So because there is no exercises to do today, tomorrow once we go into the other simplification items and other things, we have exercises over there. Good. So SAP S4HANA conversion overview. So these are all, going forward at least until next 3-4 days. You have to focus on only the slide, but that particular section, what it will do. And yellow color, it has been highlighted what is that particular step. That is the important step for us as a basis, or in that particular slide phase, that is important. Please keep an eye on the highlighted things. So in this case, one-to-one conversion of an existing ECP system. So in our case, it's a Sybase system. Okay. And then SAP S4HANA, we are migrating to this. So this is the scenario which we're going to do. Okay. So overview and sequence. So this is the slide for every module, or next going forward in each phase, we will talk about this. So we have a preparation phase and then realize phase. Okay. These are the two important phases whenever we are doing this conversion. Okay. In each of these, you have these steps. So planning and system requirements, maintenance planner, simplification item check or SI check, custom code migration. These 4 of them will come in the preparation phase. Okay. And then we have some cross application and application specific preparation activities. They are all part of this, SI check or the custom code migration. You can think of it as a preparation phase. Okay. This is one important phase of this conversion process. And the another phase is realization phase. Okay. Realize phase. So it's a project phase basically in the cutover. So there actually we do the conversion, technical conversion. So SUM is the central tool for the SAP S4HANA conversion. Okay. So in our exercises or in our course, this is the tool we use, and we use a DB migration option because we are moving from Sybase to the HANA, and then we are also doing a software update and data conversion if we have. I mean, there is no data conversion here, but if you need Unicode to non-Unicode, you can use, this is what it can do, but we do mainly the first two, software update manager and DB migration, we are definitely going to do as part of this conversion. Okay. So, and then here in the preparation also additional preparation steps. I mean, when I talk about additional preparation steps means you need to check your interfaces, and those are all like any migration basic things that we may not get into too deep. I mean, checking your RFC connections and connectivity checks, network requirements, and ports are open or not. See, those are a part of any DB migration activity. So we will focus in this 40 hours completely on the key specific areas of this conversion. Okay. And then additional follow-on activities. I mean, once you do the conversion, so which we don't do regularly is the theory, embedded analytics setup, and activating the users, business functions. So those are top three areas, or the top three post-processing steps which we don't do generally, that we have exercises as a follow-on activities. Okay. And moreover, apart from that, I have also prepared around 120 pages of theory related exercises. I mean, we may not able to do this in this course, but I will show you one or two exercises, but those exercises you can do whenever you have the time or the system. Okay. That is just for your appendix or further learning. Okay. So this is how the conversion process is mainly segregated. Okay. Now let's go to the next slide, prepare phase. So I'm going to talk about this prepare phase now. Just this is the main overview of this conversion. We'll talk about prepare phase first and then realize phase. It's an overview in this module. And we are going to, in each module, we go deep dive into the maintenance planner, SI check, custom code, and that way each day, one topic, we deep dive and we do exercise relevant for that topic. Okay, good. Preparation phase. So in this preparation phase, the most important thing is, again, yellow highlighted, please focus, simplification item check, and then custom code analysis, cross application preparations. Okay. So the first two are the most important things. Okay. Simplification item checks, it will give you a list of, wait, let me show you this one also once again. So present in, so that present view, so that you can understand these definitions also as and when I talk about this one. Okay. So custom code, you are already aware of it, JET code and whatever the customers have developed. So when you convert from ERP to ECC to S4HANA, you need to see how do you adapt those custom codes. Okay. That part as a part of readiness check, we do that. Simplification item checks means what are the functionalities, for example, ECC has some functionalities and functional level. If you go to the SAP S4HANA, what are they going to be? Whether they are going to be there or they have changed it to something else. Okay. That is the simplification item checks based on the each function module or each of the relevant one. So SAP provides a very clear documentation on that. We will see as when we do the exercise, but it's just overview. Try to just understand this thing. Okay. So, and then realization phase. So update manager, so activities done by SUM. Realize phase, you have SUM, that is the most important thing, the tool which we use, and DB migration, and then custom code adaptation. How do you adapt that code to the after you do the technical conversion, and then manual cross application activities. Even I said interfaces and third-party applications and those things you have to verify. So this is basically covered in this particular realization phase. Okay. So somebody has asked me this simplified data model. Okay. So yes, this is, I mean, we discussed, right, how one element that I told you, how this has been achieved in this SAP S4HANA, how they reduce the code line or the data footprint. So this is where I am talking about simplified data model. So in ECC, we have finance, inventory management, material ledger. So this is all functional, guys. So when we as a basis guy, when you are executing this conversion, I mean, it is irrelevant for you. It's an SCM or SRM or whatever is the system, our steps are same. So don't get it, but understand this is an understanding purpose, sales and distribution. Okay. In SAP S4HANA, transactional and master data, materialized aggregate history and index tables. So what it is trying to tell you is, so they have combined all of them and they have created a logic which can work in a faster way and the performance is better. That is the only thing which we have to take it at this moment. Okay. Now let's go to this one. So in SAP Business Suite, okay, middle you see the yellow color, SAP Business Suite. In sales, we have VBAK, delivery, LIKP. These are all the tables or the items for that functional. Finance, you have these tables, these many tables. Material, functional guys can understand in a better way these things, but try to understand that these are the tables or the things what they had it. I mean, valuation in material material values or material quantities, and these are all the things they used to have. Now with SAP S4HANA, what they did, you see, it has been reduced. Can you see this? You have so many yellow ones, you have very few. So let's take sales. So here you have only two columns, header, item, and then this thing. So remaining all has gone, or they have merged together, or they have created a logic in such a way that remaining all tables are handled by these particular tables. So that's how they reduce the coding, or the code line or the compiling time has been reduced. That's why they call it as a simplified data model. So the term SAP S4HANA means simplified suite for HANA. Okay, which means they have developed a lightweight application, I can say. If you want, if I have to tell you, they have come up with a new code line, or they have developed in such a way that the same functionality is handled in a much more simple lines of code. Yeah, in ABAP code, whatever. Okay, so that is what when I talk about the, I mean, these are actually functional guys can understand. You know, these tables have been removed, VBox and all. So same thing in material. So they have removed a lot of this thing. That's what I said. 50% of the coding has been reduced as a part of this thing. So does it answer your question? I mean, it will give you some clarity on how they simplified the data model. Because that's how they achieved this high performance. Doesn't come with this thing. Number one, see, there are multiple things they did. One is the simplification of code, obviously, and the second thing is the HANA, which it by itself is an in-memory. Obviously, when you have a 4 GB RAM and a 100 GB RAM, and if you develop your database like that, it will work faster. There's no doubt. So I would say the significant improvement is the HANA database. Yes, this is also needed, but HANA database improvement is the one of the very good, I would say. I mean, initially it was very slow. I mean, very slow in the sense people did not appreciate its speed and stuff. But now I see customers who are using HANA, they are happy in the sense this HANA 2.0 SP5 is the very stable version, and customers are happy and they are gaining the fruits. And one more thing is, so 5 years back, these infrastructures are very costly, and this one now the competition, AWS, GCP and Azure, the pricings and private data centers also is very manageable. You know, they became much more cheaper, like our mobile phones. Now even the laptops also with more RAM and more also we are getting within 1 lakh rupees. So same way, the hardware costs also reduced because of the competition and the innovations happened. So HANA is, that is the one significantly improving the performance of this SAP, this SAP S4HANA. So this coding and all, yes, simplification and all improves, but that is the major chunk. Okay, system requirements. So prepare phase, and then in the preparation phase, the first one, as I said, we discussed about what is this prepare phase and what we do in the relation phase. Now we'll go with each and every planning and system requirements. So you need to see what is your SAP basis version, and there are nodes which needs to be implemented in this particular source system. We will talk about in the next module. What are the prerequisites or what nodes to be implemented in the source system? Okay, what are the minimum patch levels you need to have in the system? As I said, SAP basis 750 is the minimum requirement. So those are the things you have to think or consider and before you plan your conversion. Okay, and also what is your source database, and when you are moving from that particular source database to the target database, what are the checks to be checked. So those are all notes and everything I documented, but just giving you an example. So planning and system requirements you have to do, and maintenance planner, obviously. So transition paths to convert to SAP S4HANA. Okay, this is, this is part of this planning and system requirement. That's why I put this slide over here. So you have an, come from the bottom, guys. So little blurred, but don't, I think they are readable. I will read for you. So the bottom one, SAP ERP 6.0, EHP XX, 00 or EHP1 or EHP2 or whatever it is, any DB or SAP HANA DB, whatever. So irrespective ERP. So our target is to go to this particular section, SAP S4HANA, which is in this dotted lines in between. Okay. So from this particular version, you can go to 1809, you can go to 1909, or you can go to the 2020. Okay. So yeah, this is what I'm trying to say. Planning and preparation phase, you have to compulsory, you have to go through this notes. For example, notes on the source system. Okay. So if you are going to the SAP S4HANA 1809, refer this note. Okay. Even if I tell you some concepts now, it will vary. SAP, with the learnings of all other customers are converted, they keep updating these notes. Believe me, every month the content will change. I've been checking them regularly. I've been following for my conversions and others. So they will keep changing always. That is why I did not bring any topics over here. I just put the notes because that is the best thing. And then SAP S4HANA 1909. And if you are going to the 2020, you refer this note, that will have a clear instructions. We will talk about it in the fourth module. Sorry. We will talk about it, how, what are the preparation steps we need to see for our Sybase database, and what are the checks which are already there in the as an exercise we do in our system. Okay. These notes, you have to look into that. Okay. And then now upgrade path for SAP S4HANA server. Let's say you are good. One is, these are the conversion paths. Okay. So ECC to the SAP S4HANA, this is a conversion. Transition paths to convert to SAP S4HANA. Now upgrade paths. So as I told you, you remember in the initially 1503, 1511 is the first, you should consider this as the first version. So they have developed 1503, 1605. So 1503 to 1605 is possible, but I don't think anybody is using it, leave it. So you focus from this dotted line, this side, 1511, 1610. So see, you see the mapping has been given, 1511 to 1610 possible, 1709 possible, 1809 possible, 1909 possible. So from each version, so upper versions are possible upgrade paths. Okay. So, but one tricky point which we need to consider is, which is in gray color, for target 1709 and here, update database to SAP HANA 2.0 before using the sum tool. This is the mandate. This is the thing you need to keep it in mind. For example, if you remember in our initial slide, we discussed 1511 and 1610 are on the HANA 1.0. Okay. So if you are moving from any of these systems to 1709, before you move there, first you update your HANA to 2.0 before you using the sum tool. That is the requirement. Okay. So just try to get this overview. It is possible, the convert, if you follow these notes. Okay. It's just an overview. Now, so https help.sap.com viewer. So yeah, once this training is over, you go, all of you, I would strongly recommend you to visit this link. Okay. So, and you get this conversion guide. So you get this simplification list and SAP readiness check, simplification item catalog, and everything. You please try to get it. Let me see if I can download this one, help.sap. Let's see if I can help.sap.com. So where is the link? help.sap.com/viewer/viewer /p/SAP S4HANA on-premise. Let's see if I can /S4HANA I've maintained this link somewhere. I don't know why this is missing. Let me S4HANA on-premise. So implement SAP S4HANA and let's do this. So here, so this is the 2021 latest. So from here you click on this implement. Okay. So see, always the basic funda is, especially in this SAP S4HANA, unlike other things, always refer to these latest documents, conversion guide, UI technologies or operations guide, upgrade guide. So I mean, if you're doing an upgrade, see, there are three ways. When I was talking about this concept or overview of the upgrade, right? If you are just installing a fresh installation, use this. If you are doing an upgrade, use this. So in our case, it's a conversion guide. So it's a free of cost, and SAP, at least these days, they are trying to give everything, at least this SAP S4HANA conversion as a free, because they want the market adoption. So if you don't give the documentation, if you don't give these things to the people, they will not be able to move from ERP to S4HANA. And that too, it's such a complicated. So you download this. So yeah, this is the most important thing. Every topic, I mean, in detail, if you want to, if you really want to do, see, these are the diagrams. Most of the diagrams are taken from the this conversion guide only. So always read this particular thing, preparations and all. I mean, we are only talking about this conversion concepts and stuff, but have this downloaded whenever you are doing this upgrade, and most of the topics we will cover it, don't worry. So here, where is this content? So preparing the conversion. Okay. See, I'm just giving you overview. What we are going to cover. So we are going to talk about data volume reduction, and we will run a report and see how much maintenance planner we do, simplification item check we do, custom code analysis we do, so cross application preparations we do. So preparing the conversation, we do all of these things. Okay. So what we may not able to do is removing client 066. You know that, right? We won't do uninstall SAP Fiori apps. See, client deletion, just go to the SAC 4 and SAC 8 or SAC 9 and then delete the client. Okay. Because we don't have that client. But if you want it, you refer it. So certain things which we do as a part of basis, I have not covered in this course. So don't worry about it. So that you will be anyway able to do it. So I have picked only the delta or the important topics, and then realization phase. I talk about conversion using the sum, which we will do. So silent data migration, which we don't do. So custom code adaptation, certain things we do. I mean, I will show you how to fix some bugs automatically. Whatever we can do by our basis self, or SAP will provide you automatic correction tools. So those things we will do correct it. Okay. So then these things definitely we don't do. So we do SAP Fiori, Pakka we do. I mean, we have a very strong exercises we do. And list of application specific follow activities and absolute data after conversion, this we don't do. Okay. So I hardly 1 or 2 pages are there. You can have a review about it. So I mean, changing some parameters and stuff. Okay. So this is the conversion view, and this is going to be your Bible when you are doing your or a master book when you are doing your conversion. Okay. See, each of it points to one particular note or the latest documentation. Whenever you do it, always you prepare your cutover plan or implementation plan as per this conversion document. Okay. That is most important. So no matter whatever I have given you, these slides, these are very old, so don't worry about them. We always take it from the conversion guide. Okay, good. So then SAP S4HANA simplification item catalog and readiness check. Okay, this is part. So as I said, we do these things later. I mean, these are the most important pre-checks which you might not have done. This we will execute it and we will see. SI check on this one. And then detailed information on the, did I maintain this link? No, this link also I did not maintain. So SAP simplification item catalog, you can download this. So what does this simplification item catalog contains is detailed functional level descriptions of required changes in SAP S4HANA. Okay. Guidance on the activities customer need to complete before, during and after the conversion. Okay. See, this part, SI check. This is the most important check, guys. If you don't do this check properly, this software update manager or some will run this SI check during the conversion. Okay. If you don't fix it, then you will be wasting your downtime here. Okay. The tool will not proceed and it will tell you that the simplification items are giving you error and then it will not proceed. So that is why these top three prerequisites, SI check and then the custom code migration are very, very important. So your functional consultants or the developers, functional specifically the simplification items, they have to go to the download this list. 1 second. I think let's see if the Mohan's link has the same one. So recipe, 1 second. Simplification item catalog. Yeah, can you see here? My screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So simplification item conversion list. See this PDF I am talking. Let's download it. Okay. See, this is the simplification list for SAP S for 2021 initials. It's public. See, wherever there is a public SAP, I mean, we are authorized to use that content. Okay. So that should be fine. I mean, we can view. Propose the document, general topics, C, cross topic. So these are all functional topics. So visualization of SAP business workflow, removal of tagging framework, removal of LT. So each of these topics, how they have to handle or how they need to do the functional activity. So this whole thing is documented in this particular document. So it is a 370 document. And how do they do it? What action they have to take? So this all will be covered in this particular document. Okay. So it is not it is not 300 pages. Okay, it is going on. Hold on. So this is going. That's why this project is a 6 months or 1 year project.
We are touching 1100.
1167. Okay. See, you have all this functional Ariba cloud integration, centralization, localization, front office, marketing. So technical conversion, SAP basis, as I said, you and me has no difference, irrespective of the system. By hook or crook, we will bring up the system. But the problem is they have to deal with these things. Okay, these many thousand, you can see 100 and 1200 pages are there. So the functional consultant definitely have to look into this particular document and they have to be ready or they have to prepare an Excel. What is my system and what corrections I have made and what they are going to do action upon them. Okay. So if they don't do that, as I told, this thing, the sum tool will not proceed. There is a phase, we will talk about it when we're doing, it will do as SI check. And if these things are not corrected or not fixed before as a part of preparation, then it will not proceed. Okay. That is why this is very, very important, simplification item list. Okay. Now at least you know where to check this simplification item list. Okay. So then we have an SAP ready. We will talk about these things in detail. No, we will not talk about how to correct it. Okay. So for example, this we will do as that I am coming to Avira. Just now I started this. Okay, I'm coming to this readiness check. You see my screen, right? SAP readiness check, this 2758146. This is the note. Most important, this will have the what are the scenarios and what are the recommendations and what all checks we'll do. We'll show you in the next slide. Okay. So the readiness check 2.0. Okay, we have an exercise. We will run the jobs and we will get the report and we will upload it to the SAP's. SAP has given a tool where we can upload and we can generate this kind of analysis. Okay, this kind of graphs. Okay, what this readiness 2.0 will do is, so it will give simplification items and activities related to the simplification items. Okay, so what are the SI checks? What are in scope? What are not in scope? I mean, when you move it to the S4HANA, because some of them are absolute, right? So that report it will give us and it will tell us that so-and-so items or the so-and-so function modules have been absolute and which we don't have it. And so-and-so function modules has been changed. That complete report will be given by the SAP Readiness Check 2.0. So this is the latest version 2.0. As I always say, always go with the latest note, what I have given in my previous slide. Okay, 2758146. Okay. And then, but anyway, conversion guide will have all these references, guys. So you don't have to go through these slides also. Okay. So in future when you are doing, so you always, so yeah, this one, I put this one, what it will do. So you always go with the conversion guide, what we have downloaded just before. Okay. That is most important. Yeah. Now come to the readiness check. So recommended Fiori apps, I mean, what are the SAP Fiori apps it is needed? And then it also talks about the integration or the interface analysis. I mean, it will run some standard checks in the system or some tables or things, and it will let us know what are the interfaces we may have to deal with it. And it also gives us the compatibility of the add-ons. So let's say in ECC you would have installed the some third-party add-ons, right? I mean, it not always not only these SAP related. You know it, right? Third-party add-ons also people install in SAP systems. You aware of it or not? For example, Transport Express, and third-party add-ons. You know, people will develop and they keep this monitoring one. I don't remember this one. Like similar to the Solman, DataWard. You heard of DataWard? So DataWard is another monitoring tool. So the customers will use third-party add-ons. So their readiness check will give us the compatibility of that particular add-ons, and then compatibility of the business functions also. I told you in ERP we have business functions, and with SAP S4HANA how they will be. So which of all of them are in on mode or off mode, or what it has to be done, that actions will be given. And when we run this HANA to readiness check, we will look into these graphs or the details in detail so that you get a fair idea. Okay. So then data volume management, this one. So see, the most important question, right? You as a basis consultant or a conversion architect or consultant, you need to understand. Okay, your ERP size is the let's say 1 TB, right? So when you move it to the SAP S4HANA, how do you decide on how much database size is needed? Okay, you need to take a call. What is my database size? What are my mounts, data size and log volume size, right? So that thing, how do you decide it, right? You getting my question? So that part also it will recommend this readiness 2.0 check, and there is one more HANA DB sizing report also there. But readiness check is nothing but it's a what we call a centralized tool which will give you all of them. You can also run this individually with particular reports. Okay, so that part also it will tell you when you run that report, but it is not a final thing, but it will estimate roughly that this is your source and this is the size, and it is good to go to certain level, but it is your decision as a business decision, but it will give you some draft estimate. Okay, and then SAP Innovative Business Solutions. Suppose I'm not aware of this, I would will see when we run it. I may get some fair idea when I look into it actually. Okay, Innovative Business Solutions. What are them? Let's see in our system if they report, and then we go to the note and we will see what it is and how it will be. But this is how this is what the Readiness 2.0 will give you, Avira. So does it answer your question? What we have discussed so far? Let me go to this slide again. Yeah, what we have discussed, planning and system requirements. See, that is why this is all looped. Okay, it is important that it's not that you generate the stack and you do SI check. So you always have to do this simplification custom code. This is all preparation phase. Okay, you do it one after one before, but before you go to the sum tool, you should ensure that these are all do properly. Okay, I mean these are all do properly, and then you have tested these things in your test or pre-production or test systems only. I mean, what landscapes you have in your 3 system landscape or 5 system landscape? You know what do I mean? 3 system landscape.
Yes.
So you have a 5 system landscape: sandbox, dev, test, pre-production, and production. Is that terminology correct? Let's okay, and then I will frame it like this. Okay, simplicity purpose. We have a sandbox. Keep it that way. Sandbox is separate where you do proof of concept and stuff. So let's say dev, you have it, and then quality, you have it. Okay, and then we do production. That's it. Okay, we always, wherever we refer, we always refer this 3 system landscape just for the simplification purpose. Okay, so basically quality, I'm considering it as a both the test and your pre-production functionalities also will be done. Okay, so mostly people use the 3 system landscapes, but some customers they go with this 5, 6, 7 and 10 also. I mean, they have some parallel landscapes also. I've seen one customer, parallel landscape. I mean, parallel coding and code freeze, they use another landscape. And so let's stick to our 3-system landscape and then our sandbox. Okay. So the most important thing here is when they are doing this preparation, right? So the better preparation they do, the easier the conversion basically. Okay. See, it looks very simple, guys. Believe me, conversion is not as easy as I am explaining, but I'm trying to make things simpler and easier concepts wise. See, this preparation is going to be the very messy thing. Okay. So there are a lot of things you have to evaluate. Number one, functional. That 1200 page document, functional people have to read. Okay, there is no other way. They have to read and then they have to compare it with the existing system and they have to prepare an Excel, what they have to do in the target system. That is functional. Okay, leave it. And the developers, coding. So the simplification items. Okay, simplification items in there also certain developers are, they also have to look into that. And then the custom code. Custom code is the most important thing developers has to look into. Business functions also. Okay. So these guys, that runs parallelly. Okay. Fine. Leave it. So that will run. So now the important thing is, as a basis guide, can somebody tell me what are the basis when your functional and developers are working, what are things you have to start working in preparation phase? Can you tell me here? Fine. In this case, these are SI checks. Okay. SI checks, you only run it. So it is nothing but running few reports and stuff. Custom code migration also from basis point of view, nothing. I mean, we will do in exercise. You have to run reports and jobs and stuff. That's okay. I mean, that anyway, as soon as functional consultant will tell you that, hey, I fixed so and so things, you please run the report and you will run it. That should be fine. But what is the most important thing which you have to do in preparation phase? Can somebody exactly sizing is fine? Yeah, sizing report you run and you get some sizing. Then what is next? This part, this blue color part is ours only, right? Basis. Sum tool. Completely run by the sum tool. See, the most important thing you have to do as a basis is you at least have to run 10 to 15 times this sum tool. Okay, with various parameters that is what you have to do in parallel to your functional and this thing. Okay, so you take a copy of the production, you build your sandbox system. Okay, that sandbox will be functional guys might be working on that because you have the production data. Sandbox functional guys are fixing and working on it, and you may have to take another copy of that thing. Okay, sandbox copy of mock system. Okay, where you will be testing only the sum. Okay, you keep hitting with the different parameters. Okay, so I mean you have to evaluate how many R3 processes, how many this thing, because at the end of the day your objective is to reduce the downtime, right? So you need to do that. I mean at least 5, and as soon as this simplification items are checked, right? And you have to have a mock system separately, guys. So after 1 month, this code and these things are checked and you have a separate copy. You take a backup of that copy and you again put it to your mock system and then again run the sum tool. You understand? So these 6 months, this all has to go hand in hand, phase by phase. So because every 1 month they do some corrections and you do test it again. And that you have to keep noting it on. That is what the basis guy has to do in the 6 months. So as soon as they fix or address, take a copy of that sandbox and then you build a separate system and then do it. And if they don't have any other system, you do that on the same sandbox and restore it after your activity. You got it right? So if they have that downtime and if, what is? Okay. So this is what you have to do when you and then the maintenance planner is nothing. It's going to be straightforward. Yes, we will discuss it when the topic comes. Okay. So in the preparation phase, this is all you have to do in that 6 months. Functional developers and then basis or the consultants definitely needed, and the other important, who else is needed? Roles and responsibilities. Did I make that thing? Did I prepare that slide? I have prepared it. Okay, let's not discuss it now here. Okay. When the slide comes, I will discuss that. Okay. Readiness check is done. Maintenance planner, anyway, we all knew that why maintenance planner is used, right? Maintenance planner to generate the stack file, to use it in our SAP in sum tool. So, and then you have this maintenance planner. So yeah, I think you can log in and check this maintenance planner. Just try to do this one. 1 second, where are we now? Sorry. Maintenance planner. Anyway, we have a detailed exercise. We will log in and we will see. Or just for now, you understand this one. So these days SAP made it very simple. This maintenance planner. Has anybody used this maintenance planner recently? Did you also worked on this MOPS maintenance optimizer earlier? How difficult it was when we were working with maintenance optimizer, right? So you have to log into the solution manager, LMDB.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys did it. LM add system, push data, fetch data. You guys remember? It is a nightmare. I mean, crazy. This is the feedback which was given by the customer. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, SAP, the way SAP did that time, because it was on Java, and Java, the buttons and all here and there, it was crazy. That is why you see now, at least you see easily when the moment you log in, this is the Fiori. So as I said, unified user interface means across all platforms of SAP, service marketplace, documentation, or everywhere you find this thing. It is easy now. So you download the stack and you upload it here or add system. That's it. You calculate it, target version. It's so simple, so simple. That is what is needed. I mean, it's very good now. Maintenance planner. So SAP is definitely doing to improve the things. They knew the pain points. They knew the pain points of the customers, but these days they could not able to do it. But now they are doing it. Good party. I will tell you few more pain points while we go through it. And even though still there we are struggling with them. So this is the maintenance planner. Again, we have a dedicated session on it, and I will show you. And then SI check. Anyway, we discussed about it. So perform SI before starting sum. So this is what I am trying to say. SI checks are shipped as SAP notes executed in the source system. Result is what needs to be addressed and solved before starting the sum, guys. This is very important. So these are all things that is simplification items which we have checked and downloaded. Our consultants definitely have to verify and check it out. So we will run this report as a part of our exercise. Okay. So custom code migration, next thing which we are going to discuss. So custom code, what I'm trying to say, I mean, so far what I'm trying to say, what are the new tables? SAP ECC, and we are moving to the SAP S4HANA. So inventory, history, aggregates and documents, so many things are there. Material master, MARC, MARD, MERCH, so many are there. So aggregation of the tables. So new tables, less tables, change data structure. So as I told you, SAP S4HANA is a completely revamped thing, new data structure. So there are views, and the way the data is handled in the HANA is different. Some tables will go as a row store, some tables will go as a column table. How do you deal with that? So that part is very important. So this custom code, that is the part your developers or conversion project developers have to look into that. Okay. So that is what it will do. And then the custom code migration or the ABAP test cockpit, ATC. Have you heard of this term, ATC? ABAP test cockpit. Did you do it, ATC? Now, I mean, don't get overwhelmed by these concepts at the moment. We will deep dive into each topic when it comes, but it's just an overview. So it is check system, first thing, ECC system. Okay. So custom code migration, sorry for that. So ECC, and then you have a check system, two systems will be there. So where do you check this code? Okay. So what we need to do is we need to have AS ABAP greater than 752. Okay. Try to look at it. So in order for this system, for example, you have an ERP system. Okay. In order to run this particular ATC check or the readiness check, you need basic AS ABAP 752. You see this at the bottom, red color, greater than or equal to 752 system. Okay. So just to run this particular check, ATC check, you don't need to, please guys, please pay attention. Again, I have to repeat it in the session, get this concept. So you don't need to upgrade this system, your ERP system, just to run this check. Okay. I mean, it feels ridiculous and it's unnecessary, too much of effort. Okay. So you don't have to run this to 752. What you do is just build an vanilla system. Vanilla in the sense, just get the NetWeaver 752 version. That's it. Done. So I mean, hardly it takes some 32 GB server. You build it, or if you in your landscape, if you already have SAP ABAP 752, okay. So you use that system. So what you have to do is, this is the basic requirement. You do an RFC connection check. Okay. So your source system and then the system where you have a 752, we define an RFC system and then we run some reports and then it will analyze and it will give us the list of custom code migration guide. Okay. So this is nothing but your the guide which is there in the SAP S4HANA conversion that help.sap.com, which we just have seen. Okay, please understand this. So in ATC run check system and checked system and check system. Check system is nothing but source system where we want to run. Check system should have a 752 version basic. Okay, that we will check it later. Okay, so good. Any question on this one, guys? ATC is nothing but ABAP test cockpit. We will run, we have an exercise for this. It will do it and it will give you a report. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the, that is why, the thing is, or in general, what people will do is they will build an SAP S4HANA vanilla system. Got it, right? They can use that for a training purpose or they can test it for certain things. So SAP S4HANA system itself, suppose if you are going to SAP S4HANA 2020 version, right? Source. So if you build that SAP S4HANA, so first thing is you will understand how your database basis guy, you will get comfortable with that thing. And in addition to that, you have this 752 version and all over there. So you can use that vanilla system for all your checks and stuff. You got it, right? So that we can, that we will do. Yeah. So yes, what you are understanding is absolutely correct. Just have this in mind that we will do as a part of exercise. We will define RFC. We will create, we will run this ATC and we will run that report and we will see the results. Okay. But we talk a bit in that particular module 4 or module 5. Okay, good. So then the next part, technical conversion. So this is, oh, sorry. Why did it go like this? Yeah. Technical conversion. So this part, this highlighted part, this is where we have to, this is actually during the downtime. Okay. So you have done all your reputation tests and you know the parameters and by now you would have fixed all your simplification items and you would have fixed custom code recommendations, everything you would have done it. And you know your parameter and you would have done your 6 system or 7 system landscape until pre-production. So in the production, you do the technical conversion. Okay. So generally, quality and up to pre-production, it will be very slow. Quality, at least up to quality. So, but once the quality is finalized, I think rest of the things will move faster because by then your developers would have fixed in sandbox and the transports, they would have done in development to transport and development to test and test to pre-production, they would have transported these transports. Okay. So then that way you have to plan. Yeah. So during that phase, right? Yeah, important question. So that is when you may have to deal with the parallel system landscape. Yes, I have some slides in one module. Okay. See, what I'm trying to say is, okay, in 6 months you are running this project. Developers have fixed some these things, the simplification items, and they take it to test and test to the production, right? So in the meantime, but that transports may impact your existing operations, right? That is when you have to develop a parallel landscape, okay, for conversion landscape. So another dev and so it's like 2 landscapes you will be managing parallel to each other. So without disturbing the existing landscape. And after your conversion, you will switch back your production to the new production. Okay, I will talk. I will have that slides at later point in time. How do you handle this landscape? But just keep that in background. Yes, technical conversion is the most critical thing, and it is during the downtime. And yes, we have to do at that particular time. Okay, so simplification of the data model. So what this way, some tool will do during technical conversion. So it will take the existing ECC to the simplified data model, new tables and new applications, SAP Fiori and all. It will, it will, if there is no SAP S4HANA front-end server, it will install that as per your maintenance planner and your what we call these what you have maintenance planner, you would have selected this theory target server also, which server you want to go, and based on that it will install that particular theory and then it will configure. Okay, and conversion task for software update manager. So database migration, as I said, DMO, it will be, we will select it. Software update, and if you want to do upgrade also, those patches to certain, that again you have to take it in the maintenance planner. Data conversion, so old to the new data model. So this is what the sum tool will do during the technical conversion. Okay, so application. So once your technical conversion is over, so post steps, again your functional consultants have to verify these things. There are certain code corrections and these things, functional changes which they have to do. Okay, so creating these views or mapping, and these are the post steps, I mean after the conversion. Okay, so SAP Fiori deployment, don't worry about the left hand one. See, there are two ways you can deploy your Fiori. Okay, again when we talk about Fiori we will discuss in detail, but now let's get the overview. Two ways. So you know Solman, right? How solution manager works. So solution manager will have satellite systems, ERP, SRM, CRM and others, right? So and solution manager is a central hub. Okay, they all connect to the RFC. So same concept, when we say Fiori central hub means your entire landscape systems will use one Fiori system where it has the SAP UI5, that is the add-on or the component. Okay, so that's the central hub. So SAP do not recommend it. So that's why, so it's a similar concept. But in your entire landscape, you use one Fiori and rest all systems are connected to that. You can use it, it's your deployment option, but SAP do not recommend it. So SAP, when you go to SAP S4HANA, SAP always tells you that, so to use this embedded configuration. Can somebody tell me, embedded means within the SAP S4HANA itself, you have this UI5 component. So why this central hub, see, central hub thing looks very interesting to you, right? I mean, cost saving. So I have my 10 to 15 systems and all of them connect to the one UI5 system, and your administration also easy. So why would SAP wants to do an embedded deployment? Can someone answer this? So those of you 2-3 years back when you work on Fiori, you might have had these frustrations. So see, when you have the central hub deployment, right, you have central, every time it has to go to an RFC. For okay, it takes 2 milliseconds or 10 milliseconds. As an end user, because UI5, it is, I mean, Fiori is a front end user interactive thing, right? So you are introducing a latency over there, 100 milliseconds or whatever it is, it's stupid. So people will get frustrated, even though they have 200 Mbps bandwidth, still when they click on the tile, it will be, even though it is little slow, but it is better, I'm telling you. So that is definitely a very irritating thing, okay, for any end user. No end user would like to, click on something and wait for some time. So it has been, maintenance is tricky and complicated. Number one, what is said. And the second thing is the slowness. That is the major thing. Maintenance, fine. I mean, you can plan and you will ensure that all landscape, or at least you can use your dev, test and production one central hub. I mean, one UI5, right? So that your entire landscape will go in one shot. But this is the major drawback, performance, and the tiles slowness. Okay, that is why. And the thing is, if your central hub is go down, that system goes down, on all 10 systems will have a problem of UI5. I mean UI. I mean, Fiori tiles not accessible for all of them, right? So that is the major thing. That is why when you are in projects, when a customer thinks of having this UI, central hub deployment, don't. I mean, you give you all these reasons. Okay, so because it's a very end user usefulness, that's why keep focusing on the right side part, general recommendation always. Okay, embedded, you have your UI5 component within SAP S4HANA system, and that is dedicated to that system, and then you don't have any problem. I mean, you will have better performance. So along with that system, it gets upgraded or downgraded, and if that system goes down, obviously UI also goes down. Simple. I mean, everything is related to each other. So this is the general recommendation. Good. Project roles, just to give you a quick overview. Project manager, obviously, solution architect is very critical, and he has to consider all these things. So preparation phase and the realization phase. and who has to do, what all things can be done in parallel, what all things, assigning these tasks to each and individual and testing it various phases. So that is the solution he has to design. I mean, what are the target, high availability, disaster recovery. So I mean, many factors on the interfaces. Solution architect is the key. And then you have these technical roles. Under solution architect, you see this one, integration lead. So technical or basis resources, obviously, and then development resources. Okay. So you have organizational change manager, and this is just for your information. And moreover, training also is needed. So for the trainers, but these are the basic project roles. So you at least need to have some 30 to 40 people when you are taking to your conversion. Okay, at least. Good. So this one we discussed, one step directly from ERP to the S4, or first you do migrate to HANA and then to S4. This we discussed. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What does the SAP S4HANA conversion approach leverage to transform an existing ECC system to SAP S4HANA? A. Near zero downtime. B. New implementation. C. Landscape transformation. D. Database migration. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Welcome to ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA Conversion and System Upgrade ADM328 training. In today's rapidly evolving business landscape, migrating to SAP S4HANA is more critical than ever. Our comprehensive course equips you with the knowledge and tools necessary to execute a successful conversion and system upgrade. Over the years, ZaranTech has been at the forefront of SAP training, empowering professionals like you to navigate complex transitions with confidence. With our expert-led ADM328 training, you'll gain a deep understanding of the conversion process, best practices, and troubleshooting techniques. Join hundreds of satisfied learners who have elevated their SAP expertise through ZaranTech's training programs. Whether you're a seasoned SAP professional or new to the field, our course provides valuable insights and practical skills to drive your organization's digital transformation. If you want to learn more about managing and motivating your workforce with success factors, Employee Central, and PMGM, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to expand their expertise in these cutting-edge SAP solutions. To explore the details of ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade ADM328 training, visit the link below. Enroll now and take the first step towards becoming a certified SAP expert. Your journey to success starts here.
SAP S4HANA conversion prepare phase. Okay, good. All of you are in the call. Very well. It is a snapshot. Okay. Yeah. So it suspends the system and then it takes a clean snapshot. Okay. Because normal backups, they take time, right? This one is like Amazon snapshot. Simple. From the CAL itself, I triggered a snapshot. After some time, it will be available, and it's very quick to restore also. Just it uses the complete image and it will build the system if we have to restore. Okay. Yeah. So good. Hi guys. So now let's go to the module 3, SAP S4HANA conversion prepare phase. Okay. And it's our normal disclaimer. Please ensure that the content and everything will be with the authorized people, who have enrolled for this course, and do not share with anybody. Okay. So agenda for today, required patches to the source system, and then simplification item checks, custom code analysis, cross application preparations. Okay. So this is the most important area when it comes to the preparation, all of them. Okay, and then we have these technical aspects of running the maintenance planner and then running some tool and all. That's another technical clear basis thing. But here, this is the, as I told yesterday, preparations or the 6 months or 1 year you have to plan before you plan for a conversion. Some will do within 3 months when they have less data and if it is a fresh new system, who are up to the SAP's guidelines and stuff, they can do within 3 months. But I have seen most of the cases the conversion project is 6 months project. Okay, minimum. Even some customers will take it. Okay, so let's take a quick overview and sequence and recap what we discussed yesterday. So mainly we discussed about the SAP S4HANA architecture, how it is different from ERP to SAP S4HANA. How it is from the existing ERP. There's a code line change and simplification of data model. They have done redundant code has been removed. So now the code has been simplified. And then we have the HANA. They are leveraging the benefits of the in-memory computing by using the row and column stores concepts within the database. And then UI, they got rid of the Java and they came up with the Fiori. So these are the very top 3 changes in SAP S4HANA. That's why they had to redo the entire coding separately instead of just upgrading the existing ERP systems. Okay, that's what that's the whole reason why they had to go for a complete code line for the SAP S4HANA. Okay, and in addition to that, SAP S4HANA has much more capabilities. As I said, HANA is a platform. Yes, database is a service within that particular platform. HANA can do multiple things, or much more things like analytics and big data, text mining, and there are a lot of ML related algorithms it can run. So it is much more capable. And also SAP S4HANA, they have introduced these machine learning capabilities, predictive analysis, and forecasting, demand forecasting. So such kind of features, embedded analytics, they call it, they have introduced into the SAP S4HANA. So that is why, have you heard of this word, intelligent suite? Has anybody come across this word, intelligent suite? Did you? Hello? Yeah, okay. So I thought I have dropped off from the call. Okay. See, ERP, they call it as a SAP business suite, right? Okay. So, and then for SAP S4HANA, what they're calling simplified suite for HANA. It's just a product line. Okay. So now if you look at the SAP's help.sap.com and go and see, they call it as an intelligent suite. Like business suite, it is an intelligent suite. So which is comprised mainly of SAP S4HANA. So why they are calling it as an intelligent suite means wherever there is a possibility of, automation using machine learning capabilities, they have introduced those features into the system. Okay. For example, in financial, material management, demand forecast, and in finance, they have generation of the invoices. They have included these specific features into the system. So, and the system can itself take care of those things without any manual intervention. Okay. So like chatbots, so, a lot of things they have integrated with the SAP S4HANA. That's why they call it as an intelligent SAP S4, intelligent suite. Similar to ERP business suite, it is an intelligent suite. Okay. Anyway, that's what we discussed about SAP S4HANA, and also we discussed about the overview of the conversion. Okay. This is the slide. This is the main master slide for our entire course to get you an overview. Okay. So first we will talk about the maintenance and main planning and system requirements. Okay. So what, for example, so now you have access to the source system, ERP. Okay. Now we need to understand before I proceed, because in order to run these tools like SI check or the custom code tool or readiness check, you need a lot of notes or and a lot of reports you need in the source system, for them to collect the data and, submit to SAP and to verify these items. You need reports in the particular system. For that, you have to prepare the source system with implementing those so and so nodes. Okay. I will tell you what all nodes are needed in the exercise I have mentioned. These are all notes, you can get it from the conversion guide. Okay. Yesterday I have shown you, right, where you download the conversion guide. Please always, that is your, master guide before, whenever you do the conversion in future also. Take the latest conversion guide, and there is a section for source system preparation. Please ensure that you do that source system preparation as per the guidelines. Okay. So now today we're going to discuss about this source system requirements, what all things needed into the source system, and then we will verify as a part of exercise. And then we have SI check, okay, simplification item check. So in order for this to run, again we need some nodes to be implemented in the system. We will have a look into it, and if time permits, we will run this simplification item check also today. Also, data volume management. I have explained you. Your source system database is so and so size, and when you are moving to the HANA, what is your hardware size in future? I mean, what is your database size? That also there is a report to run. We will see that also. Okay. So it's an overview. So we're going to discuss planning and system requirements and SI check. Maintenance planner, what I will do is I will move to just before the after the T5. I mean, after discussing all these things, so that it will be in a sequence. Okay. I mean, because for software update manager, we need maintenance planner. So if we put them together, it would be good. Okay. Very good. So required patches to the source system. What are the patches needed in the source system? Okay. Where can I check information about required patches to the source system, and what should I do to prepare it for the system conversion? Okay. So, I mean, many of us, before we start this question we have. So yeah, we are into this particular second section, SAP S4HANA conversion prepare phase, just to give you where we are, I mean, technical steps. Good. Okay. SAP note for DMO of SUM 2.0. Okay. This is the master note where you get the details of from which source to which target you are going. So let's see, I've just downloaded this particular note. So desktop, this ADM328. Then SAP notes, because okay, so what is the note number they are referring? 107. Let's see if we have it. 107, this one. I just downloaded as a PDF. So if you try to access it directly from the service marketplace in the Fury Launchpad, it will show. So this is the first note which you need to look into. So database migration option of SUM 2.0 SP09. So what you may have to focus is, for example, your source database. What is your source database, and which target database you are going? So let's see which source database supports which target database. Okay, let's analyze it. So supported source DB. Okay, Oracle, SAP MaxDB, source DBs. I mean, the ERP system which you have just accessed, it is on the Sybase. Okay. What are the supported source DBs? All these, whatever they are in the market, they're all supported. Okay, Oracle, Max, Microsoft SQL, DB2. I don't think there is any other DB, source DB apart from these. I don't recollect. If you know something else, please do let me know. I've never heard of any other database, source databases which are running SAP than this one. Let's say you are on Oracle. Okay, so which source database supports the target database? You have to see. See, Oracle, you can go to SAP HANA. You can go to ASC, you can go to MS SQL, DB6 or MaxDB using this DMO option of this SUM tool. Okay. So Microsoft SQL, again, you can go to any of these database. Yeah, MS SQL to MS SQL, it doesn't make sense. So IBM DB2, you see here is the trick. Okay. IBM DB2, this one, you can only go to SAP HANA, SAP ASC, Sybase. You cannot go to any other database. I mean, MS SQL or SAP MaxDB. Okay. Because of various reasons, SAP would have taken this call. I'm not aware, but you have to look into this master note of SUM 2.0 and see your target databases. Anyway, ours is a conversion. So again, same as IBM DB2, you can go to any DB6. DB6 can go to any database. So SAP HANA, there's nothing. So the whole objective is to move to SAP HANA. Let's take our example. So we are in ERP on AS Sybase database. Yes, we can go to SAP HANA, MS SQL, DB6, and anything is possible. So we are going to the HANA. So this is supported. So it is always you come and you look into the system. What is your source database and what is your target database? And this note also gives you some other recommendations. For example, target database on HANA. Suppose if you are moving from, in our case, ASC, I'm just giving an example how you look into this particular note, ASC to HANA, right? So required HANA is minimum version is this one. Okay, your target database must have 1.0 revision 90 or higher. And what about the source database? Okay, there are some dependencies, right? Source database might be at a older DB level, older version. So the source database must have ASC version 15.7 or a higher ASC version, this one. Okay, version 16.0 SP2 or higher version. So whatever your source DB, you ensure that before you start with your conversion project, so you ensure that these things are taken care. So let's say if your Sybase version or the current ERP system has a lower version of 15.7, so first thing is you have to plan to upgrade your database. Okay, upgrade your database to this particular level at least. Okay, this particular level or higher. You getting the point what I'm trying to say? So this is the first note, or when you plan your conversion or 6 months before or 1 year before, you should ensure that your DB or source and source DB especially is at the latest version or the recommended version as per this particular note. Okay, so I mean there are a lot more recommendations when it comes to the OS patches and stuff, but please ensure that this is how you look into this basic note, the first note. I mean, always go to this particular note because this keeps getting updated. So this one is 2021-11-21, which is just 2 days back I downloaded this. So it is latest version. So this is released on the February. So please be ensure that you always refer to the latest versions from the service marketplace. That is strongly recommended. Okay. So that's how you look into the, where is this one? My slide. Yeah. So first note which you have to look in is the SAP note for the DMO of SUM 2.0, or you can also download the SUM 2.0 from the service marketplace, the guide. That also will tell you to refer this particular note. Okay. So yeah, same thing, whatever I have explained you, this has been given. Target is SAP S4HANA 2020 release. Okay. Information and conversion, system conversion guide, and what are the recommended things. It will keep giving you all the things. Okay. So in detail, please go through this particular note and check it. On-premise integration. So you might have a lot of integrations for your system. So go to this, for example, which are in our case, we are going to this 2020 version. Sorry. 2020 version. So integrations anyway, it is out of the scope for us. So just go to this 2974130 notes. These are the references based on your target. It will have all the complete scenarios, integration scenarios defined, and what actions you may have to do. These are all you have to run parallel. You know, basis guys will work on the DB versions and stuff, and then the functional guys can refer to this on-premise integration scenarios. This is on-premise notes. If you're going 2020, this particular note, and they start taking the recommended actions over there. Okay, so now archiving before sizing, and the another. So our let's focus more. I mean, I will try to focus more on the basis related because it's. I mean, that is where I mean ADM328 focus is. Okay, mostly it focuses on the basis, and the rest all development and all that's a separate training will be there. Now this is archiving before sizing. So this is very important. I mean, what do I mean by the archiving before sizing is, so some customers will do maintain their existing databases or the existing systems in a clean state. So what do you mean by the, can some of you tell me the regular maintenance activities in your systems? What are you doing regular maintenance activities, quarterly or half yearly or yearly? So, and what databases your client is using? Can you tell me? Hello?
So mostly Oracle and HANA, not Sybase AEC at the moment, what we have in our ecosystem. And in terms of maintenance, general, so aligning with SAP strategy, so we do have some legacy systems which we don't touch apart from the kernel, and also that also is not there required, apart from STPI and API, which is the only activity in those legacy systems. But when we see the new systems or the comparatively very new systems, there we are completely aligned. Let it be from the HANA patch update or from the STP, or let it be from the kernel patch, or maybe also a NetWeaver as per aligning with the SAP strategy, and also, or not to mention, yeah, these are the pretty much which I can think of. Maybe if someone would like to add anything.
Yeah, let's take Oracle as an example. So in DB, any further maintenance activities you do?
So from the DB perspective, reorganization, and also I think not quarterly but half yearly, we do have some recommendations from the Oracle perspective. We do have an expert, so who is actually in picture from SAP. paid service. So then we get a lot of recommendation, and also we try to collate, follow the EWA stuff also, which is also as per the recommendation of EWA, what can be done. So collating that from the DB side, maybe reorganization is there one thing which is done on a very frequent basis. And from maybe from the housekeeping and archiving stuff, it is, I think, a regular activity which is happening from Oracle as well.
Okay, very good. So yes, so what we have to understand is, if you don't, I mean, table reorganization, one of the critical activity with any this typical landscape or the traditional databases. So I mean, we have to do the table reorg, half yearly or yearly once, or else what happens if you don't reorganize properly with your laptop, right? You keeping these files here and there, and access becomes messy. Okay, and also why do we do the table reorg? Anyone can anyone explain me? Why do we do the table reorg? And in so these concepts are very good to know concepts, guys. I mean, when you go for an
yeah, table reorg is required like whenever we delete the data from the between the like in the rows and column, there will be a space generated in between, and then when we check the table size, it will never be reduced. So when we do the table reorg, it will realign all the data in a sequence way, and releasing some space for again filling it up. Like it will reduce the space of the table which is used.
Very good. So all of you understood that concept? Okay. So table reorg, why we do is to release the unused, say, for example, let's say, where is my Excel? Okay. So I told you, so the databases are the row-based databases, right? I mean, Oracle, let's take Oracle. So it keeps writing the data like this, 1, 2, 3, like this. Okay. Or let me open another sheet. Okay. One, like this. It keeps writing whatever the data it wants to. Okay. So after some time, okay, row store, it keeps writing. So after some time, what happens is you would have deleted this one. Okay. You would have deleted this one. So you would have deleted this one. So what happened? So one block size. So it writes into these small blocks on the hard disk or table hard disk that you remember. So that block size is some 8 KB, or I don't know. I don't remember the exact size. Yes, it writes into the blocks. So these blocks are empty. But unfortunately, the space is not freed up. When you look at it, it looks into the used space as this one. But it's a row store, right? It cannot go and put it something here, next writing. So it will always go in the sequential way, like this, Oracle, or any Sybase or this, whatever the row-based database. So when you do the reorg, right, when you do a table reorg, what it will do is it will adjust. So it will move all these things to like this. Okay, they will put it in the sequence, and then you get this free space empty, so that the database is in a better shape and you get space. You get freeing up the space there. So that is what happens when you do the reorg. Okay. Can you tell me, in HANA, do we need to do this reorg, table reorg? In HANA?
Yeah, for the rows,
Sorry?
for the roster tables.
Sorry?
For the roster tables, we do have roster reorganization in HANA. And generally for column, no. Theoretically, I have read, but not practically.
Okay. HANA, do we need? I mean, see, that's the super concept in HANA. Have you ever done the reorg in HANA? The column stores, we don't need to do the reorg, reorging of this thing. I mean, table reorg. What it will do is from the in-memory, right? When it is writing to the, see, HANA has the RAM. Okay, let's say this is the RAM. So let me see my screen. So let's say this is the RAM. Okay, and then when it tries to write it to the from the RAM to the disk. Okay, let's say you have the disks, OS disks. So let's put it into the blue color. Okay, when it tries to write from this in-memory RAM to the disk, so by itself it will arrange those column store tables in a reorganization. There itself it will do for that particular table when it is inserting or when it is deleting. So there itself, it will take care during the delta merge from the RAM to the disk. It takes care of the this particular thing. So row store, I think in HANA 2.0 SP5, there also we don't have to do. I don't know who has answered it. So I think I have to check back. So with the latest versions, I think SAP has even for the row store also they came up with a mechanism do this reorg automatically. So they want to get rid of that also. I mean, they want to make everything online. Okay. So for now, just try to understand. So the maintenance in HANA, I mean, is very less. So these reorging or these table maintenance and stuff is very minimal when it comes to the HANA. The reason is, so all your reading and writing happens from the memory, okay, in your RAM. So whatever you want to do, deletion, cleaning, or whatever you want to do, it will happen first in the RAM. And when it writes to the persistent layer, when I say persistent layer, which is the disks, okay. So in that particular operation, it is an asynchronous operation. I mean, it happens every 1 minute or like every 5 minutes, like that. There is a save point. So during that phase, it writes to the persistent disk. That time it takes care of the reorg and stuff. So what I mean to say is, when it writes to the disk itself, it takes care of it. It writes in a clean way. Okay. So you don't have to do anything over there. That is where HANA is reducing this particular mechanism of maintenance. Okay. And have you done this archiving data? BW systems we generally do. So NLS, nearline storage, and there are tools to archive also. Have you worked on this archiving? Good. So whatever it is, so what this slide, what I'm trying to emphasize is, before sizing or before you assess what is my target database, right? I mean, what is your target size, right? So it is always recommended to do all these maintenance activities. Okay, run your table reorg, update your statistics, and ensure that unnecessary data, your functional consultant should be having this idea, some temp tables which will be having so much of unnecessary data which is no longer needed. Such tables, you try to reduce them, or I mean, delete them if you don't need it. So I mean, delete in the sense they can remove that particular data, absolute data, or archive that particular data. Generally, it is always recommended to archive such big tables to a third party. I mean, third party tools or the storage. So these are the very much recommended before you size it. Or else what happens with the existing source system database size, it will try to assess what is your target database. I mean, target database size. So it is going to cost significantly. Okay. For example, if your current database is in 1 TB and you are not maintaining it properly, I mean, you just do a sizing report and you assess it. It will show you in HANA, you may need 1 TB, definitely, minimum 1 TB, I may need it. So if you do the cleaning and all, if it comes to the 500 GB, then your RAM size will be needed server hardware, future hardware will be 500 GB. So which means you are saving too much of cost for your client or your project. Okay. So this is very strongly recommended. So, and have a housekeeping strategy. So in your existing thing, like as said, maintenance, quarterly, weekly, or whatever it is. So ensure that your systems are in a clean state before you do this HANA sizing for your future conversion. Okay. So to deal with the tables, I mean, there are some tables. So like CD posts or PCL2, EDI force, there are some used tables. So you should refer to this, particular note. So which will give you a picture of what are your top technical tables and what actions should take and some recommended actions. Okay. So, and it will also, there is one more note 2388483. So for instructions on how to delete the data. I mean, as I said, some temp data or unused data. But again, this action, you will not be, as a basis consultant, you will always run this report and give this data and assess this data with your, as I said, right, roles and responsibilities. Get it verified with the solution architect, and as a business decision along with the functional, you have to take a call on these particular tables. I mean, long running table, or you may have to think an strategy of splitting these tables, during the conversion process. Okay. So these two notes will give you an idea of what tables are usually using when you run this report and what actions you need to take to correct that particular thing. Okay. So add-ons, preparations, and management. Yeah. So this is another important topic. Let's see, where is my add-ons and business functions. Okay, so both SAP and partner add-ons can only run on SAP on. Okay, so they can run on SAP S4HANA if they have been released for it specifically. Okay, so make sure the required add-ons are released for production usage in SAP S4HANA. Clarify licensing aspects. Yeah, that's fine. Let's keep it this way. So yeah, this as again, whatever I'm going to explain, those details will be cleared in the 2974663, this particular note. Yeah. So do you know any third-party add-ons within SAP? Can you name few third-party add-ons? For example, you have an ERP. You might have heard SAP not SAP. It's a Data Word or OpenText and Transport Express and HofIncon's development add-on is there. So there are lots and lot more add-ons are there, third-party add-ons. Okay. So let's say your customer is using those add-ons. Okay. How do you do? I mean, when you move from your ERP to the SAP S4HANA, how you tackle those particular add-ons? Okay. So this is what you have to be very carefully assess in your system. What are the SAP standard things over there, and what are the third-party add-ons in your particular system? So those add-ons you have to identify and you have to you have to act upon them. Okay, I'll talk about how do you act. So if an add-on is no longer required, okay, let's say you have a Transport Express add-on, or if you say OpenText add-on, or if you say some whatever add-on, check with the vendor. I mean, whoever is owning that particular vendor, if a package for uninstalling the add-on is available. Okay, see SAP note, and these two notes will give you a clear picture of how to do this one and how to deal with missing equivalent support package during an SAP S4HANA. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, so these third-party add-ons, right? Okay, so here you have an SAP system in the right-hand side, and you have SAP add-ons. SAP add-ons, can you name few SAP add-ons? Do you recollect something? So, and then this, what is this, security also recently it came, GRC or GC or whatever, I don't remember that. And then GTS, Global Trade Services, taxing related. So there are a lot of SAP add-ons on top of the SAP system, okay? Third-party add-ons, as I said, Transport Express, OpenText, and Data Ward, monitoring tools, and there are a lot of, okay? And then, so varieties of these things. And then there are some more add-ons co-deployed, okay? By default with SAP S4HANA, some add-ons, so SAP would have thought that deploy, and they had a tie-up with the partner, and they do together. I mean, it's like a co-development, we would say, we have to put in words. So S4HANA developers will do S4HANA, and those add-ons will be developed by the partner, and they together merge into the SAP S4HANA. By default, that particular add-ons comes into the system. They are co-deployed. And few more add-ons, side-by-side usage. Okay. So side-by-side usage means, so you have an SAP S4HANA, so you might not be having it in the system. Okay, see, whatever you have this bottom, they're all present in the particular system. But in SAP S4HANA, you may have to use side-by-side means through RFC or somewhere it tries to call that particular add-on and it will use it. Okay. Now, what do I mean by the handling these add-ons is, let's say you are on the ERP, you have SAP add-on, third-party add-ons. If you go to the SAP S4HANA, does your, SAP add-on, SAP takes care of it, don't worry. Your maintenance planner will be smart enough to identify which is the SAP add-on and which is the third-party add-on, and it will tell you. And SAP add-ons, it knows what action it has to take. It will tell you clearly that, hey, in SAP, if you go to the S4HANA from this particular ERP version, so-and-so add-ons will get upgraded to so-and-so version, or so-and-so add-ons will get patched to so-and-so version, and this is the recommended that it will do. Okay, SAP add-on. But for third-party add-ons, maintenance planner, definitely it will tell you that, hey, these are the third-party add-ons and it's your choice, because you as a customer has implemented these add-ons and you have to take a decision. Okay, so now as a consultant or as a team, what you have to do? First thing is these third-party add-ons as a conversion thing, you have to contact your vendor. Data Ward, you contact Data Ward. OpenText, contact OpenText. Contact them and ask them, I am planning my conversion from ERP to SAP S4HANA. Do you have the compatible add-on, or do you have the compatible add-on in the S4HANA? Okay. If that is the case, during your project implementation or the technical conversion, after conversion, you have to implement those particular add-ons after that. Okay, those third-party add-ons, you have to again install the compatible version to the system. Okay, number one. And number two, so what do you do during the conversion? Do you keep them in the system? No. So if you keep them in the system, the conversion may not proceed, and some will throw an error. And also it gets, it may delete also. Some tool may delete, but it will strongly tell you to take an action and whether you delete that particular add-on or delete only. That is the only option I would think of. Okay, I mean, one of my project ID, delete means it's not just delete, uninstallation. Okay, when I say delete means uninstallation. So that is why you have to ask your vendor if there is an uninstalling the package for uninstalling the add-on. Okay, see, if it is an SAP, SAP has this, don't worry. But for this third-party add-ons, right, these guys, data ward or open text, SAP will not allow them to install an ERP system until unless they have both installation package and uninstallation package. Okay, there is a package to uninstall also. I'm not sure if you have ever done it. So it is mandatory for any third-party vendor or anybody before they get certified. You know, all these have you heard of this third-party vendors add-on certification process? Have you ever come across this? Okay.
No.
Okay, I will explain. I think, do I have this slide? Wait, let me go to the slide. Where is this one? No. Wait, somewhere I mentioned, guys, this one. Hold on. Just give me a moment. I have maintained about these cross-system applications because or else it will be a repeating for us. No. Okay, good. Let me go back. Let me go back. Where are we? Yeah, business function, will come back to it later. Okay. Where is this? Good. Yeah, this third party these notes will explain all these details, guys. I mean, if you once you have time, you can download and you can see them. So I'm talking about these third party add-ons. Okay, I'm giving you the background what exactly happens in these third party add-ons. See, these I think I have maintained in the 1 second. I will see. In the maintenance planner one, I would have maintained this. Let me open that slides, because it is very important that you have this background of third-party add-ons. Because if you take these critical customers, right? So this is very painful area to assess what action you have to take on the. Here I maintained. Good. Anyway, so then I think in the maintenance planner section, I will discuss that topic. 1 second. Okay. So here, I mean, just for now, you understand that in terms of the preparations and management, you have to understand the how to deal with the third party add-ons. Or let's discuss this, guys. Okay. So yeah, let's look into this slide. Let me present this so that it is important that you understand this concept. Okay. So maintenance planner. So partner add-ons. So this is what I mean to say, the partner add-ons. So SAP partners, and then the third party vendor. So look into this particular slide from my mouse. Okay. Your SAP system has SAP add-ons, partner add-ons, and third party. These partner add-ons are nothing but third party. For example, tax related add-ons, EY and PwC will have it. So, and then OpenText has their own add-ons, DataWard has their own add-ons. Okay. So ICC, what does this word mean by the ICC? So Integration Certification Center, SAP Integration and Certification Center. Okay. So all these partner add-ons, right? Have you heard of this word, SAP Certified Solution? You know, Microsoft Azure is an Azure servers, SAP Certified Server, SAP Certified AWS Server, right? Infrastructure, that is infrastructure service. Or this is an SAP Certified add-on. This is an SAP Certified Solution. Have you heard of this word? Anytime, have you seen it? So, good. So who will do that certification? So this particular team will do. SAP ICC, Integration and Certification Center. So within SAP, there is a department who will do all these partner related, not only add-ons. Okay, it's a hardware, add-ons, and sometimes integration also. For example, one guy has developed a mobile application, and then he will integrate with an SAP system, and he will say that my application has been integrated to SAP. This has been certified with SAP by SAP. So every third-party vendor, whatever they want to do with SAP, right? Before selling to the customer, I mean, before they go and sell it to the customer, they have to get it certified with the ICC. It is very important when you do a conversion project. You will find lot of abnormal integrations which are not standard. I mean, mobile applications and a lot of things. The system looks so simple and easy, but believe me, the moment you start looking into it, it will have a lot of integrations or third-party ones, and then third-party add-ons also it will be there. So now this team will certify it, and when this particular team or SAP certifies it, it mandates that these partner add-ons or these integrations have an installation and uninstallation packages. Okay, so it is very important that you ask your vendor to provide the uninstallation package. That is what I'm trying to convey here in this slide. Where is this one? Yeah. So ask for an uninstalling add-on package before you move to the conversion, and also check with them if there is a compatible S4HANA version. Again, so that particular new version, SAP S4HANA version, right? They have to come here and get certified with ICC. Okay, you cannot simply implement in the S4HANA once you do the conversion. So you always have to verify that whether the partner has get their add-on certified or not. You may ask, how do you verify that whether the partner has certified or not? So SAP will give them a certificate which clearly has an SAP logo, and like we have this number, right? License number. When we do the certification, that kind of number it gives, and you go to the service marketplace, and there is a in that particular note, in this note, you have a link also. You can go and you will put the number. You will see that whether it is certified by SAP or not. Okay, so please note this, very, very important. So yes, sometimes, most of the times, people ignore such things, and it will lead to the data loss, and it will lead to a lot of inconsistency in the system. Sometimes people will say, okay, I will just proceed with this particular add-on. So you may think that, okay, my add-on only got affected, but no, some tool, that particular add-on, when you installed it, it has dependencies on standard SAP objects also. Those also get deleted, and it leads to a huge mess. Okay, in one of my project it happened. That's why I'm stressing so much. So don't ignore such third-party things in the system. Okay, so ADTP, advanced tracking and pharmaceutical one, I was working on that particular add-on, and then that system has that stupid add-on, and then we did a conversion. Almost 1 million entries got deleted, standard SAP objects. After the system, then we are getting all the inconsistencies, and we thought that, okay, only this particular add-on goes, but no, it took many things than that one. Okay, so please pay attention to these third-party add-ons when you have in the system, and also on the third-party integrations also. Try to assess, pay attention to these things. Okay, any questions, guys, on these add-ons? See, yeah, you got this clear, right? See, I mean, good with your SAP system thing. So I'm trying to stress on things which you may not aware. I mean, have you heard of this concept, integration certification center, and then partners get certified with SAP, and they have their installation and uninstallation packages? Have you come across these things in the past in your project? So that's very important, guys. During the conversion, if you see any of these third parties, refer this note and go to that ICC's page, and you verify it whether these add-ons are certified or not. Okay, certification is not mandatory. If your customer thinks, or if he has a trust on that particular partner, sometimes they go without certification also. But SAP will strongly recommend to get it certified. There are some standards, right? I mean, there are some standards, and SAP wants to verify whether that particular add-on is getting, impact their standard code, or whether that particular add-on has uninstallation package or not. Because if you just keep it in the system, it may have some unnecessary complications in upgrades or patchings. Okay, so SAP has some standards. So that partner add-on or partner development should match that SAP standards. Okay, that's what SAP verifies when a partner comes for a certification. So it is once they develop and everything, SAP will install in their system and they'll run it and they will run some tools and tests and they will confirm that, okay, this particular add-on is certified, and they will give the certificate to them, that partner. So they will go and show to the customer and install, they will sell it to the customers. Okay. That's the process for all these third-party add-ons. Okay. So the another important thing is business functions, guys. So let me go to let me close this note. Let's see if our system is up, because I want to show you these business functions, FTD. Let's see if the system is up. So this is still taking a backup. We'll see this system status now. SFW5 is the transaction code. Have you ever come across this transaction code? Let me show you let's see the system status. It will be good if let's quickly check the status of this backup. It should be coming up by now. gmail.com. It is activating. Okay, so let's give it another 10 minutes. So backups, we can see the backups. Yeah, it has taken the backup completed successfully. If you want to restore, you just click on this restore. That's it in future. But anyway, it just takes 10 minutes. So let's do the theory part now. Good. Let's go to this. Business functions. Okay. So in SAP S4HANA, so business functions can have the status always on, customer switchable, or always off. So it is very important to find out the status at an early planning state for the system conversion. As you said, if you don't plan these things also well, then you will have problems during the conversion. Okay. So a business function, let's read this thing. A business function switched on in your source system, but defined as always off. Okay. In S4HANA will block, defined as always off. In SAP S4HANA will block a system conversion. Okay. This can change between SAP S4HANA major and feature package releases, even if the business function has been classified as reversible, but is declared as always off. There is no general way to deactivate it. Okay. Okay. Business in your area, but defined as always off in this can change between. Good. So what we are trying to do is, let us say in your current ERP system, right? You have this one second. Yeah, this I have it. Okay. So this slide will help us to understand even better. So start release and then the target release. Okay. Start release means our ERP, and then the target release is our S4HANA, and this is same valid when it comes to the our what we call upgrades also, when you are doing from ERP HP7 to EHP8 or EHP9, like that. Okay. So if you say in the start release, the status of the business function is on, and target release it is always off, conversion it doesn't go. Okay. So the new status is always off. So now there is a problem. You see the first one, there is a problem. So it is on in the source release, but it is off in the target release. This is the action the sum tool will take. If the source status is on and in the target also it is always on, so new status also on, no problem. Okay, the second line, no problem, because in source and target, those business functions are on. So then the new status is on, then conversion happens, yes, and then new status on, there is no issue. Just try to follow, guys. Don't get confused. So the first one is problem. So source on, target, in target they have switched it off. As per the standard recommendation or the guidelines, they have turned off. So there is a problem, new status is off. Then you may miss the functionalities or whatever you have in the ERP, right? So you may miss those functionalities, or there could be an alternate for that you have to take or action or plan. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. For example, in the source release off, third line, and the target also off, then fine, new status is off, conversion it takes properly off, there is no problem. Okay. So this first status is the problematic one, and then go to the second line, this one, customer switchable one. So, sorry, where is this one? Source is on, and then target it is customer switchable. Okay, here also no problem. During the conversion it happens, and then the new status is on. So only problem is there are some business functions which are on in ERP and which are off in the target. That will lead to problematic. Okay, that's why I put it in a red color, problematic. That is what you have to assess it and take action before. That is what it means. The theory is always, trying to, what is it is trying to. So these are the notes, provide you clear picture of what are the business functions which are always off or which are always on in the SAP S4HANA. These notes will give you the complete list. Take that list and go to your system, SFW5, and see the current status of your business functions and see whether you have any business functions which are on and which are off in the target release. You getting the point? So take the list. For example, you are moving to the this one. So sorry, this S4HANA always off business function. This will give you a list of always off in the SAP S4HANA. Okay. In your ERP system, you try to find what are the all in on condition. Okay. Then check it. So then you will find the delta, and then those things you have to act upon it. But again, this is a functional task, but for your information. So, but activation is the basis task. Believe it. Okay. That's why I'm explaining this. Activation means, so suppose if your functional guy tells you that, hey, these are the business functions which we may not to activate after the conversion, then you have to activate those business functions. We will see once this particular system is up. Where is this one? So this, I don't want it. So where did it go, my cal system? Let's see if it is up or not. Yeah, it's up. Very good. So now let's go and see this, to get a picture of 10 steps to S4. So password is PLR SAP3CH. Okay, so let's see the SFW5. This is the switch framework. So we have a dedicated module on this particular switch framework thing. Okay, so let me I will try to make it just to at this moment try to get an overview of what is this. So SFW is the T code. So it is clearly says careful, only reversible business functions can be deactivated. For this reason, activate only required business functions. In case of doubt, read the corresponding documentation. It will tell you very clearly, don't act upon anything until unless you are crystal clear. Okay, and activating or deactivating these business functions. See, enterprise extensions, enterprise business functions you see over here. Okay, so what we are talking about is this status, display full dependency. So the green status means these business functions have been switched on. Okay, so wherever there is a tick mark, right? See, remain activated, always on. That is what I mean when I say business function always on, remain fully activated. I mean, you tick mark is this means it is a customer switchable. You can unswitch and switch it yourself. Okay, so these are the business functions. Be very, very careful. So the moment you activate any of these, right? See, they are activated. So there are some of them are in off status. Okay, the moment you activate, then the only option to bring back the system is, can anybody tell me, what if by mistake if you have activated some business function, how do you revert it? Yes, switchables. Yes, you mean you can reverse it. Some very few are there. I will tell you, very few are irreversible. But if the business function is not irreversible, what is the another option? Exactly. So this is the only scenario which is very, very painful scenario. That is why you have to be very careful. Okay, there is no other option. So no matter how, you have to do a point in time recovery of the system. Okay, so don't take any action on this until unless you have a solid business approval from the business side and your architect and your functional lead. So all of them have to sit together, and change board has to approve, because it's a one-time activity. So when your system was built one time, they would have activated it, and we will never touch it. Okay, I think you also regularly, you don't touch any of them. If I'm correct, I don't think any one of you have activated anything in your 1 or 2 years of time, right? So be careful. So this is very tricky thing. But so
Okay.
there are some reversible and irreversible. No, always off will come by default with the system installation. You don't have to do anything over there. There you can't activate them. Always off status. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, see, for example, let's take this as an example. See, always off by default, it will come with the installation. I mean, SAP would have switched off it. Okay. There's no option for you to switch off. So what I'm trying to say is, for example, this two, let's take this ARC and NEENH. Okay. These two are in always off status in this case. Okay. If you move to the S4HANA, okay, no, in ERP, they are in on status. If you move to S4HANA, if SAP turned it off, right? I mean, by default, SAP would have made it like, okay, these features has been included in the some other, SAP F&D or somewhere. So that's why they have switched it off by themselves. Now here you have a case in your ERP, these two business functions are in on status or a switchable status, on or a switchable status, but in S4HANA, it is in always off status. Then there is a problem, right? You getting my point? So, okay. So you have a problem. Then that is the case. You have to act upon those delta. I mean, what are my business functions currently active and which of them, which of them are off in the S4HANA? Those business functions you have to validate. Do I need them or what SAP did it and where they have merged it, and that you have to do a functional correction over there. You getting the point? No, not the, wait. There is everything reversible and irreversible. 1 second. So there are certain customer switchable or always off. It is very important status in the planning state of the conversion. So I will try to segregate what are the switchable, and I will look for a slide. I mean, in the business functions or some module I have kept it. Okay. I will come up with a slide with which of them are reversible, which of them are switchable, I mean always on, or which of them are always off. Then it will give us a clear picture of what actions to be taken or what is our restoring mechanism. Okay, is that fine? Okay. For now I cannot recollect it. Yes, I think 1 second. Where did I put this one? So can you see somewhere did I put my business functions model execution part, some recap? Did conversion? Yeah, business functions. In an overview perspective, just try to understand now that these business functions, we have to act upon them. And, just understand the concept. It is on in the source and it is off in the target, then it will lead to a problem. So those business functions we have to act upon. Okay. Is that clear at this moment? Okay. So now what we discussed, how to deal with the third-party add-ons and then the business functions. At least an overview of what exactly can lead to an inconsistencies. What will stop our upgrade? Okay, that overview is fine. But yes, when we have this business functions a detailed module, that time I will clearly show you with this stuff. Okay, even I have to see in that framework where this switchable off and how to filter and stuff. Okay. I will just explore it and I will come back in that particular module. Good. So system cleanup, a deletion of unnecessary clients. So anyway, so this all of you know. Has anybody done this deletion of the client? That's perfect. I mean, there is nothing to stress out here. So you follow this particular note, it will tell you. So 066 is an early watch client and you delete it in this thing. And if you do not know the client user and password, this also you are aware, right? Login, no automatic user start to SAP 0 and restart. And then you execute this command and log in with SAP star. You are aware of this, right? There's no doubt. So I mean, this particular thing, say for example, you might have a client 066 or some other client. You don't know the user to log in, right? So that time you have to reset the user or SAP star user password. Not only in that case, in any case, if you forget the user ID and password for the system, and if you don't have any other option than to reset it, or I mean, if you don't have any other option, any other user to log into the system, and this is the standard approach, set this to 0 and restart, and then delete that particular user and then log in with the SAP star. Okay. So SAP star password. What is the standard SAP star password? No, there is one more. Instead of this pass, There is one June 20 SAP's initial date that password will come. Have you guys come across that? There is a password anyway. Later we can Google it. There is a password with the for SAP Star itself. SAP's initial date or SAP start date it comes. 1990 June something. Okay, we'll see later. Anyway, so pass works, that is well and good. Or there is one more password. Sometimes it won't work. You have to, Google also will give you that June 2022 or 1990, some password will be there. Okay, so that password may work. Okay, there are two passwords. Good. So system cleanup, this nothing to stress out. As you know, this is easy. So verify implemented nodes, and yes, we do as a part of the exercise now after some break. Key takeaways, what we discussed today. Sizing is an important activity and must be considered, when we do the preparation, okay? Housekeeping activities and all these things have to be done in your system so that you get the, you assess the right target server size, okay? Start with early preparation and cleanup activities, this is what I mean, which can already be done in your current SAP ERP system. And it is always recommended for a best performance, always do your regular housekeeping activities. So prepare system for SAP readiness check and simplification item check early. Okay, what do I mean? So implement the nodes, we will do it, implement the nodes and the versions, or DMO would have told you that your DB version has to be so and so version. So those things as early as possible, ensure that your source system is ready. Okay, once you have the project guideline deadlines, then it's unnecessary rush. Okay, make sure that there is enough focus on pertinent hardware planning. Okay, so yeah, why would I tell you this is, in my current project, I'm literally facing this problem. Hardware planning is the most important thing, guys. When you move to the SAP HANA or S4HANA, okay, can somebody tell me, has any one of you worked on the migration projects? Migration? Migration means from the traditional on-premise to the AWS or Azure or cloud. You worked, right? So, good. When you move to the HANA, you have, let's say, you have a development system, test system, and production. Okay. Obviously, your development system is very small size, and the test system also, less RAM, less CPU. As production, it's definitely not as equal to as production, right? So how do you decide? When you are migrating to S4HANA or whatever is the HANA database, how do you decide? What is my RAM? What is the number of CPUs? How do you decide the template? What is my data size? What is the log volume? That thing. You getting my question? How do you correctly guess? Okay, fine. No, it's not a guessing. So how do you define it? Because once you because your development is a small size system, test system is also a small size system, because you may say that I will get the production backup and I will build a test system and then I will see it. No, because you need a equivalent server as equivalent as production, right? So high RAM, high CPU, and then just for testing purposes, I don't think any client would agree, right? But how do you decide that after you migrate it to the AWS on so-and-so server, my performance will be good? And how do you define that particular template? You get my question, what I'm trying to say? When you see, this is very, ideally speaking, the best is, the best is get a production copy and build the system on the RAM or CPU size, whatever you are targeting as per the quick size recommendation, and then you validate it for certain time, 1 month or 2 months, and then assess it. If it is not adequate, then you again run it, with a different configuration and do, but it is very costly. Okay. So, that is the only way actually. That is the only way you will assure that 100% after you move your production to the new hardware, it will work in a better way. That is the only, if you want to assure 100%. But if the cost is the critical thing for these guys, okay, for your production guys, I'm sorry, your client. So then the option is, so there is a performance load tests. Okay, so they will run some minor servers, the chunk of data for 320 GB and data, and will perform this all. I mean this way, and then they will run some dummy data into the system. Okay, I mean SAP has some nodes for that dummy data in the system, and they will calculate the IO. What is my IO? How the database transactions or calls are taking time. That report, there are reports to run in the system. They will run it for 1 or 2 days and they will assess. Okay, for 320 GB, for so and so RAM, so and so thing, this has performed this way. So if your database size is so and so thing, and then they will recommend you. That will assure you that 80 to 90% that your production will run in a better. Okay, that is the one way to, with lesser cost, you assess the hardware. I mean, I give you one example, but always, I mean, if somebody asks you in your interviews, what is the best way to assess if your production works better is simple answer. I will build a system or the server, and with the target parameters and all, I have to test it. That is the only way you assess, or you tell that 100% my system works better when I move to the production. Okay, there is no other way. Okay, so that is why hardware planning. In the hardware planning also, you need to consider, have you heard of this? How do you decide what devices you have to use for the disks, for HANA data or the HANA log or SAP MNT? How do you decide which kind of file system I have to use? We have a lot of varieties. What kind of file system you guys are using? Have you heard of ANF? Have you heard of this block device? Or have you heard of this NAS filers? Have you heard of them? You need to decide that part also. For my HANA data, am I going to use a NAS filer? Am I going to use a block device? Am I going to use a ANF in Azure? No, it's also a NAS filer kind of thing. Okay. And there is a storage devices, right? HDD, SD, have you heard of them? So what kind of device? So that is what, when we talk about hardware planning. So you need to be very, very careful, or you need to assess all those things. But anyway, you can say that it can be decided by the infrastructure, but after move it, and if the issue happen, then again basis guy has to troubleshoot. Okay, it is important that you have an understanding of that hardware aspects as well. Okay, good. So I mean, I'm giving you an overview, and then check the availability of add-ons early in the project and decide how to handle obsolete add-ons. Okay, as this we discussed it. Okay, so what we do now is we will take 10 minutes break, and then we will start with one exercise. Okay, is that fine? No, they sometimes, these Azure and Microsoft, right? They only supply the basis consultants also. So the consultants will have, suppose if you go for AWS, right? So basis plus infrastructure guy will come, and then you may have to just give them your requirements and stuff, and they will only build and validate it, and they will give you the final template. Okay, that is why I mentioned it. Okay, suppose if you don't have a separate infrastructure guy who takes care of your AWS, then definitely you have to build your AWS server and do this system copy and test it, and you have to assess it, and you have to take a call. Okay. So, but deciding these HDD or the solid state devices or these NAS filers also, basis guy have to give the requirement, or the basis architect have to give. Okay. They have a clear picture of.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which SAP Solution Manager tools helps analyze custom code for SAP S4HANA Readiness? A. ABAP Test Cockpit. B. Custom Code Lifecycle Management. C. Focused Build. D. Charm. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So we may not able to assess which device will give us a better IO, right? For a database service. So that we will not be able to tell. I mean, so that recommendation, the infrastructure guys can tell. So yeah, so that is the tricky point here. So you need to, what kind of system it is, how critical is the business system. You got it, right? Suppose if you are looking at a very critical or high available system, I mean, at any point in time, if customer says that my system has to be available, right? Then you have to go with the best possible throughput, the best possible IO, and the best possible the HDD or whatever it is. Okay, I'll tell you. Suppose if you think that, okay, I can go with SDD and I can run. Okay, high availability means definitely you will put a cluster, right? I mean, you have to put the pacemaker or Veritas or whatever the cluster you have to put. Okay. Yes. When you put the cluster, if you go with this low standard devices, if the latency is a little bit increased also, the cluster keeps failing over. Okay, right? That's how cluster operates. So if the latency is more and the
Yeah.
response time is slow, then cluster will act. So then customer will have a frequent disconnections. Maybe you may say that failover should happen gracefully, but still there is a 1 minute or 2 minutes gap, right? There's a disruption, and it is an unnecessary pain point for you. Every time there is a failover, then you have to do an RCA. You know why it got failover, what happened, and you know these are all things. So it all depends on for development and test systems. You compromise on the cost. Okay, if you ask me, for your production, you go with the best possible hardware. For dev and test system, instead of going with the best thing, go with the cheap as possible. Okay, even if your development system goes down for 1 day also, it should not be a problem, right? I mean, you can bring it up and you can tell your developers, hey, sit for today and tomorrow I will bring it up. You got it. So you do the cost cutting in the lower tiers. When I say lower tiers, dev and test and pre-production and these things, you try to reduce the costs, but in production, do not compromise. Okay, if you ask me.
Okay.
Yeah. So hope I gave you some better idea. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So let's meet 1042, 1052. We'll meet. Okay. We'll go step by step. So where is this one presentation? View is fine. SH materials. You have these exercises, right? Exercise 1 and lab activity 1, 2, 3. You have it? Good. So we have to, I mean, in your local laptops, I mean, I may not have to install it, but in your laptops, yesterday we did all this. I mean, we deployed the system and we have verified the instances. So exercise 1, there is nothing much from you. Let me go down. So yeah, connecting to the system, which we did. Today we all got the access. So I want you to do substitute in your remote desktop, click on the welcome to get the additional information. This one. So I would request you to install this particular software. This is not letting me try to open this again. Yeah, 401. Yeah, so let me also run parallelly in the RDP. So I'm connecting to the remote desktop. Let's try to do it. I mean, if you connect to this local desktop, that would be good. Okay, so this Eclipse is needed, you know, once we do this readiness check, right? Okay, so after this readiness check, there are some recommendations of the code corrections. Okay.
Okay.
So some of them are auto fixable, quick fixes. We call them as a quick fix. Okay. Those quick fixes automatically you can connect your HANA to this particular Eclipse and you can fix them using the SAP's these plugins. Okay. So
Okay.
that we have an exercise in future. So, but that's why I want to have it ready in your laptops. Okay. So these are the steps I'm thinking, copy it. I mean, it's not urgent at this moment, it's not needed, but in future, I mean, just get it, if possible, get it installed in your laptop. I think if you don't have it, then that should be fine. Okay. Steps I've been copy paste, copy now in your notepads, notepad or somewhere.
Okay.
Or I will send this text pad later. Okay. So those of you who have already have it, just install it. So this one, anyway, in this desktop, I don't need it. Okay. So you got it right. Just try to install whoever has the, you know, permission or access if possible. Then we will, that is the one exercise. I mean, in the first exercise, needed software. So now let's go to the, okay. So then exercise lab 1 is done. That's it. I mean, we verified the system. And Putty, you have access. So guys, please try to have this Putty. So let's close this one. You know the link where to install the Putty. I will ping you. Mobile XTAM also fine. Anything is fine. Okay. So anything is fine to connect to the OS level. I mean to say SSH connection.
Yes.
Got it right? What I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In order to access the OS, you need the Putty or OS thing. And WinSCP, I don't think you. I mean, I can copy behalf of you the files and stuff. So nothing you need. You don't need it. So Putty, try to have it. I mean, to just have a glimpse of, you know, when we do the technical conversion, right? So you may have to look into the some folders and the content and stuff, the file structures. So that just to have, I mean, even if you don't have it, I will give you the URL of some. I mean, these days, I don't know if you have executed recently the some tool, you can get logs and everything from the browser itself. Okay.
Yes.
So, but still it is good to have it. So, but anyway, good. So lab one is nothing but guys, try to install the softwares given in the exercise, Eclipse and see you have this, these are all documented here. Just try to do it. If you are able to do it, that is well and good. And if you are not, then, we will use the remote desktop what I have, one by one, or I will show you in the class itself. Okay, anyway, good. So, perfect. Now let's go to the exercise 2. Lab activity 1 is done. So go to this one, materials. Lab activity 2. Okay. So what we are going to do today is we will run the sizing report from the source system to the target, how the target database assessment on our existing ERP on Sybase database. Okay, just know that, and verify the SAP readiness check for SAP, verify the SAP notes for simplification, and notes all the prerequisites. Okay, so from the conversion guide and from various sources, or the preparation from the previous project or the exercises of SAP trainings. So I have created clear notes and everything what to be implemented. Okay. So are we good to start, guys? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes.
Good. So yeah. So by now you need to have completed all exercises of unit 01. I mean, at least system has been ready. So user ID, each one of you have your user ID, and then password, master password we know, and your client number 100, and you know the password. So we are using this ERP source system, which is our first system source, which we are going to convert. So execute the sizing report. So this will take around 45 minutes for the report to run. So objective, again, I have put the theory wherever is necessary so that you will have clear understanding. SAP HANA sizing is important for any customer who wants to switch to SAP S4HANA. So SAP HANA memory size is determined by the data footprint of the system. So we discussed about how to reduce the data footprint. What are the ways to reduce the data footprint? Either you archive it or you do the regular housekeeping and ensure that whatever the data you have it is clean and in good shape. Okay. So which consists of two main areas. Column store contains all business data. Row store contains mainly the metadata like data dictionary and some system tables. Okay. So did you get this definition, these terminologies? Can somebody explain what do they mean? What do they mean by the column store and row store here? So column store or, where there is a lot of reading, right? I mean, where you run a lot of BW queries and stuff, where you need reading or aggregations. So such kind of tables are defined as column store, and row store is nothing but the transactional tables, in ERP where OLTP. So most of these OLTP tables, which contains the metadata, data dictionaries, and the system tables. What do you mean by system tables is whatever tables necessary for the OLTP transactions, those tables will be stored as a row store. Okay. So SAP HANA memory is also used by the other processes. Okay. So HANA memory, it doesn't mean that, the RAM or allocation memory to the HANA. It only uses by the HANA database. No, it can be used by the HANA caches, operating system, and also the working memory. Okay. So if the customer runs SAP ERP systems on any database and wants to change to SAP HANA, the HANA sizing report, also known as the EVAP sizing report. Earlier they used to call it as an EVAP sizing report. Now it is the HANA sizing report. Is the required tool to use. Detailed information and the prerequisites are described in this particular note, guys. Okay. So if you're able to download this, you can download it. So in this exercise, preparation activities are completed. So in this system, we have implemented this particular note as described in this particular note. Only execute the HANA sizing report and check the output. Okay. Because implementation of these notes and all and then issues, it's unnecessarily we waste time. So that's why the prerequisites or the, I mean, what does it mean? This report, what it will bring, it is nothing but it will bring the report. I mean, the HANA sizing report. Okay. So yeah, this is the main note, 2170 note. Prerequisites for SAP HANA. You would typically would have to follow the this note, as I said. This has been already done for you. Okay. Now start the HANA sizing report. So go to the SC38. So let me, or you follow my screen. So, or I will use my, yeah, I don't need to use this remote desktop. Let me close all these things. /n SC38. Okay. So, and then the report is SDF HDB sizing. Okay. /SDF /HDB. Yeah, there is a report. Okay, this one. So what it says. So and then execute it. Okay. So this is the sizing for suite on HANA. So I mean, if your target database is a HANA, you always choose this particular option. Okay. I mean, use this particular report. Wait, let me close this. I don't need it. And then, okay. So here, no presentations also I don't need. So where is my labs? Where did it go? My lab. Okay, let me open this again. Okay, I've closed the lab. Okay, so now select the choice of the HANA version, HANA 2.0 and sizing scenario, perform sizing of SAP S4HANA. Okay, so now the scenario is HANA 2.0. It is already selected. Perform the, see, what is the target system for us? So perform business suite on HANA, which is if you are an SAP ERP system and if you are moving to the HANA, which is EHP 7 or EHP 8, I mean, you want to have an existing ERP on HANA, use this option. If you want to do an SAP S4HANA Finance, use this option. If you want to use SAP HANA, I mean, in our case, it's an S4HANA and then HANA 2.0. Okay. So, and then you select this execute memory and disk sizing. So it's okay. So you remember in yesterday we discussed. So existing, see, there is a two-way approach, right? See, one way, take your direct ERP to the S4HANA, okay, which means existing database to the S4HANA. That is one-way approach. Two-way approach, you remember some customers, first they moved ERP to the HANA database, and then later point in time they move it to the S4HANA, okay. So in such cases, when you are moving the existing ERP to the HANA database, you use this one, this option, okay. Perform business suite on HANA, HANA sizing. And if it is as for HANA finance, I mean, I don't think I have never used it, this second option. First one and second one, third one I used, okay, in earlier my projects, okay. So yes, no, hold on. That's good that you have raised this. Let me explain you about this system. I mean, it's better to understand what is the system which we are using, okay. So this is an ERP. Can you see it? Veera or whoever is asking this. Okay. So it is an ERP system. Okay. So it is an EHP 6 for ERP 6.0 and NetWeaver AS for suite. Okay. So why this one? This database is just installed product versions. It might be showing, but it is not HANA. Okay. I will. So initial shipment is this is our current product version. So what is EHP 6 for SAP ERP 6.0 on HANA? Let's go back 1 second. Yeah, it's a Sybase database. You see it, right? It's a Sybase. Maybe the product is defined as like that EHP 6.1. And we are at the release. You remember the DMO option I told. Initially, we need to have at least 16 version. Okay.
Yeah.
So that version we have. And the name of the DVSID also ABA. And then, yeah, that's it about it. Okay. So, but it's an ERP system. So, which we have seen it. Okay. The source system is an ERP and we are going to the target our conversion to SAP S4HANA. So, we are selecting this and S4HANA, the 2020 latest version. Okay. FPS 01 we are moving. So, we are because 2020 version HANA 2.0 is a recommended one. Only for 15.11 and 16.10 HANA 1.0, but remaining all target 1709, 1809, 1909, we have to go with HANA 2.0. Okay. Yesterday's slide also we have shown it. What is the recommended HANA? Okay. Now, so in customer environment, adjust other options according to your system performance. Okay. For example, resident time in days. Generally we do it by default. Okay. So 15 resident time in days 15 and 15 1 30. Everything we leave it as default, and 100 maximum size of the samples 100,000. Let's leave it as default. So now execute in the, where did it go? Execute in the background. So now go to the program, execute in background. So output device is fine. So immediate check. And then, okay, background job SDF HDB sizing is running /n SM37 data aging. I will refer to the conversion and I will get back to you. So and then, how do I put this red color? Yes. Okay, I noted it down. So and then, so this thing also, let me close. I don't need that. There is this. Okay. So with my user, there is one particular job running. You see it, right? HDB sizing. So you can see the job log. Okay. So it is keep on updating. That's fine. Okay. I mean, you guys can monitor this job. Okay. This particular SDF underscore HDB sizing. Oh God. So this job, you keep an eye. Okay. So now let it run. I mean, it runs for another half an hour, 1 hour, 45 minutes. Okay. So after that, we get the report and stuff. Okay. We'll come back to this. Now, verify the SAP readiness check notes. Okay. Let me update it. Notes for SAP. Okay. So the purpose of this exercise. Okay. Are you following, guys? The purpose of this exercise is to make you aware of the activities required for preparing for the SAP readiness check and simplification check, SAP S4HANA and business scenario recommendation. It shall serve as a reference for all steps you should perform during a real conversion project. Okay. Please note that. So with a lot of efforts, I've brought this, I mean, I've simplified it in such a way that, I mean, I can say that, you know, refer this, refer that, but at least we will try to verify all the needed notes. Prerequisites for the SAP S4HANA conversion. In your Cal instance, this has been already done. Okay. In the system which you are doing, which was already done, but we will try to verify. Okay. So these are the notes in your real conversion project. Please note that all these notes has to be implemented. For example, setting up the custom code analysis. Okay. So note number 2185390. This note is a prerequisite to find the relevant custom code topics for the SAP readiness check of SAP S4HANA. Okay. So this note, it's already implemented in our system, enabling the SAP S4HANA sizing. Okay. Just now we did that report. This note is mandatory. So this will enable the SAP HANA sizing data collection. You know, how it collects the data from various tables and all, this note enables it. Okay. And then it's a preparation, guys. We are just verifying the notes. So enabling the simplification item check. So readiness check item, this is the note. Okay. They are all placed at one particular place so that it is easy. So what this note will bring? So this is the job report which is needed to run it. We will discuss when we do the SI check or the readiness check. But it just that ensure that all these notes are implemented in our system. Like that, we have enabling business process analytics, this one, IDOC analysis, this note. So like that, lot of prerequisite notes which has been taken from the conversion guide. We should ensure all of them are implemented in our particular Cal system. Okay. So verify the version of this node, SAP node content for the SAP in our system. Okay. Anyway, we will do it, all of these exercises now. So let's go to the system. So this is what we have to know. Okay. I mean, what I'm trying to say, go through it later. All these nodes we should have in the system with this particular latest versions. You know, 25 version, 21 version or 59 version of these nodes, we will verify it once we get into the system. Okay. So go to the SAP system. All of you can do it. I mean, there is no /n S node. Okay. So you can see in processing or the new and inconsistent. So follow this, go to SAP node browser, go to SAP node browser. Okay. SAP node browser. So please ensure that these nodes are existing in your in the existing or available in the system. Okay. So let's say this one. Let me remove these commas so that I can copy paste them directly. So yeah, follow those instructions and verify. I will show you in all in one shot. I'm just removing these commas so that I can do from the clipboard copy. So whatever the nodes I have mentioned over there, we are verifying, cross-verifying if these have been implemented or not. Okay, I'm just selecting these nodes. So go to the system, SAP node number. So put, copy from the clipboard and then execute it. Let's execute it. Yeah. So we have these nodes implemented. Okay. Okay. One thing is, can you see? Hello? Can you see my screen, guys? So one important thing, what you have to focus here is when you are implementing these nodes, can you see this version? 140, 83, 35, 44, 49, these versions. Okay. So the implementation status is completely implemented. Okay. So, but in your real conversion project, okay. So, this has been implemented by me, 10 steps to S4, 10 steps to S4. Okay. This is the user which I am using. In your conversion project, always ensure that you have this latest version. Okay. That's the most important thing. Okay. So, I mean, in this case, they are not the latest. They are N-2 or N-3. Okay. Because if I do this migration, I mean, if I move to the latest and then it leads to some inconsistency, it takes a lot of time for me to fix because it's a proven system. So this is a practice system. What I mean to say, I have practiced it with these things. The conversion works fine. So this is always you go with the latest version, and the exercise is asking us to verify these versions. See, when you say here, verify this version is 25 or not, verify this version is 21 or not, verify this version is 140 or not, like this. Okay. So this is what this screen, you will get a list of SAP nodes and you verify the version. Okay. So that's it. So which means we have implemented all these nodes, but in your real project, you should ensure that in your source system. So simplification, I'd see this, you can read the short text of this. So simplification item check related. So this one is SAP readiness check, interface discovery, IDOC related, ST API related. So these are all nodes you should implement in your production system or source system before you move to the, before very well advanced, I would say. I mean, when you are planning phase itself, because all other tools are dependent on this particular task, okay, to enable the reports and stuff. Is it clear, guys? So what nodes to be implemented in the system as a prerequisite in order to start with the checks? Clear, right? Hope this gives you better understanding. So this is the list of nodes taken from the conversion guide. Okay, so or let me put it in this sequence only here so that people do not have to remove this comma full stops. Good, very good. So now this exercise is completed. Now with this you got a clear picture of what all nodes to be implemented in the system and which are already implemented in the system, and how do we run that HDB sizing report which we triggered it and we are monitoring it. Okay, now verify the SAP. Go to node browser 218539021855390. Yeah, it's absolute. So then it would have been yes. So there would have been a new node. Yeah,
Okay.
we will see. In the next exercise, it would have come it. It's absolute. Simplify. What was that? One second. No, there is a new note for that, definitely. Or if you open it, it will point to the same. You got it right, what I'm trying to say. So if you open in the S node, I mean, from the service marketplace, right? This
Yeah.
will point to the new node.
Okay.
Custom code analyzer, simplification item check. So this is for the simplification item check. Again, this verify these two nodes also, similar to the what we have executed. So this custom code analyzer, definitely it is readiness check. It's part of this thing. They would have merged with some other node, okay? Or I will download the note and show you. Okay, just give me a moment. So SAP node number, this one in process, custom code analyzer. You want to perform this one. Reason, once again, the reason and prerequisite, this one is VM underscore this. So then this custom code analyzer has been put it to the verify the nodes for the simplification. Simplification, update the simplification item catalog 2552. This is fine. Yeah. So in the lab activity 3, here we have these relevant nodes. Okay. So this is part of this readiness check. Yeah, we will discuss there. I will tell you the what node is relevant for this. Okay. Is that fine?
Okay.
Yeah. You see, familiarize yourself with the SAP Readiness data collector. So this will come with this node. Okay. So 2913617.
Okay.
And then we have, yeah, we'll discuss this there. Download the analysis data, inspect the collected data. Yes, this is part of there. Okay. So what happened to our this one? Okay, we are in the, let's not go forward. We will be here. Cancel. One second. So these notes are verified, right? All of you got clarity? So these are the prerequisites notes before we move to the, so we now what we did, because I just want to see the HANA sizing report and then verify the SAP readiness check for SAP and then verify the SAP notes. Okay. So now where is it? Our system, let's go. SIM37. Yeah, it's still active. Okay, good. So exercise 2, we got clarity. Now let's proceed with our, yeah, all of you done. Good, right? Now you got some fair idea about the preparations, right?
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What transport request category in change request management should be used when importing correction notes? A. Workbench. B. Developer. C. Correction. D. Project. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
These notes, what will they do? What are the notes, what we have talked, prerequisite notes, what will they do basically? See, these preparations are nothing but, so they are bringing in the reports needed to run the sizing report or readiness check or simplification item, because it needs some reports to verify the system, right? So mainly they are bringing those reports and the logic to calculate. Okay, HANA sizing report. Okay, so majority of the notes are like that. Okay, so and they are ensuring that all the needed programs are available in the system to do that logic. I mean, to ensure that your custom code verification or the simplification item check or readiness check works fine. So that kind of code needed to run those tools comes to the system. Okay, with these nodes. Good. So now simplification item checks. Yeah, yesterday also we discussed about this thing. So what we do now is, let's, yeah, we are into this SAP S4HANA conversion prepare phase. We are going in details of, so you got the terms. I mean, that's why I hit with all the relevant terms to you in the first 2 classes. You know, Fiori or the HANA web server, HANA server or the HANA or, you know, simplification items, add-ons, business functions. So at max, in the entire course, you hear about this term. I'm just trying to have this overview. and then then we will deep dive into each of these topics. So now the simplification list. So the simplification list is a collection of simplification items. You know, the definition looks ridiculous. So the name itself will tell, but yeah, that is how it is. A simplification item documents differences in application functionality, changed, replaced, or removed between SAP ERP 6.0 or SAP S4HANA. Yes, please try to understand this. What, again, it's a ABAP thing, but for basis guy, it's good to have this understanding. What it will give us is, when you move from the ERP 6 to the SAP S4HANA, what has been changed? Okay. Or if they have replaced that functionality with a different thing, what has been replaced? Or the complete functionality has been removed, and they put it somewhere else, completely removed. So that clarity, a functional consultant will get with this particular simplification list. This is a simple understanding of this simplification list. If somebody asks you what is a simplification list, and this is the documentation, this is the exact definition. A simplification item documents differences in application functionality, changed or replaced or removed between ERP and your target S4HANA. Okay. So a simplification item also provides information about the potential impact of this change for the customer. And it will also tell you what is the impact with this particular simplification item, whether, with this function, which is critical or less critical, or, you can ignore, that kind of status also it will give you. We will see when we run that report. And then SAP readiness check for S4HANA, and then the SAP ABAP custom code analysis, as well as the simplification item checks are based on the information in the simplification items. Okay. So, don't get confused with these terms. Now what SAP has done is, they have tried to make it very even comfortable. The moment you run this SAP readiness check, right, that readiness check will give you the complete picture of your system, including the simplification items. Okay. Either you can run independently or you just run the readiness check 2.0. It will give you a complete picture of this. But understand it. So this readiness check or the custom code analysis, all of them will provide their inputs or will provide their logic or information based on this particular simplification items in the particular system. So yesterday we have downloaded the PDF where we have seen the 1000 simplification items, right? Do you guys remember? So my slide is visible, right? Why this slide is gone? Okay, it has opened here. Okay, so good. So access the simplification items via the simplification item catalog. Okay, SAP S4HANA on SAP help portal. Let me do this thing, presenter view, because I would have put the link to the URL. I did not put. Did I put? Sorry, one second. Yeah, here I have put. So let's go and see these simplification items before we proceed further. Yeah, let's try on. So access the simplification items via the simplification item catalog. Where we can see this, go to the help.sap.com. Here you can see this is the SAP S4HANA 2021. So I've shown you conversion guide. You always take it from here. So simplification item catalog is from here. So simplification list for SAP S4HANA list is this. You can download it. So SAP readiness check, you can download it. So and then custom code migration guide for the SAP custom code migration. How your developers have to do, they can download it from here. So this is the catalog because we need an S user to go to this thing. When you click on this, it will show you a screen like this. Okay. So one second. Yeah, you get a screen like this. So SAP S4HANA 2020, and then you have 2020, you have around 660 simplification items. So what actions to be taken, you will show it. Or you can download the direct PDF. So if your conversion, where is this one? PDF, this is also fine. You will see the list of simplification items and the corresponding actions what your functional consultants have to take in. So where is this thing? Let me show you one. Oh God. Just keep on going. So, I mean, if you have this access, please download it. Let me give you this thing. I mean, you can review it later point in time if you are interested in this one. Okay, that is the simplification guide. So, and the simplification item catalog, you will find a screen like this when you click on that. So 2020, you have these simplification items, and then what actions do you be taken, that will explain over there. Okay. So SA checks, main note is 2502522, which we just verified it, whether it is implemented or not, the second note. Updated periodically. Once you are past the development system, freeze the version. Okay. What does it mean? So once you pass the, for example, let's go to the S note. Okay. So now go to the SAP note browser. So take this note as an 2502552. 2502552. So this is applicable. Please pay attention. This concept is applicable for all other nodes as well. Okay. For example, because it is a 6 months or 1 year projects, right? Okay. So if you currently, the latest version available is the 83 version, okay, which is implemented in the system. So it is a 6 months project. After 1 month, there is an 84 version released, and then there is an 85 version released. I mean, before you move to test system, how do you handle such a situation? You got the question? So when you are working on a development system, the latest version for this simplification item is 83. And you did 2 months of work, and then when you move to the test system, the version latest available is 85. What do? You use 83 or 85? You getting my point? And then when you move to the production, the latest version will be 90 or 95. What do? I mean, you use in development 83 version, and then in test system 85 version, and in production 90 version. Do you do that way? How do you handle this? See, as long as you are working in sandbox and the development system, right? So you play around and you do whatever, you decide as a part of this strategy. And yes, as you rightly said, you have to freeze this version. It's not only for this node. We have verified a lot of nodes, right? All the nodes, this version has to be freezed, which means that is, or else it leads to inconsistencies. I mean, if you use a different version, something would have been changed. It will give a different result. So from dev, test, and production, you should have, the version of all these nodes or the prerequisite nodes, you have to freeze. Okay. It's very important. As a part of the project cutover, the project lead has to maintain that, which version of the nodes has been implemented. And whenever there are issues, you have to raise the SAP OSS message, right? You have to refer what version of the nodes you have implemented and how you are doing the conversion. Okay. So that is the point which I'm trying to say. Once you are past the dev system conversion, freeze the version. I mean, the implement is a SI check note or readiness check notes or all other notes. Okay. SI checks are executed on the SAP Business Suite start system preparation phase to determine relevant simplification items and mandatory application specific preparation steps. This we all know. Check if serious issues exist in the system which could cause the system conversion or upgrade to fail. As I said, it's very important to address the issues, or when we run the report, we will see the errors. Okay, those errors has to be addressed, or else it may lead to the inconsistency. As I said, some tool will run this check, and if it sees the issues, it won't proceed further. Support not only system conversion to S4HANA, but also upgrades within S4HANA. So this simplification item check is applicable. It's not only from ERP to the S4HANA. It is also when you are moving from S4HANA 1809 to 1909 or 1909 to 2020, whatever, with upgrades also. So you should also freeze the check content of this catalog once you are past the development system conversion. This is what I mean. This is very important because these tools or whatever comes to the system, right, they have the dependencies on the version. Okay. So it is very important once you do the dev system conversion, freeze. You know, these are my notes and this is what I'm going to use for my entire project. Okay. And moreover, don't run the project for 1 year or 2 years. Okay. This conversion project. So if you want to do it, You build sandbox and put as many resources as possible. That is why, yeah, it's a drawback also for SAP. See, it's a kind of project where you need a huge number of resources in a short time, because you have to close it in 6 months or 3 months, right? So it's very costly. So that is where the customers are struggling to move. And if it is 1 year or 2 year, they can put 10 members and then they can run slowly, and that way they can manage with existing resources. But it is not like that. Conversion means you need at least 20 to 30 people, very senior or mid-level to senior level, dedicatedly focusing on this project. I mean, for one system. Imagine if a customer has 10 to 15 S4 ERP systems, and if he wants to move there, then it's a nightmare. Okay. So, I mean, one by one system with these existing resources they have to manage. That's why, the adoption of S4HANA is slow, I would say. So this is the master note 2502552. So it will give you the what all steps you need to do. I mean, it's just simple download and implement kind of steps. You just do it. I mean, check it out, this note, when you have time. So, I mean, it's just an enablement, this note. Okay, that we already done. Okay. When you run this one, I mean, we have an exercise, don't worry. So when we run this particular report, let's run this SDF. I mean, you get a feel. So let's do, okay, this one done. What happened to our job? Yeah, it is still active. Refresh. It's running. So SC38. Is this the one? Yes. SDF RC start check. SDF RC start check. This is the check. Let's execute it. Okay. So SAP readiness check for SAP S4HANA simplification item checked. So I mean, it looks as simple as it. Target SAP S4HANA. You have to give what is your target. In our case, let's use the S4HANA 2020. So 01 FP. So new check in online mode, so online, or new check in background job. Display the last check result. Okay. So update catalog with the latest version from SAP. Upload simplification item from file. Download current simplification item catalog. Okay. So what does it mean? Upload simplification item catalog from file. Okay. So if you go to this particular note, right, where is this? Sorry. 2502552, it will have the latest version of the simplification item catalog. You download it from that note and you upload it. Okay. Download the file and upload it. Let's see. So upload it catalog from a file. That's it. You give the file name from that note. Okay. You getting my point? So, I mean, just to update, but in this case, we already nothing to do. So, and then download the current simplification item catalog. Let me show you what kind of file it will show you. Yeah. So this kind of file, guys, so same file will be available in this particular S note. Download that file and update it here. Update it with the latest version from SAP, and then run it. So, or display the last check results. Let's see. So no check has been executed before for the selected target version. So let's do the initial checkmate. Oh, this one. No check. So which means we have not executed the readiness check for this one, last one. Okay, we will run it as a part of this exercise. Okay, I thought if we have already executed, then I thought of showing you this screen. Okay, so once we run this report, it will give you the list of items we do as a part of, and then the consistency check result like this it will show. I mean, what are in the error state, what are in green state means they are in good shape. There is nothing we have to do. And then whatever they are in highlighted in critical inconsistency, we have to go and we have to correct them. So, I mean, in a bold way, this is how it is. So here, it will show you relevance check, last consistency and exemption. So relevance check is in yellow and consistency. So the ones in red color are the critical one. So, and there is a reference note or the reference documents it will provide. Okay. So as I said, you have to address these red colored ones. Whatever is reported as red, right? You have to address. If you don't address, your sum tool will stop. Without a proceeding during the conversion in downtime phase. Okay. So, and then you have, relevance check. So here you see the relevance check, right? So you see it, the ones, two things I highlighted. Okay. The complete yellow one is the relevance, and then the consistency check is the middle one. Okay. So what are these two checks? Relevance check identifies probably relevant simplification items based on the analysis of the data in the system. Okay. Serves informational purposes, letting customers know which simplification items and related SAP notes to have a closer look at. So relevance check means it just show you that, customer can have a view and then he can take action. It is a little bit of less critical, but consistency check is very important. That's why it says identifies the critical issues that could prevent a successful system conversion and where an action from customer side is required. So, and it will prevent the software update manager from going into the downtime if not all critical errors are fixed. Okay. So if you see the screenshot, these error red ones, if you don't fix them, then it won't let you to proceed further. Okay. Clear this one, simplification item. We will do the exercise. So we will run this particular report and then we'll see the result, and we will see this what we call the relevance and this kind of error ones. Clear, guys? Any questions? So
maybe
if you think that it is taking longer time and get SAP, so what they are trying to tell is so because what is more important during the conversion phase is, actually when you run the sum tool, right? So sum tool run this simplification item check. Even if it runs for 2 hours or 3 hours, it is fine. If it is taking the too much of time, then it will lead to 2 days or 3 days of downtime. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. So then definitely, as per these note recommendations, okay, we definitely have to get the opinion from SAP, what it has to be done. Raise an OSS message and get the suggestion on these two. Okay. For runtime of these two CLS, SIC, MM and IM ST1. And how to check this this note explain how to skip the Kölner check. I know how to skip. See, the conversions which are executed are the very small scale. They don't have data more than 1 TB. Okay. 1 TB is very less compared to the HANA.
Yeah.
And then it went, the HANA server was able to handle it, and within which was done. Even we see our system also. Okay. So downtime. But if you are talking about the, British Petroleum, Nestle, okay. So because you definitely need to, we have options where to put, but I have never decided this part. Okay. Only thing is SAP tells me that, hey, these are the two things which you can skip, and in the tool, there is an option. Okay. In the when you are running, right?
Yeah.
In the page itself, in the some configuration steps, you can put it like skip these two. That's it. So it will proceed. Or you can also have an option to put a breakpoint. Okay, where it has to be stopped, and that particular point we can assess it and we can change the parameters, some parameter to skip that particular thing. Okay, but apart from that, I have never assessed these things.
Okay. Yep.
So
okay.
But good. It's an interesting point. It's very runtime optimization. What you said is correct. If the simplification item itself is taking, and the one thing is, but it is not a kind of downtime. So this runs in the pre-processing, but still it's a painful now. Our system, the one which I just converted, this ERP system, right? So it took around 18 hours for pre-processing. Believe me. So 18 hours for pre-processing, and then around 4 hours for the downtime. Okay, completing the entire. So 18 plus 4, it took around 22 hours. But if you are talking about 7 TB, so pre-processing will run for a week. Okay.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely you have to run for a week. There's no doubt about it. Pre-processing. Even our normal some upgrades also, because see, you see where the most important thing is. If you work on the normal upgrades, right? ERP, EHP 7 to EHP 8 also. Okay. Pre-processing, we cannot hit directly like completely day in and day out. Okay. What we do, we will run in a low, because if you start using all your processes, then end users performance will reduce, right? In the production system, especially production, pre-processing you always run in the out of business hours. Okay. For example, if your customer is in the European time zone, so you try to run it in the APJ. You start it in the APJ so that in the 12 hours it will proceed further a little bit. You got it. So that is how you have to plan pre-processing.
Yep.
So if you hit it like that, then it starts using all your processes, R3 load processes and all, then it may lead to a significant performance impact. Okay. Or if you don't want to disturb the tool, or if you want to run it for a week, just let it go. So what we do is we tweak the processes. Okay. What we will tell the sum tool is in the configuration phase, right? We will give, okay, you use only R3 load process, 3 processes, and parallel processing also we will restrict to the 5. So SGen, and I mean again, if some runs the SGen, it will take again another 3 hours of downtime unnecessarily. Okay, because unless that SGen is completed, this sum tool will not give you a complete result stating that I am completed, right? So we will skip that also SGen. Okay, so it's very important, guys. So these are all the tricky things when we do the planning and actually working on this thing. Okay, so this is the theory about the complete this SI check, guys. So I mean, there is nothing much from a basis perspective. It's just that we have to execute that particular report and get the values. Okay, I mean these things I've explained in the earlier slides also. So these things we discussed just now. Yeah. Before we move to the custom code analysis, so let's see our where we are with our job, and then we can proceed with the lab 3 also. At least for the first thing, we'll see first thing. Let's start with. Do you have this exercise 3? Let's see our HDB sizing SM37. Where we are? Yeah, it's still active. Yes. Have you opened this one? Exercise 3. Okay. So what we see, SI check, we just discussed about the theory. What we will do is check the version of in the SAP system, and then we'll try to execute that particular report. Okay. So you need to complete the exercise 01. Fine, we did it. So this one is not SAP S4HANA. It's SAP ERP because we are still in the source system. We have not moved to the target system. So check the version of the simplification item catalog in the ERP system. Okay. So as it says, again there is a description to get a content available in the SAP ERP system to run the item check. As a result, SAP source is, you just go through it. So perfect. So now go to the SC38. Yeah, already that report is there. Okay. So we are going to check the version. What version we are going to? So let's go here. Activate your cal system. We did it, and start check. We did it, and in the section simplification item. So initial shipment. Okay. Just select the initial shipment, and then in the sections catalog, the bottom one, check the version of the date of the uploaded simplification item catalog. So date, so which is 03/23/2021, okay, which is March 23. So what you have to do, it is always, because in this case let's not do it. I've told you, go to the master node 2552 node, download this particular file which I've shown you earlier, the catalog file, and upload it here before you run it. So that will bring you the latest version. Okay. So that's it. So we are just verifying 3/23/2021. When was the last version? But it is always recommended to have the latest version in the system. Okay. Result, the selected S4HANA version is the simplification version, and upload date is freezed. One more thing, guys, when you freeze this, along with that note version, this simplification item catalog file, okay, what you get from this note, okay. So this note will have this particular file. That also, this version also you need to freeze it, okay. So I mean, you should not change it from your development, test and production. You have to freeze that particular node. Okay, so now, so yeah, so by default, this report does not automatically simplification. If you want to download and update the content from SAP, you explicitly have to trigger update, as I said. So you have to get it from the SAP Service Marketplace from that note, this file, and upload it, okay, to this, and then update it so that you have the latest version. That's it. So yeah, this is the another readiness check, which we do not, which we won't do it. We will do it in the next exercise. But for now, what we do is let's try to execute it. So new check in online mode, new check as their background job. So program, yeah, let's see. Execute, immediate. Once we run it, we will see the results. Okay, so this is running /n SM37. So there are two jobs which are running, which we just triggered. Are they? So, yeah, RC new check in job. Oh, why there are so many jobs triggered, parallel triggered, I think. Let's see. So this is our main job. So it is getting started, or it is active. Let it. So these two jobs. So HDB sizing, which we triggered, and we want to verify the results, and then if RC start check also, let's verify if it completes. Okay. So it looks so simple to you as a basis guy. You just have, but HDB sizing is something you have to work, guys. Once you have the report, you have to assess what is your target size, or if you can do some housekeeping, running the table reorgs, the cleaning or archiving. So this stuff you have to do, or by deleting some clients, unnecessary clients. Okay. So it's very important. So let's see if we have any unnecessary clients over here. SCC4, yeah, there's no unnecessary client. 000 and 100, it's a business client. So that is fine. So HDB sizing is fine, but this readiness, simplification item check, it is easy. You can, once the results are available, it is just that you have to give it to your developers, or developers themselves can run this report and see the results. Okay. So good. Let's have, what time your office starts? Yesterday you said by 1 you guys have to get into the project, right? What is the sharply you have to go 1 o'clock? So, we can start with this custom code analysis, but let me start it tomorrow because it's a good, very important topic. And now I think already the attention levels have been dropped. So we will discuss about a light topic now, because that is very important topic. So tomorrow freshly we will start that particular thing. And by now you would have exercised these things and you have got some fair idea about it. So what we do is we will start with this maintenance planner, because anyway we don't have an S user. So it's more of theory, so that we will end with this on a lighter note. Okay. This maintenance planner is. So how many of you have worked on the maintenance planner? As we have to cover it, we will cover it. But yes, it is also an important topic. So yeah, nothing theory I will not add it. Good. Let's start with agenda for this particular module. That's right. Because we are at the end of the session, and if I start with that custom code analysis, it will be heavy, and it's very important topic. It's always good to spend fresh mind in the early morning. Okay. So SAP Solution Manager and Maintenance Planner, and plan a software change. How do we plan a software change? So then we can simply, this is our whole process of our technical steps. We are still into this SAP S4HANA conversion prepare phase. Simplification checks and notes implemented we have checked, we have discussed, and now we are discussing about the conversion target. So in some tool, as you all know, that we have to provide the stack file, right? So can you do an upgrade without a stack file? So yes, there is an option here you can see in the screen, but yeah, it's blurred. Sorry, the screenshot which taken from the book. If I put it in a big screen, it is appearing like this. So or when we run the sum tool, I'll explain it. So scenario using the stack file, yes, you will provide the stack file, and then there is an option no stack configuration file required for scenario. But in general, all ABAP we have to give this stack file. For Java, we can do without the stack file also. I mean, just select the second option and it will ask you the location where you have copied the pat files or these things, and then you can do this. You can proceed with this one. And then I will ask you a question. Suppose if you have to install an add-on in a system, right? So how do you do it? Are you going to use some tool or you do it in a different tool? There are dependencies. It is always good to generate the stack and go with the sum is fine. But even if there are 2-3 add-ons also, okay, so we may prefer Saint than sum. The reason is sum there is a downtime, right? You're getting the point, right? And have you ever executed? I never tried it. I'm just asking. So after pre-processing phase, we have this downtime, right? So if you put, suppose from Saint, suppose if you have a 3 online add-ons, okay, which doesn't lead to a downtime, okay. So then even though there are 3 or 5 or 10, if there are online activities which doesn't need a system restart, it is always recommended to use the Saint. You got it? So if the downtime is needed, I mean, I think the relevant notes only, add-on notes, I never tried it, guys. I'm just giving you this thing because recently I have came across this scenario. So I had to install 5 to 6 add-ons. I thought of using sum, but the question has raised. I mean, if the sum enters into the downtime, what are you going to do? Definitely it enters to the downtime. You got it, right? So if the add-ons are online, then you always do it with the Saint because you don't want to create a downtime for the customer. So if there is a downtime and then you use the sum. That is the disadvantage of sum, I would say. Okay. Apart from that, always sum is the best when to install or to patch an SAP system, or sum is the best option because it will consider a lot of things in configuration phase, checks phase. It will ensure that that upgrade goes smooth and the system is consistent after the patching. Okay. So here we are going to talk about how you generate this stack file. Okay. So in Java, okay, in ABAP, I mean, I'm just asking you your brainstorm questions. Okay, in ABAP, yes, you have a Saint option. In Java, what is the other option? So telnet is, I mean, in Java, 2 options to deploy the components. One is the telnet and another is the sum. But telnet also sometimes, I have seen it. I mean, I frequently work on this enterprise portal systems. What I have noticed is the system doesn't come up. It doesn't give you the clear logs, what exactly is happening while deploying that component. It just hangs, that's it. I mean, it completes after 5 to 10 minutes, it will tell that, okay, this is completed, or else it hangs. Then you will be tensed and, I mean, it's very uncomfortable situation. So to make your life simple always in Java, even though 1 or 2 components also, yes, launching the sum tool will take time, but I would strongly recommend with my experience, use sum only in Java completely. Okay. Because it will take the restart, it will do everything, and at any point in time you have a picture of what is happening in the system. I mean, what exactly it is doing. So have you noticed it in telnet? You don't see the logs, right? I mean, sometimes it's very difficult, and if by mistake you do Control C or some stuff also, it's very confusing. Okay, so I've seen it. So where the system was failed to do it, it feels not so interactive. But yeah, one component, if it is successfully executed in development and test, you go proceed with that. But sum is the best. Try to be comfortable with this tool. Okay, you can use for multiple things. Conversion you can use, patches you can use, ABAP, Java, everything you can use. So it is always good to be with one tool which is more powerful and convenient than with this multiple other things. Okay, fine. Oh, is it? I have never done. I never did it. Yeah, NWS in Java or ABAP? SAP is recommended with all the latest versions. Always you stick to this. Yes, Telnet also SAP recommended, but I've seen cases where it hangs. Okay. Good. So now, anyway, we are talking about ABAP. There's no Java. Forget about Java. ABAP. So whenever it's an online deployment of the add-ons, you use Saint or Spam. And if it is, if it has to be downtime and stuff from the add-on note, you can identify. So you always use the sum tool. Sum is the most recommended. So what is the maintenance planner, and is this tool mandatory for a system conversion to SAP S4HANA system? This is the question. Okay. Yeah, before we proceed, can somebody answer this? What is the maintenance planner? And is this tool mandatory for a system conversion to SAP S4HANA? Well, for patching, we have discussed options, right? For ABAP, we have a Saint, Spam, and then we have some. And for what we call Java also, we have alternatives. But what about the conversion? Do you have alternative tools, or you are saying, yes, it is mandatory, maintenance planner? Yes, Saint and Spam, you can download the stack XML, but that stack XML is of the current, right? So, I mean, maintenance planner is needed for the conversion. And I mean, I will talk about the reasons why it is mandatory. So there are certain things which you cannot assess manually. For example, third-party add-ons, right? We discussed, and this ICC certification center and third-party add-ons and the business functions. So maintenance planner also takes care of the, assess the business functions. Okay, this tool. So that's why it's very important. So maintenance planner is mandatory to use to do the SAP S4HANA conversion. Okay, good. So maintenance planner is the successor of MOPS, maintenance optimizer. It is the central planning tool for the changes in the customer landscape. Update, upgrade, conversion, and installation. So you can go to this link, maintenance planner. So now SAP has made our lives much more easier by coming up with this thing. Okay, this is also Fiori interface. So earlier it is going to be a nightmare. I will talk to you how it works. Okay, consuming tools are, for example, software SWPM, software update manager. These tools. It's very important maintenance planner. Okay, so just that from your SLD or LMDB, it will take the customer profile to the service marketplace. It collects the data and it will generate easily a stack file and it will give you. So simple. Okay, so this is the architecture. So the top one is the maintenance planner. I mean, once you logs into this this link, HTTPS TTN maintenance planner, you will get a screen. I will show you another screen like this, and then this has the customer profile from the LMDB solution manager system only from the SLD. And if you define the source, and source anyway, it will get from the solution manager, and you just select the target, and then it will give you the all the needed dependencies, everything it will calculate, and it will give you the softwares, what all components you have to download and stuff. So then you can push them to the download basket and you can download and you can use it for the this thing. Okay. So for a system conversion to SAP S4HANA, what maintenance planner do? It checks for the installed software components, activated business functions. This is the thing I am telling. Yes, you may try to do it manually, but these things you cannot assess manually. And add-on prevents the conversion if there is no valid path to the conversion. Okay. So, which means it checks the business functions. So certification, they may ask. So what are the, I mean, when I did, there was a question. When you do an SAP S4HANA conversion using the maintenance planner, what all things the maintenance planner will check? So obviously we will, there are three right options. So install software components, we will put it, but many of us not focus much on the activate business functions and third-party add-ons, okay, or the add-ons. Add-ons can be both SAP and non-SAP. So these are the three right options. So please, even though it looks so simple, please try to focus. And the add-on, it will give you whether it is released or whether it is available in SAP S4HANA or not. That part, it will, the maintenance planner will decide. Okay. So when you click on this maintenance planner, you will find this slides like this: explore systems, explore system tracks, transactions, plan a new system, plan S4HANA. See, this is what you have to select. So installation or conversion, this part. You click on this tile. So then you define the target. Okay. Then again we are define the target, and then it will give you this one. I will show you some slides. So this is again to explain about LMDB and all. Anyway, in another slide I've explained. There's nothing much to discuss in this one. Okay. So if you think that here your maintenance planner, and it will get the data from the technical systems LMDB, and which comes from the Solman Systems SLD. Okay. So I mean your dev, QS, production, and all the systems data is available. See, you see the arrows. SLD pushes to LMDB, and from LMDB maintenance planner will have those details. Okay, just to show you how the maintenance planner works. Okay, now back to the slide. So starting the maintenance planner, you click on the link whichever is given and select this system. So see, from your SLD, LMDB to maintenance planner, you have all the system details. Okay, via RFC only it fetches the data. So you have select the system. I mean, here you see development system. You want to ERP. So you see the product ERP. Verification status is okay, which means it is connected. So now plan. Yeah, here you see the plan a software change and verify a system. So here our case is plan a software change. So just plan a software change. Yeah, let's go to the, yes. So the moment you click on the plan software change, let's continue the slides. So it will convert the existing ERP system to SAP S4HANA system. Okay. And then it will ask you what is the existing target release, SAP S4HANA 2020 and target SP level, you select it. And then it will ask for co-deployment with the backend. Okay. Do you want to have these MDG and others? As I said, there are certain components which you want to install co-deployment, and also the Fiori front-end server if you want to front-end server details. So if you want it, you put it. If you don't, you just select the S4HANA. Then your development system, it will show you the details like this. I mean, plan changes. I mean, your target details, platform, ABAP platform 2020, foundation 2020, S4HANA server, and all these things. That's it. I mean, you select your HANA database. Anyway, this is anyway you do it any update. And then you confirm the selection and selected files, spam, sign, Fiori, all these things. You select it and then press it. So you will get it to the download basket. So you download the stack XML and push all these to the download file manager and download them and copy it to the server. The central location in the server, some location where you want to copy it to this thing. Okay. So good. So that's the very simple process. Plan a system change. Anyway, you worked on the maintenance panel, so you are aware. It's very simple. It's pretty simple. It's not so complicated, guys. Don't worry. Now the important question is, why does maintenance planner check business functions in the source system? This I've explained. This we discussed clean. Why maintenance planner will check in the business functions is just to see if what is the current version. I mean, current system it is on, or in the target system. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So new status is off or not. If there is a discrepancy, then it will lead to the inconsistencies. Okay. Again, as I said, we will discuss about more on these business functions detail. There is a dedicated module for that. We will discuss there. But just for now, you understand that maintenance planner in the planning phase itself, it will tell you that whether you have to, if there are any discrepancies or if there is anything which will, cause the migration, which will impact the migration. Okay. By now itself, you would be knowing and you can act upon them. That's why it is in a preparation phase. Okay. So yeah, so like this, it will tell you. Okay. You see my screen. So maintenance planner will tell you this way. The technical system ABAP contains the following active business functions that are not supported in SAP S4HANA. Okay. So then these business functions, you have to take action. What are these business functions and why would you need them in the target? Even though if you want it, it is not possible to get it. Okay. You aware of it? What I'm trying to say? Let's say that your maintenance planner has told that, okay, this business function not supported in the target version. What do you do? You get my question? You're generating this tag. You got this an issue, error. What do you do? What is your other alternative? So in case of business functions, there is no way that SAP will entertain in activating it. If it is not supported, means not supported. Okay. So the thing is, what your functional consultant or the developer has to look into is, so if you take this one, XLSO or BFLSO ENH, it could be pointing to, this LO module, I don't know, this, it belongs to a functionality. Okay. One particular general ledger, I think GLT. So it belongs to a particular functionality. They have to assess which functionality it is going to be, what functionality it belongs to. And in SAP S4HANA, that functionality is being available in which category. You got the point, right? So definitely SAP would have provided an alternative way as a part of another business function or another logic. Because as I told you, when SAP told that simplification of data model, right? I mean, simplification of data model means they have rewritten the code and they have reduced what we call data footprint, or the coding has been reduced, right? So that time these would have been taken out. they would have been taken out and they would have given a simple logic in a different business function. Okay. So the functional consultant's responsibility is identify that, and what else he has to do with this current ERP system. What are my functionalities getting impacted with these three? And he has to define a logic to utilize the new business function. Okay. It's very, it's not as easy as what we think, but yes, functional and developers have to assess it. And post conversion, once we do the technical conversion or some tool, right? So these guys have to map it or correct that logic, okay, according to the new SAP S4HANA business functions logic. You got it, guys? That is a functional post text after the analysis. Okay. So, I mean, post steps, what they have to do, they have to correct all these things. Okay. So, but it is a one-time activity. So they will correct the logic and they will check it out. I mean, the invoices or whatever it is, their functionality, they will run it, a demo kind of thing. And if it is working, and they will say that, okay, this check has been done. You got it, right? So that is how they have to, whenever the maintenance planner gives such errors, there's no point of skipping in conversion specifically. Okay, just be specifically in conversion. So if we just proceed blindly, I mean, we have done in one or two systems, I've done it. So, but I ended up badly. I had to restore the system and then do a lot of this golmaal, and then, don't get into that, especially in conversion. In patching, yes, we are expertised and we have some logic and we know that something we can tweak it and we can make it work. But in conversion, do not take risk. Whenever it reports an error, so even though it takes 1 month or 2 months, please try to get it corrected this. Okay, just a general observation which I have from my experience. Conversion, don't ignore any warning or any error. Okay, so I mean, it's always important that what is our scope or what we do. Yeah. So yes, definitely it is obviously. So we basis and functional and developers, we all three of us have to work. Okay. See, let's say that these three business functions you have reported to the functional guy. Okay. So he has corrected and he has documented the steps and he would have corrected in the sandbox or the development system. Okay. So he would have acted upon them and he would have defined the logic. Okay. So now the post conversion, the most important thing is before he gives, he goes and do, definitely there is no action from basis in doing or correcting in any of that. There he may ask us to activate SFW file. Okay. Switch it on or switch it on and activate. There is a button to activate it. He may ask us to activate or he can do by himself. Okay. I don't think functional will have access to do that. Even developers do not have access to the SFW file. It's a basis, administrators. We are the administrator. We only have that SFW file access. They will ask us to activate certain things over there. Yes. Activation part, basis guy has to take care. But before the activation, the most important thing, guys, so safeguarding the system until that time. Okay. Having a backup. That part is again a basis. Okay. Once you do the post technical conversion, so you ensure that there is a backup readily available and you can do a point in time recovery to particular time, and then actual activation basis will do. I mean, in my projects, I only did it. Yeah. Yes. Functional don't have access for that. But as a temporarily, what they do is they will request for the extra authorizations, because if they don't want to rely on the basis, right? So what they will do is they will ask for a DDIC access or they will ask for a super user access, and they do themselves the activation. Okay, you got it. And again, during the activation also, it may not go as smooth as possible because it might have some dependency. It will tell that I have dependency on so and so thing. But the developer and the functional guy have to keep correcting it and ensuring that the functionality comes as expected after the conversion. You got it, right? So basis, ensuring the backup is available, and if you ask you have to switch it on. Okay. If you don't open the client, you will not be able to do anything, right? So SSC4 client opening or SE06 modifiable, non-modifiable, they are there, right? So those things you may have to do. But yeah, it depends on that situation. Okay. If they have this super user, they will do. But in many times I've seen developers, they always push it to basis guys. Okay. They don't want to take that risk. So good. So which add-on types are considered by maintenance planner, and why does maintenance for check add-ons at all? This we already discussed in detail when I have explained. Can somebody summarize it? which add-on types are considered by maintenance planner, and why does maintenance planner check add-ons at all? Please, you have to be, this is the slide which we are talking. So the maintenance planner checks only PPMS defined, product and production management, where SAP has a master data of add-ons. Okay. Maintenance planner will worry about only two types of add-ons. One is ICC, which are certified by SAP, or even the certified add-ons also see dotted. So maintenance planner will tell you that please take action on it. That's it. It will not. It will identify and tell you that there is a third-party add-on. So maintenance, the strong line you see, maintenance planner, PPMS, so product and production management and SAP add-ons. So a maintenance planner will worry about only these things, but it will report the certified add-ons that so and so add-ons are there in the system. What you want to do? So that you have to activate by act upon them. Uninstallation, or how do you do it in the future? I mean, after S4HANA, whether you are going to reinstall them or again, that you have to discuss with your vendor if those versions are available or not, or if you, by in case, that part you have to deal separately, but maintenance planner will tell you. So what you have to do to proceed further, you have to uninstall them. Simple. So you have to talk to your vendor, and then before you proceeding with the conversion, you have to uninstall that. Okay. So for example, so this is how it looks. You see the screen. The technical system ICC, above contains ICC Integration Certification Center. The time moves above contains the following add-ons that are not supported in S4HANA 1709. Okay, that's why I've took some screenshots of errors. When we see these things, you get. Sorry, man. What is this thing? Yeah. So if you want to continue, if you continue with your conversion planning, these add-on products versions are uninstalled when the stack XML is consumed by the software update manager. So whether you do it or not, the software update manager will take care of it and it will uninstall it. Okay. So it will, it will wipe off everything what is irrelevant for it, which is not part of the stack XML. So what you have to do, you have to go to these third-party software. See here you see third-party TCSLS. You have to reach out to them, and then either you have to uninstall and then reinstall them after your conversion. The supported version in SAP S4HANA, there could be a different version, right? You cannot install the same add-on over there. Okay. So the following block describes, the bottom one, role of add-ons in breaking conversion S4HANA, including key lessons learned. Okay. Please refer to these blocks, and it's very interesting one. Okay. Good. So what is this? Yeah, this we discussed about in detail. So there's nothing much. So it will just check for the add-ons, and then maintenance planner will give us the report. Yeah, same thing what we discussed. How can I handle add-ons that are no longer relevant or that are not released for SAP S4HANA? Can somebody tell me? Same topic. Again, I know the maintenance planner is easy, but I'm actually hitting you with the problems. If you see such a scenario, what do you do? How can you handle add-ons that are no longer relevant or that are not released for example, you have add-ons in ERP, but those add-ons are not available for SAP S4HANA. What do? You got it right. There is a third party open text. It is not for SAP S4HANA, only ERP they did and they left it. What do you do? There is no supported version. See the question, you read the question. So the customer cry, right? He will say that suppose if you lose that add-on, then you lose the functionality, right? He is using it, they will cry, Okay. Nothing, you have to daily uninstall it. There is no other way. So in general, SAP tools Saint or some are prepared for deletion of add-ons. Okay. So if possible, deselect add-on in maintenance plan as part of some will do the deletion. Okay. See, let me show you. Alternative, manual deletion from Saint, but afterwards associated program may have to be deleted in LMDB. Okay. So basically either you via some or either a Saint, you have to get rid of those add-ons. Okay. And you have to intimate your customer that, boss, there is no S4HANA version is available. Or in most of the cases, what happens is, if the customer still wants to have that, they will inform the vendor, the third party. What the third party will do now, they start working on the compatible version of the S4HANA. Okay. They developed a compatible version of the S4HANA. What do they do next? They go to SAP and they get it certified. You got it, what I'm trying to say? So there are two options. If you don't want it, you delete it or uninstall it, or if you want it, you inform your vendor and ask him to get it certified with SAP. I mean, ask him to develop the new version and get it certified with SAP. Okay. Do not take it with I mean, maybe you will be in a project lead or some roles. I mean, I don't know your roles and responsibility who are all in the meeting, but if some of you as a project lead, this is a very important thing. Ask the third-party add-on vendors or raise this concern. Get it certified with SAP. Okay. When they develop the new version, it is always recommended or to get certified with SAP, or else you will end up in unnecessary problems. Okay. These are the two actions. So for this question, two answers I have explained you now. Those things will be dealt in the custom code now. So yes, ATC, ABAP test cockpit, right? So when you run that ATC and it will report those functionalities. Okay, all your custom code, the SAP standard objects changes and all those things will be reported over there. And yes, our developers and functional guys have to decide and to develop the new functionality compatible with S4HANA for sure. Okay, those we will see there. But here we are talking about the add-ons only. Okay. Good. So configuration tool for uninstalling add-on. So there is one tool which to uninstall this add-on, but it is irrelevant for you. Don't to go with this one. I just put it for information. So I mean, if you are still, because there are some add-ons which they have different procedures to uninstall. So that's why I put this one. Refer this note at the bottom. SAP note 2911053. It will talk. It's a central note for the uninstallation of these third party or whatever the add-ons. So it's a central note. So please always refer to this note whenever you have to take such an action. Okay. So yeah, this is what. So what do you mean? Development. So development, you uninstall it and then create a transport, and that transport will be passed to the test system. There it will uninstall automatically, and then production it will uninstall it via transport. Okay. So that's the one way of doing it. System demo we will see tomorrow, but there is nothing to do with system demo here. So I just show you there to verify the stack XML if the files are available or not. Okay, good. So key takeaways, we'll wind it up. So in the source system, maintenance planner is used to check installed software component, activated business functions, and add-ons. That is very important point. Three things. Okay, that takeaway. So business functions always offer critical and block a conversion to SAP S4HANA. This we will discuss in detail when we talk about business functions module. Okay, I will get deep dive. I will categorize these business functions and then I will show you which of them are critical and which of them are irrelevant. Okay, add-ons needed to support it for the S4HANA stack. Okay, so that add-ons that are not supported has to be deleted or uninstalled, or you have to take an action to get them developed for the new version. Okay.
Welcome to ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade ADM328 training. In today's rapidly evolving business landscape, migrating to SAP S4HANA is more critical than ever. Our comprehensive course equips you with the knowledge and tools necessary to execute a successful conversion and system upgrade. Over the years, ZaranTech has been at the forefront of SAP training, empowering professionals like you to navigate complex transitions with confidence. With our expert-led ADM328 training, you'll gain a deep understanding of the conversion process, best practices, and troubleshooting techniques. Join hundreds of satisfied learners who have elevated their SAP expertise through ZaranTech's training programs. Whether you're a seasoned SAP professional or new to the field, our course provides valuable insights and practical skills to drive your organization's digital transformation. If you want to learn more about managing and motivating your workforce with success factors, Employee Central, and PMGM, visit the link below for detailed course information from ZaranTech. Getting started now with this training is a smart investment for anyone looking to expand their expertise in these cutting-edge SAP solutions. To explore the details of ZaranTech's SAP S4HANA conversion and system upgrade ADM328 training, visit the link below. Enroll now and take the first step towards becoming a certified SAP expert. Your journey to success starts here.